What's good, Royal Family? What is good? We're about to go live. We're going to start with the world premiere Rabbit's Got the Gun remix by Dr. Enki. It was made by Sweet Ma. The video was put together by Sweet Ma. So shout out to her. But let's get this live stream started. Let's go.
It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun, man. Remember that. Keep busting your shots. I'll be the rabbit. Y'all can keep Elmer Fudding. Keep Elmer Fudding out there. It's hunting season. We got a live one. You think you got a live kill? Until the rabbit gets the gun in their hand. It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. But it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Elmer Fudd, hey, it was all fair game. It's legal. It's hunting season, ain't it? He can go out there and he can look for the silly rabbit. That's what he used to do. Go out there, got his gun, and he's out there to body the rabbit. But every now and then, the black rabbit gets the gun. I told you guys, get your popcorn, right? It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun, man. Remember that. Keep busting your shots.
Keep busting your shots.
Y'all can keep Elmer Fudding. Keep Elmer Fudding out there.
Keep Elmer Fudding out there.
We got a live one. You think you got a live kill? Until the rabbit gets the gun in their hand. It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
Yo. Hey.
All right. We don't got to listen to it again. What's good, Dr. Enki?
What's good? I'm trying to get my little camera situation situated.
Okay. Okay. So there was a lot that,
Another lovely evening, I presume.
Yes, we definitely gonna have one. Ben's supposed to stop through, so that'll be tight. Of course, I'll drop the link, but we do have two. Okay, yeah, we got two edits, right? Because Mechee X responded to the situation of the charges with Polight. She weighed in, and I do appreciate when she weighs in and things like that, right? We've shown her in the past before. Salute to her. I believe her link is in the description. But also, I was able to catch a little bit of Sanetta's live today, right? And I did edit that, and that's sitting at 11 minutes and 36 seconds. So, which should we start with? Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to y'all. Make sure you hit that like button. There's one, the Mechee X one is 120, and the Sanetta Blames Everyone is 11 minutes and 36 seconds.
Well, since Mechee is kind of responding to Sanetta, I think we should play Sanetta first and then allow Mechee to respond to him.
Well, this is the live that she did last night.
Yeah.
So technically Sanetta's would be the response or whatever, but I'll play this one.
Yeah.
But shout out to everybody.
It's shorter too. It's only
it is shorter. Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the room. Like I said, please hit the like button. Okay, period. We finna go through this whole situation. So if you didn't know, Sanetta was on his channel today. He had made a live stream. I want to thank Polight for ... some other shit, right? Thank them for the people that now follow me, the real supporters. So what you're going to hear in here is him big up the same people that he was just kicking to the ground the other day. If you guys don't know, Sanetta came out and flipped out on everybody in the HOK. And also in this video, he states that, other people are HOK, right? Because you've heard him, Enki, state before that he's the only one that's HOK. It's nobody else, meaning Brother Polight as well. Correct? Okay. Well, he's going to state that they are, in fact, HOK, and he wants to salute them. I'm sure that somebody has the negative things that he said about these same people, including Unk, Smash, and other people, but we'll find that. I'm not rushing, but I wanted to share this with the royal family because now he calls the House of Consciousness, he calls them the royal family. I thought that was interesting.
What?
Yes, it's all the way at the end. So, no further ado, okay? He's totally biting, okay? Let's take a look at this. Let me know when you need me to stop it.
Yeah. Peace and Black Power, family. I got to do this. I want to do this real quick and appreciate the family that stuck by me. First, I would like to thank my wives. Thanks, Cynthia. I want to thank Nepal for always standing out there taking bullets, battling these YouTube Negroes. Thank my wife, Cynthia, as well, for holding me down. In the real life outside on these real streets, standing by me. Nepal standing in the line of fire and going in, taking shots, taking hits for me. I thank them, two beautiful women that's in my life. I want to say that. I also would like to thank Unk, Smash Rockwell, for standing firm and believing in me and always being a real, true representative of the HOK. Okay? I want to thank the unscrambled minds and my sisters that's out there that's always holding me down and have never turned their back on me. Unscrambled minds. Sister Freedom, Dulcinea, Sakina Ra. The sisters of the HOK. Queens of the HOK. I want to thank all of them. And if I forgot my other sister's name, the other two, oh man, please forgive me. And that's why I said Unscrambled Minds Queens. So that's talking about all of them. I'm putting all of them there. I want to thank Sister Bonita Sutton, Bond Dog, and all my family that always stuck by me. Lady, Sister Lady, my sister, the new artist that came in, and her and her husband. I want to thank them. All of the mods. I'm saying all of the mods who have the sincere mods, Professor X, of course, for always being loyal and standing strong and standing by me in these tough times while the niggas attack. Yeah, I know y'all don't like that word, but goddamn it, I gotta keep it 100. Niggas are attacking. Niggas do niggas things. Niggas do nigga things. That's just the truth. So you got some good supporters that love? No. Nah. My supporters are for real, all right? I want to thank the Gorilla Hebrew and the Mighty Hebrew and even Vocab Malone, Selah Shalom, Captain Tazoriak, Morpheus, and many others. I'm just here to thank all of y'all who stood by me and stood strong with me and know what these people are trying to do based off of just hatred. Because if they were really against child molestation, or child pedophilia, it looks to me like they just against Polight.
Now, I just want to stop it right there and say that on all of my channels, I have fought for children. There is white cases with white predators, black predators. It don't matter, period. Okay?
You don't even got to respond to
but that. I just want to state that, okay? Because I know
nice.
that if a lot of people don't go down, they don't check out other things. You know what I'm saying? Period. That's just what I wanted to say. But let's get back to
well, he's confused about things because he doesn't understand his guilt yet. See, Polight's not remorseful, and Sanetta's not intelligent enough to understand his role. So he can't be remorseful yet because he don't understand his role. He doesn't get that he had the platform in order for Polight to fish. to find victims and things like that. That's what he's not understanding. We are focused on you more so than Polight. Like Polight's already where he at. So we dealing with you right now, champ.
Right.
No. This is to stop this thing from going on. We don't want another Nature Boy, another Rashad Jamal, another Polight, another, you know, Sinful to P or Battle Truth or Shaka Akmos, or like we don't want any more of that. That like we're trying to end that mold, you know. So
right. I feel you.
That's what it looks like to me, because you don't see them bringing forth no cases. You got to show us more cases. And that's what I meant when I said what I said before. When I said Garfield, Rob Bourne, y'all gonna have to stand up because y'all gonna have to prove it now, where the cases are going on in Brooklyn and the Bronx. I said, now I want to see y'all stand up and expose more cases, being that y'all are against pedophilia. And I know y'all are against it. I'm against it. We all are. Everybody that's on my channel right now, we all are against it. We're not playing the blame game here. But I want to see y'all bring cases to the forefront. And let's deal with that. And let's expose that if we really for real with it. I'm for real with it. Let's get it. I did the right thing when I said that I want to wait for the case to come out. I want to see what happened. So when I go ahead and make my call, I ain't got to say, oh, I made a mistake. Chat, I got a message from YK the Truth. Let me play his message real quick.
All y'all niggas do all day is get on live, do 30-hour lives talking about a black person, and y'all supposed to be about uplifting the black community. Kiss my ass. Y'all want to go and tear down every black person that you can find. Y'all some hateful motherfuckers. Nothing positive. Nothing positive. You niggas go to you use Sanetta. Let me show you how desperate and low you niggas are. You go to Sanetta. Use Sanetta, right? They try to put Sanetta tapes against Brother Polight because you know Sanetta was mad at Brother Polight. So you said, oh, well, now I'm going to use this because I hate Brother Polight. Oh, Sanetta said this. This must be true. Then Sanetta comes out and say it wasn't true. I was mad. He recanted. So if he recanted his statement, that means it's inadmissible. That means it's no longer valid. You can't use it, but you thirsty niggas keep using it. Now Sanetta back is against the wall because y'all keep attacking him and he just don't know what to do. So now he's like, well, I told y'all. He still probably don't feel that way, but he don't want to lose the channel he got because of this. Because everybody's saying he brought Brother Polight to the community. So now everybody, y'all blaming everybody. Let's go. So there's no need for no more videos, but I just want to let you niggas know, and I'm gonna rub it in. Y'all some self-hating niggas. Y'all hate black people. Y'all a black KKK. Y'all the niggas who come on channels and say put your foot on his neck every day, but won't do nothing to a white man. All you do is come and rejoice when I attack somebody that look just like me. You could let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. You like chaos, you like disorder, you like gossip, you like all that messy, juicy shit, and I don't want nothing to do with you. If you come and telling me to, let's go take my email, let's go tear another black man down, I don't want to have nothing to do with you, because you are the problem. It's your brother YK the Truth, man, and I'm out. Peace.
That's real talk.
I also want to point out, nobody over here asked this nigga for shit.
Look, these niggas have become the problem. Look at what's going on right now, right? Let me show you. Show you how these niggas have become the problem. Look at the nigga Bluetooth. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. These niggas are sick. Polight got 7 years. What else proof you need, Sanetta? I don't need no proof. Who told me about any proof? I'm not up here defending no Polight. I said if the nigga's found guilty, he need to...
Didn't he ask for proof, though, Enki?
Be put in front of a firing squad. Do I need to say that to you again, Bluetooth? What the hell is wrong with you, nigga? What is you talking about? And then he says, you chemetics are into pedophilia. Show me what chemists are into pedophilia. See how the slander begins? Because they listen to slander. So who is he talking about? Where the pedophilia? Where do you see that going on at?
Hold on, Queen. Wait a minute. My bad. I know I'm a little bit late.
Good.
Hold on. Can you hear this right in the background? Can you hear Polight voice?
No. Hold on. Let's continue. I'll let you play that in a second. Hold on.
Sick
Wait, 'cause it's
family,
responding
but
to-
they
wait.
tend to try to.
What?
It's responding to why cater truth.
Okay, but we can't hear it though. Oh, so hold on.
And again, I just want to thank brothers like Sanetta again.
You showing the Breakfast Club? Them niggas is gonna copyright strike my shit.
Oh, they would hit it?
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's get back into it.
Throw it off on everybody else. Brother Reese, I want to add my brother Reese in there. All right, all my serious moderators, I'm thanking all of you who have stuck by me. All of you. Anybody else, if I'm forgetting anybody else, I am so sorry, but I'm thanking all of the people who stuck by me in these tough times. Goes for Unc, Smash Rockwell, Unscramble Minds, all of my loyal mods, Morpheus, Captain Tazariak, Mighty Hebrew, Vocab Malone, Selah Shalom, and many others that's out there that I will get to. Oh, Mental Son, that's right. Come on, man. Y'all gotta throw yourselves out there. Let me see you in my comment. I want to thank Mental Son, who have been the man behind the scene that will always make all of the flyers. Mental Son has been with me for years, man. He have been to live events with us for years, family. All those who are the real House of Consciousness Royal family.
The real what?
Real House of Consciousness Royal family. That's who I'm thanking.
Interesting.
I'm not thanking Polight. I strategically put Polight name in there because I knew Negroes. Yeah, check. Yeah. What they call it? Clickbait. I knew you niggas would want to come. Oh man, let me see if Sanetta thinking Polight. Let me click on so I can get the city nigga. Shame on you, nigga. Got you. That's why you see Sanetta wants to thank Polight. ... Meaning it's still going what I'm trying to say. The people who have always been loyal to the HOK family. That's who I'm thanking. Suckers. Now look at you. Look at you trolls. Look at the Shaka Doo-Doos. Look at the Funky Thrones. Look at the Nasty Nandies that's out there. Look at y'all. Check. You know what I'm saying? Let me say this too. When these niggas keep playing the video of what I said years ago, use y'all mind for a minute.
Listen to this, y'all.
Don't expose me. Guess who the video exposes? Them out there. When they say, Sanetta, what did you do? I brought it to the people, right, y'all? So they trying to use the video on me when the video now exposes them niggas. How do it expose them, sir? Because even when I came out and called them Baby York, what did they do with the information? Nothing. They didn't do anything with the information. I was on that channel. I was on the video and I was looking through the comments. And the comments was like, yo, Saw, you wrong. Saw, that's wrong. You hating on Brother Polight. I'm going to get that and I'm going to show that. Saw, you wrong. What did they do with the information that I sent them when I told them that? They didn't do nothing.
Sanetta never sent me any information about that at all, period. And I'm sure he's lying on others.
Polight was here for 3 years fighting this case. What any of these niggas did? They did nothing. They talk all of this talk now because Polight found guilty. Now they tough, they bad, they gangster. But what did they do? Nothing. So when you say Sanetta didn't do nothing, tell us what did you do when you found out about the information? See how that worked, y'all? That's just real talk, man, right there. See how that worked? Because if Polight was supposed to get street justice, where was y'all at? Y'all was all so busy running down there for court, but y'all wasn't going to where he's at. He's showing everybody. Whenever we did a damn lecture, George Macon said to me last night, he said, yes, Sanetta, but we didn't know where he was at. See how I got him? I caught him out there. I said, George Macon, that's a damn lie. Because when we would put flyers out and let people know what we got coming up, everybody knew exactly where Polight was going to be, the building he was going to be in, because we will put up the debates. We put up when he debated Harry Rosenberg. Everybody knew where Polight was at. See?
So there's that. We got Ben that joined us. Shout out to Ben. So yeah, there's that. So now he's blaming us. It's our fault. It's our fault, Sister Nandy. He claims that he sent information. He did not send any information to me, but he did send a lot of information about Hassan, you know, but he did not say nothing about Polight. Did not send nothing. People were patting him on the back though, as somebody had stated. I do remember that, for walking away from Polight and cutting him off, and then he wanted to bring him back and blame it on the people. You guys weigh in.
Yeah, there was 2 or 3 different times that he distanced himself from Polight, but that's not what's in question. The thing is you kept bringing him back, giving him a platform to find new victims from. That's the thing and we all know over the years that he was splitting the money from all of the scams.
Right.
So that's the thing. Like when Akeisha Shabazz is asking, like, yo, what's going on? Like, how is like, Sanetta, your role in this, it can't be overlooked because he fished from your pool and your like all of the connections was made. Like I showed earlier, I did a video with showing Tory Hart supporting Polight, because Tory Hart was one of the people, Kevin Hart's ex-wife, that blamed the victim's mom for this and said she's extorting Polight and blah blah blah. I don't know, Queen. There's a point where logic runs out, and you would think that Polight showed zero remorse. Sanetta is still going forward 1,000 miles an hour, like not realizing his role, because his role damn near just as large as Polight. He deserved to be doing half that 7.
Right. What's good, Ben? I think Ben's having some audio issues. Ben, I'm over here like Ben.
Ben might be having
okay, so I think it's just outrageous.
In one of my books, I talk about this. I have a book out right now. It's on Amazon called Goat Notes, right? And in that book, I talk about specific types of psychosis, and we go into the science of rape and economics and the money system and why and how people are using sex and sexual magic to create, these modern day cults. We talk about that in detail in the book. And some of these concepts that we talk about in detail in the books in a way that you can't get, in the video is controversy in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? Because people hitting me up about some of these concepts like, yo, we need to go into this, but the flip side of what you see in the science is Rashad Jamal, Nature Boy going to jail, Polight going to jail. Like, this is the other side of that. When you have years and years and years of sexual deviance being, safeguarded into your home to provide moral support. Like when you see that video of Polight with Africa Bambaataa saying, yeah, we need to teach your kids about giving head and all that. Like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, but this is now.
Hold on, let me see if Ben is good yet. Ben, you good? What the fuck? I cannot hear him at all.
All right, well, let's go to Mechee and give Ben some time to get his
shit together. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get back into it. So this is Mechee X talking about how Polight was sentenced, giving her take on how Polight was sentenced. She's gonna make some statements about Sanetta, shit like that. I just think it's crazy that Sanetta is like calling them the royal family over there. That's crazy as hell. And he definitely did not stand on it. That was his right-hand man. He can't put that on us. But let's listen to what Mechee X said. This is an hour and 20 minutes, and then we will open the panel.
like this video, share this video, share this video. I want you to share this video with a couple of people, you guys, right? Share it with the nasty ass pastors in your church that be touching everybody but swear they praise the Lord, okay? I want you to send it to all of the trifling ass women in our families who just call girls fast and don't do shit when they see them being assaulted by other men and call it relationships. Send this shit to your nasty ass grandpa and your uncles. And we're not gonna forget them nasty ass aunties or your mama trifling ass 30-year-old friend or the babysitter. Send that shit to all of them tonight. Okay? Now, I had to come here and have this conversation, y'all, because this is my bigger platform that everybody is going to come to. And we have been watching what's going on with Polight, so I think it's only fair that we finish this conversation here, okay? This is gonna be a really touchy live for people. Some folks might be triggered. Matter of fact, I expect some folks to be triggered. Moderators, don't let nobody disrespect nobody in here tonight that seems to, of course, be dealing with whatever we're getting ready to talk about. So if it seems like somebody's in the chat and they want to talk about how they dealt with it, or they're upset because they have been assaulted in this way, or their child has been assaulted in this way, and somebody want to come in and say something smart to them, block their ass. You're not going to come in here and disrespect the people who are victims of what we're getting ready to talk about, okay? But if they want to talk crazy to Mechee, or they just want to talk crazy, let them talk crazy. Because I want y'all to see how fucking degenerate they are, right? Everybody gets mad at Mechee. Mechee's uneducated. Mechee's a cusser. Look at Mechee's language. She ain't got no sense. No, fuck you. I'm not a degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. I don't molest children. I don't go around taking advantage of my people. I am not out here putting drugs all in the community. I am not out here ready to give my life because I want to kill another brother or a sister. I am not out here fucking up my community and not taking accountability for my actions. You don't get to talk about me. So what, I cuss. You niggas is raping the babies. So what, I cuss. Y'all got me fucked up. If I'm the biggest problem in the community, you a motherfucking lie. You a lie. Because it get deeper, it get worse than that, right? The degenerates we finna talk about tonight. Now, Polight talked all that shit. How many of you don't realize yet that Polight is the perfect example of a narcissist? If you've never seen a narcissist, welcome to what a narcissist is. That man sat and talked about how he was going to sue people, how he was going to hold everybody's foot to the fire. He kept telling everybody, I took no plea deal. No, I ain't take no plea deal. He told people he dropped the charge. They dropped the charges. This motherfucker actually made a live video. I'm sorry, it's not live. Let me watch my words. He made a pre-recorded video. And he scheduled it, or had one of his fucking wives or somebody that enables this fucking predator. They posted it on his page. And he's sitting up there saying the charges are dropped. And he had this video released when this nigga was bending over, spreading them things and coughing and lifting up his nuts. And he was getting ready to get his orange jumpsuit. But you motherfuckers was watching a video of him talking about how charges has been dropped. He getting his number. He getting his classification. At the same time y'all watching that damn video. Now we know that Polight is a predator. Right? We know that Polight is a liar and a narcissist. Some of y'all don't know that. But my question tonight is about, it's not about Polight. Because Polight where he belongs. I have a conversation for the black community tonight. This is not for Polight. This is for the black community. Because y'all motherfuckers, and when I say y'all, if you jump your ass in a pair of shoes tonight that don't fit you and tie them up, we're gonna let you own those shoes, okay? So don't come in here and say no dumb shit. And then when you be like, well, you ain't talking about me. If I'm not talking about you, then shut the fuck up, okay? But y'all, and y'all know who you are, y'all let Polight do this. Would anybody like to challenge me on that? See, I was gonna have Z-Banger run the live because I was gonna drop the link and let y'all come in. But I don't want to do that. I think that could get really messy right now. And we may have a panel after this and have that conversation if people want to. But I didn't want to do that, right? But I can watch it in the chat. Like, how many of y'all don't agree with that? I'm so disappointed in the community, the men and the women. And the women. How many of y'all did not know that he was the type of person that he is? How many of y'all really didn't know that? Let me ask you this. How many of you knew that he had a mentor named Dr. York? Right? Now, stop me when I'm wrong, because I'm saying some stuff, and I don't even know every damn detail, but I know enough to know who Polight was. And some of y'all know more than I know. So how the fuck y'all didn't know who Polight was? So his mentor is in jail, in prison, for molesting children. How many of you motherfuckers, before he blew up and he got all of them cars and them fancy ass hats and them stupid ass glasses and all of them damn women he was running around with, how many of y'all remember this old retarded looking nigga sitting on a park bench with one of Dr. York's victims, and he was victim shaming this boy?
My whole argument in this whole situation is, should people be locked up based on what people believe? I got the right to be angry. You know why? Because the Lord promises me something different. The Lord promises me that we will lock people up beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's what the Lord promises me. But in this case, it was up to 12 people to have that reasonable doubt or not. And those 12 people made the decision.
It's not. So what's the point?
If you want to fight
It's your matter of opinion if you
fight for it for another reason. Don't fight for it because he's innocent of molesting kids.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually.
Okay.
Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
This was years ago. This ain't new. This was years ago. And this man said, you mean to tell me none of these kids had the right mind to come forward and tell? And he's saying this about little children. 7, 8, 9-year-old kids, 10-year-old kids. He talking about they wasn't, he told the boy, you mean to tell me none of these kids was in their right mind to tell nobody? We gonna get around to why we don't tell today. We gonna talk about that tonight, okay? There's a reason why we don't tell. The black community is why we don't tell. You motherfuckers is why we don't tell. Because when we tell, we get all of this shit that we're getting right now. He said they didn't have enough sense to tell. Damn, so now we're blaming little babies for not telling. Then he said, he don't care if it's true, and Dr. York did what he did to all of those children, and I'm paraphrasing, it may have been worse than that. He said that he would still have to give him credit and consider him his mentor. So Mary, thank you, Mary. Mary said he was talking to Dr. York's son who was a victim. So you mean to tell me this man victimized his own son and Polight stood there and talked crazy to that boy and then told that boy that I would still honor your father as my mentor? Now, this, for some of you who may be shocked, and you're like, well, this is the first time I'm hearing this. I need you to know that this is not the fucking first time that a lot of the black community has heard this. They all watched this video. They all saw it. And they all, after that, still let Polight come on their platform. They promoted Polight. They bought everything he was buying. They wanted to be just like this nigga. After he said all of that, they still welcomed him into the community. Y'all wrapped your arms around this motherfucker. And y'all promoted him to the rest of the community. Y'all stop me when I'm wrong. Does anybody want to tell me that I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about? See, because the people that can say, I do know that, they're not going to say nothing in here tonight because you know why? You have still continued to let this man do what he do. When he said that we should have been done with Polight at that fucking moment. But y'all wasn't. I never knew until, a year ago when he got arrested that this video even existed. How could you hear this man say that and be okay with him being exalted to the place that he was put in the community? And somebody brought out Sanetta. Oh, we're not leaving Sanetta out. Now, Sanetta might have an attitude with me. He might get upset with me. He might even make a video talking shit about me. But I have something to say about Sanetta. Absolutely, I do. Y'all watch that man do all of that. But wait a minute. Because that's not the only thing he did. Then, later after that happened, guess what else happened? Well, there were rumors at the time, right? It was a rumor from what we heard that Polight, and again, I'm telling you what I've heard. If you want to give me any details, what you're not going to do is correct me to where it looks like this man looked good. So any of those corrections, so the fuck what? He lies enough. So if I tell a small lie that I don't know what I'm talking about, it's not going to make a hell of a difference. So please don't correct me in this motherfucker. But this motherfucker, did he not have a stepdaughter? So he was messing around with a woman. Looked like he liked to get with women a lot to have daughters, right? So he can get at their daughters. You know, there are men that do that because a lot of y'all kept saying, he got all them wives. Why you need to mess with these little girls? Men who are actually attracted to little girls and teenage girls and boys, right? We're not going to leave the boys out tonight because we're not leaving the brothers out tonight too because y'all be fucking molesting them as well. Shout out to Christian Rock's nephew, right? Y'all be molesting these boys as well. But there are people that will get with a woman as a single parent and they're actually looking for them. You do not understand that this is what predators do. Predators look for a prey, and when they find the prey that they want, they're on a mission to go get them. Whether they're a rapist, whether they're a murderer, whether whatever they are, if they're preying on you. The motherfucker who's sneaking your house through the window 9 times out of 10 that you left unlocked. That's how most people get in your damn house. And then he's over you in your bed, getting ready to murder you. That man has been watching your movements for a long time. You know, when you come home, when you go to sleep, who around you, who he got to beware of, when they leave, where they go, and how much time he got to kill your ass. Predators. This is what they do. So yes, it's not surprising to me that Polight be around these women and they're women with children. So Polight was with a woman, had a daughter. She had a daughter, not their daughter. She had a daughter. And my understanding is that this girl was a little older than a 14-year-old, or maybe it started when she was 14, but she was about 17. And again, don't correct me. I mean, if she was 16 or 18, don't fucking correct me because the story's still the same, okay? And he ended up stating that this used to be his stepdaughter or whatever, but then later on, it seemed to be a girl that he was having a relationship with. Okay? So that's another red flag. So this is the rumor. And I don't know if you guys knew if it was true or not, but then Sanetta did a live, and he was angry at Polight. So because he's mad now, and he has a motive, now he calls Sanetta out. And what he says on his video is, you think I don't know? Now I'm paraphrasing. Nigga, you out here messing with these girls? Whatever the lady name is, he said, that's my family. That's my niece or whatever. He said, I know all about that. Right. She ran away to be with him. So let's take our time tonight. Let's slow simmer this shit, because I ain't been here and I won't be back for a while, right? Let's slow simmer. They said she ran away to be with him. You know how many of y'all in the black community wrote that shit the fuck off and was like, well, she's a teenager, she's 17, she's 18 now, she grown, she not a little ass kid, and she just being fast. She ran away to be with him, so obviously this is not that type of a situation. Y'all don't know that people that are groomed be fucked up in the head, right? And she's a child. I don't care what you say about her age. See, I'm tired of that too, because in the black community, we tell ourselves that our children are not children. Like, where do y'all minds be? I'm 44 years old. If you 20, you a baby to me. If you 20 years old, you are a baby to me. You are a child. Now, when I was 20, I thought I was grown. But I understand that at 20, I have lived no fucking life. Now, start taking me back. When I was 17, I don't know what the fuck I was doing out in the world on my own, talking about I was somebody's mama. Looking back, I was a baby. These are babies. So you're going to stop telling me, too, that our children are not allowed to be children while they're children. No, our 16-year-old boys and girls and 17 are not these vicious grown-ass adults and monsters. They're young babies and they're trying to grow. In the glimpse of life, if they live to span to what they should live without some other dumbass shit taking them out, them years of being 17 and 18 are nothing. They're babies. They don't know shit. They are vulnerable and they are being taken advantage of. So don't get it twisted. I hate this scenario. If you understand anything about crime, okay, in the way the psychology of it works, you can groom people. Let me kidnap somebody off the road and put their ass in my basement. You give me enough time, I'm going to groom them too. And when it's all said and done, I can let them out the basement and I can go to work and say, don't you fucking leave this house, and they won't leave. The police will come and they'll fight them, come hell or high water, and say, I want to be with them. I love them. It's a conditioning. And it happens in children in a big way. How many of you have never heard of children, being groomed in a situation with somebody and they act like all of a sudden they're in a relationship with them and they cater to all those things, and because this children lacks love or any other things, and I'm not saying what the girl had in her life, but for whatever reason, they actually look to this person as though they've done something great for them, right? And just because this girl ran away to be with him, y'all don't get to call her fast. You don't get to say that it wasn't a sexual assault and that he was not out of order and that he wasn't being wrong. This is okay. So this is okay for a man to get with a woman in the black community, claiming it's about the conscious community. It's okay for him then to be messing with her daughter before she's even of age. And then when she gets older, then she runs away to be with him. And now because she's older, we're going to say it's okay. Let's stay right there for a moment, because the black community does this all the fucking time. Some of you bitches are in my chat right now, and some of you men are too. You are. And what you tell those babies is that they're fast. How many of on your block right now, there's a girl that's 17 and she's dating a nigga damn near 30? She's 16 and she's dating a nigga damn near 30. And nobody is saying anything. Y'all know it and nobody's saying anything. And then if you do, what do you say? She's just being fast. Oh, not that he's a predator. She's being fast. It's the baby's fault. Well, maybe if people weren't introducing her to sex and trying to play with her emotions while they're all over the place because she's a child and they were letting her be a child, she wouldn't be interested or know anything about sex or being in a relationship with anybody. We do this all the time. Right? It's normal to see young girls with grown-ass men in the hood. That's okay, right, y'all? Right? Everybody just say yes, because it is. It is. The black community got so many motherfucking demons, we need to open the closet door and let them all the fuck out tonight. But I'm not done with Sanetta. Now, Sanetta might watch this, or somebody's going to send it back to him. It always gets back to him, and he gets, upset, and then Q will call me, and we'll have a conversation, and Q tries to be the peacemaker, and that's fine. So I want to say real clear to Sanetta, I want to call you a bitch-ass nigga. I want to call you a lot of names, but I'm not even going to say that, brother. I'm not going to call you all those names, brother. What I'm going to say to you is that I'm very disappointed. My feelings are hurt, and you need to help me understand. How about that? So you can talk crazy about me on a video if you would like to, brother, or you can bring me on there and we can have a conversation about why people like you don't feel the need to protect those. See, I was more disappointed in you than anybody because you said that was your family member. What kind of man lets a motherfucker do this to their family? I need to understand. Who lets somebody do this to their family? You get up and cuss him out, and you only do this because you're mad at him in that moment. You didn't do it because you should have told on him. You told because you were mad at him. I need you to help me understand. That's all, Sanetta. And then you didn't protect your niece. And then you actually gave this nigga a platform and continued to fuck with him. Like, it would still be wrong if it wasn't your family. But the fact that this girl is your family, you gotta help me understand. Now, I am in no way calling Sanetta an assaulter. I don't believe that Sanetta has gone around assaulting anybody. He has no accusations against him, so there's no reason for me to believe that he is. But what Sanetta is what
Well, that's untrue. But let's continue.
many of you are in the Black community. You are enablers of predators. You know, and you don't say anything. See, Sanetta is a sad case, but he's one of many. How many of you, every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, you sit at the table with people who molested you that are part of your family? Your mama's, new husband, she's still with him, even though you told her he touched you. And you still, even after you're grown, you go to the Christmas dinners and he's still sitting there. Or the uncle, or the grandfather. And he's been doing this shit to everybody in the family. And 3 of the nieces and 1 of the nephews, y'all all at the damn table. And nobody will say anything. And you still gotta go sit there and eat dinner. Not only with the person who did what they did to you, but the motherfuckers who knew and let it happen. Like, how the fuck does that feel, y'all? Somebody said that was my mama. I want y'all to know that you're gonna get a lot of that in this chat tonight. Somebody said I disagree. Do you disagree with me? You're not allowed to disagree with my statement. Are you disagreeing with me? Because you're not allowed to disagree with my statement. This is not, I think. This is not an opinion. I'm fucking telling you for a fact. This is what families do. Now, I did not say that there aren't children that tell and there aren't parents that do something right away. I didn't say that. One does not alleviate the other, and it doesn't mean that they don't exist. So I don't give a fuck about you agreeing or disagreeing with me. You can't disagree with the facts, sir. Matter of fact, let's take our time tonight so we can really unpack this shit. For the people in my chat who do not mind, since he disagrees with me and people think that this is not true, if you know of any friend, maybe it ain't even you. If it's you, but you have friends or family members, and exactly what I said happens, they're still around in the family, nobody says shit to them, they come to all the funerals, they get invited at the dinner, everybody know what the fuck they done did, but they still there. Please drop a yes it does happen in a motherfucking chat. Because you don't believe
does.
me. You sound crazy. You really do.
What'd you say, Ben?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
That's a fact. It does. It definitely does.
I disagree. You disagree? Then yes, it does. Says you don't get to disagree, sir. This is not my opinion. Okay? This is not my opinion. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all a story. And I've never said this out loud. I don't know if my family will be upset at me for saying it, but I don't give a fuck. I don't. And I want y'all to stop giving a fuck too. I really do, right? We're not gonna let these people live in peace anymore. And the people I'm about to speak of, they're not here anymore, but I'm still gonna speak of it because I'm sure you can relate to the story. So I had an uncle. And my uncle as a child was molested over and over again by Grandma Deer. Grandma Deer did a number on him, and nobody really cared because he was a boy, and people knew that Grandma Deer had touched on my uncle. But they would send him over there even as he got grown, and they would tell him, you have to go cut her grass. You have to go take out her trash. She's old, and you got to go do for Grandma Deer. Now, he's a grown man at this point, and, she has done all of these things to him, and the family continues to not only act like they don't care, they continue to tell him that that's Grandma, you got to go over there and do what Grandma wants you to do. So my uncle's cutting her grass one day, and he asked to come in and use the bathroom or get some water, and she kind of cussed him out and told him, you can't come in my motherfucking house, and talk to him like he was a dog, like something was wrong with him and he was dirty, right? And you can't come up in here. And he snapped. And he broke into the house and he raped Grandma Deer. If you understand, rape is about power and control. And in that moment, he was making her feel like he had always felt. My uncle went to prison for 20 years for that. But nobody ever said fucking Grandma Deer. But they all knew. And I'm sure many of y'all have y'all stories too. Just like that. See, Thanksgiving dinner came, Christmas dinner came, and everybody had to sit at the table. And my uncle, he had to go sit at that table too, and he had to eat at Deer's house, and he had to be around her. And then after she had damaged him and nobody cared to love him, then when he was just a product of what somebody put on him, then he paid the price for that. And Deer never paid any price. Y'all be enablers, and y'all let this shit happen. You know when you don't say anything, and then it happens to one niece, and then another niece, and then a nephew, and then a cousin, and it just keeps going and it keeps going. And nobody says anything. I don't understand why. We have no protection for our children. We don't give a damn about them, and we let just anything happen to them. And you have the people that do it, and then you have the enablers. And Sanetta, to me, is an enabler. You see what this man is about, but you still invite him to the dinner table every fucking time we turn around. You're still pumping him up and talking about, ooh, the new gifts he just bought his mama. See, that's what they do, and everybody brag about it and forget that you have broken the fuck out of a child. Do you motherfuckers know what it does to a child to fucking assault them in this way? Do you know, you fucking assholes? You know how many children are out here and they're on drugs, that they have committed suicide, that they hate themselves in their lives, that they can't be intimate with nobody, or they turn themselves into somebody that's very promiscuous. Who wants to talk about that? You know how many girls I know that are very promiscuous as at a young age because somebody took advantage of them, right? And then because they are young and they've been taken advantage of in that sense, they then become over-sexual, and then you watch these young girls. Like when I was growing up, I was telling somebody earlier today, like in the hood, when I was growing up, it was not uncommon for the 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old girls to be like sleeping with grown-ass men all the time. In my hood. Not in my house, in my hood. So this is not a personal thing that I'm saying, and y'all know I'm not fucking lying because y'all know it too. And then these girls grow up, and then we tell them that they're fast and that they hoes and that they thoughts, but at the end of the day, see, it works different ways. You can molest and rape somebody, and it can cause them to draw in, or it can cause them to go the other way and completely be promiscuous with all kind of people, using drugs and everything to numb their pain. Y'all can do these things to children, and it can fuck up their whole goddamn life. So you can have a moment to get some sexual gratification. You fucking ruin somebody's whole life. And why do we protect these people? Because we protect them all the fucking time. They're your pastors. You niggas let fucking dirty dick pastors do shit like this. And then not only, it's even more egregious because they're a pastor, and then they sit their ass on the fucking pulpit and preach, and you niggas let them. Not only are you not a man of God, nigga, you the devil. You out here raping babies. What the fuck is wrong with you? But you over here screaming the name of Jesus. Somebody ought to punch your ass in the mouth. See, I'm sick of y'all talking about is a places to be civilized. Somebody need to kick these church doors in and kick y'all backseat is what they need to do. But we would be the savage ones. We would be the fucked up ones, not you niggas. I like to tell you, it's when fucking chickens come home to roost. When people ask me all the time, even Mechee, why you so angry all the time? Why you be talking about violence, Mechee? Nigga, I'm an American. I'm a black woman in America. What the fuck do you mean? I'm an American-made baby. Oh, what the fuck do you mean? Why am I so violent? Why am I so angry? Nigga, I'm in America. The land of anger and violence and savagery. What do you mean? And then you wonder, there are statistics that say 1 in 4 girls, black girls, will be sexually assaulted several times by the time they are an adult. That's a lot of black girls. So let's slow roast this thing, because let's go there too. Because some of y'all had something to say about the mother. Y'all wanted to blame it on the mother. Well, why she let her baby go with that nigga? Like, you know, if people that did this to children walked around with a cap on that said, this is what I do, like, we could recognize them. You really don't think that these people are skilled at what they do? You really think that she knew, or that she just let this happen to her daughter? And it's amazing to me how I hear this from the men. And then some of you fucking pick-me-ass chicks, right? And they're like, well, what about the mother? What about the mother? Like, I'm so sick of this manosphere shit, and I'm so sick of all you goddamn men who want to get so angry at the goddamn women and blame everything on the fucking women. Yes, black women in the community, we are fucked up. We are. But we've been through a lot, you know? So could you give us some grace? Like, because if you want to blame it on the mama, and you want to do all that, and y'all want to blame everything on women, why don't you go back to the statistics? Because 1 in 4 girls will be sexually assaulted many times by the time that they are an adult. What do you expect from broken women? As a matter of fact, what do you expect from broken girls? Because they were broken in being a child, and they're really just in a grown body, but they're still that broken little girl. Or that broken little boy. You don't understand that when this happens in our community, that it creates the monsters that we later talk about. It creates the promiscuous women. It creates the men that are oversexed. So let's talk about that, because I don't want y'all to think that I only fucking talk about the girls. What about the boys? Nobody cares about the men. Oh, the boys be being touched too. Oh, yes, they do. By some of you women, because men are not the only predators. And y'all think it's okay to molest these boys. Because society has told your dumb ass that boys are going to be okay as long as they're getting some sex. It doesn't matter, that they should congratulate themselves and pat themselves on the back. A lot of y'all will not agree with me in this situation, but I think that men are more what you will call used as a sex object more than anybody else. Now, I know you're going to say no, women are, but I'm going to tell you why I think men are more used as sex objects than women are. And the reason that they are is because nobody thinks that a man is allowed to turn down coochie. Everybody thinks that a boy can't be traumatized by having sex because it's a female. You guys will say, well, if it wasn't a guy and you was 15 and you was getting some grown woman coochie, boy, you'll pat him on the back and tell him that's a good thing, when you don't realize, even though he's a boy, he's still only 14 or 15. And guess what? His mama's nasty 30-year-old friend saying she was going to watch him and then molesting him, that fucked him up. And y'all want to pat him on the back for it. Y'all say that men can't be raped, right? You act like if you touch a man in society, if I just walk up to a man and I grab his Johnson in this mug and be like, oh, you got a nice little tight Johnson there. A man should not feel any type of way. You are touching him and sexually assaulting him. You don't think that they are human beings and they don't want their private place to touch without your permission. And all boys and all men do not want every woman just because it's a piece of coochie. They do not want you touching on him. You should ask permission too, and you shouldn't be touching on them wrong. No, they don't like it. They don't. For example, how many of you will recently recall Krishan Rock's nephew being online? Now that brother, I commend him for what he did by telling his story, because most men do not want to tell that story, because y'all talk about men if they tell that story as though that's not something that can traumatize them. He said that he was really young, and he said that it has messed up his life a whole lot. He dropped out of school because of it. He felt really ashamed because of those things, right? And that he did. It hurt him a lot. And it still affected him to this very day. But we don't think that men are allowed to reject sex in any kind of way. So they are seen as nothing but sex objects because it is unheard of. A man is never supposed to turn down. And if he turned down some coochie, it's only because he didn't like the woman or something like that, right? But at the end of the day, nobody ever gives men the grace to say, and boys, sex is not always the only thing on my mind. I don't want to be touched either. I have private places and I would like my respect and my regard. And I would like you to not do the things you're doing to me. Like, men feel that way too, y'all. But society tells them they're not allowed to. So what man think they gonna come forward and they gonna tell, man, I got, the first time I had sex, my babysitter did it. She was 23 years old and I was 15. Y'all gonna pat him on the back. And of course, he's not gonna come out and tell you it traumatized him because you're gonna laugh at him. You're gonna be like, oh, nigga, what nigga mad because he got some coochie from a 23-year-old and you only 15. Boy, that was some real coochie. You better be glad. Y'all gonna tell him he don't have no right to be traumatized. Do you hear the fucking sick mentality that is in this society and more so in our goddamn neighborhoods? Because I don't give a fuck outside of our neighborhoods. But we act like these things are okay. They're not okay. So I want y'all to know, y'all let this happen to the girl that it happened to. Y'all did. And I'm kind of a little upset because when it comes to kids, it don't matter what the race of no kid is. Because my understanding is this little girl is not a black little girl, but the first girl was. And you notice how the black community didn't get no motherfucking fuck about her. But now, and rightfully so, because it is a child. So we should still be on Polight's ass and be in an uproar for what Polight has done to this girl. But I just find it amazing that nobody was ready to stop the shit and step in for the black girl. Nobody was outraged for the black girl. Not in the black community, y'all wasn't. Y'all wasn't outraged for the black girl. That's why he continued to do the shit that he did. But then when the non-black girl mama stepped forward because she not finna have this shit, and she go to the police, now we're all upset over that. Because she made us have to listen to her story. Because she went to the damn police. But when it was the black girl, the black community didn't give a fuck. Let's keep this all in perspective. Y'all didn't give two fucks about that black girl at all. And Sanetta, that was your family. It's sad to me. I don't know how you men and how you women sit the fuck around and let somebody do this to your family and be cool with them. I would never be cool with anybody that has done anything like that to anybody in my family. Truth be told, we are all willing to go to jail for certain things, and I would go to jail for that. I would. Do something to one of my children, one of my family members. I'm probably going to get in my car. I'm going to find you somewhere where you just lollygagging, walking across the street or your front yard. I'm going to run you over, and then I'm going to back over you and run you over again. Then I'm going to run you over again. I'm going to back up over you and run you over again. Then I'm going to run you over again. And then I'm going to park my car and I'm going to wait on the police. I'm going to park the bitch on top of it. There are some things I will go to prison for. But you niggas instead give them platforms and let them keep talking. You know, another thing that I think is really, really sad is that I heard Sanetta and who is his girlfriend, the Nepal chick? Right, I heard them on there saying, this is so sad, and we want to send a shout out to Linda because we knew Linda. Like, I was kind of offended at y'all. I'm going to just be honest, Sanetta and Nepal. I was offended. Y'all got up there and was like, so this is for Linda. Linda, we love you, Linda. So we send our love and our concerns to you and your family, whatever that bullshit is that you said, right? So Linda is the lady. If you guys went on my Instagram page or you have seen it on YouTube, Linda is the child's mother, okay? And she gives her testimony. You can hear her speak about how much it hurt her family. And niggas keep asking this question, why did mama let him get away with a deal? She said that she didn't want to put her daughter through the stand in a trial, that it has been very hard for her. She has been suffering from PTSD, and I don't know. I think when we say these things, people don't really wrap their head around what it means, because PTSD is real. I suffered from that for a while, and traumatizing situations can do that to you, right? And so y'all don't understand that either. PTSD is some fucked up shit, and if you've never gone through it, I think y'all think that we just be throwing these labels out there. This girl did not want to get up and testify. I know children that have been assaulted, and in the court, they don't know how to open their mouth. Let me tell you something. When you are assaulted by somebody sexually, especially when it's somebody close to your family, it is very hard to go to the people in your family and say that they did it to you. Because one, you kind of feel guilty, or you feel like you're making that person make a choice between y'all. Somehow you feel like you're causing the conflict in the family, so you don't really want to say anything, and that's hard enough. It is very hard to get on a stand in front of other people and then talk about those things that make you feel shameful. So a lot of these babies will write letters to the judge because they don't want to testify. But I keep hearing y'all say shit like, why they just didn't take it to trial? Why would her mama give a plea deal? Why would she even let him cop a plea if she really loved her daughter? She copped the plea because she does love her. And Sanetta and Nepal sat over there and they said, you know, it was heart-wrenching to listen to that lady's testimony on that video. And I just want to say, if I was Linda, I would spit in both of your faces. And I choose that because I think spitting in someone's face is the most disrespectful thing you can ever do to somebody. And I'm going to tell you why Linda should have spit in your face. Because not only did you, Sanetta, allow this nigga to do it to your family member and let him get away with it, you knew how he was, and you smiled in Linda's face, and you didn't even warn her. Then, you gave this nigga a platform to speak about the charges. He was on there all excited.
That part.
Facts.
Man, sorry, you was with Linda and you didn't tell her about Renentet?
Facts.
And you got the nerve to mention somebody else's name, nigga? You was with Polight and you was with Linda and you didn't tell Linda about Renentet?
Facts.
You know, he's such a rat. He's such a rat that he's sitting up there talking all that shit about y'all didn't do nothing to him. That's how you know he's not a gangster. And Donnie Brasco, whoever brought Donnie Brasco to the forefront and Donnie was a rat, that person was supposed to take care of Donnie. And if they didn't take care of Donnie, they got taken care of. So don't try to put that shit on the community about why y'all didn't do nothing to him. You brought that motherfucker to the community.
Facts. That's a fact. And people did speak up about Renentet as well. You know, motherfuckers was standing on that. I get it, though. It should have been more. Everybody should have been on it. We should have made it. I don't know. But Sanetta, at the end of the day, plays a big role in this shit. Period. He's the one that knew. He's the one that was close to this nigga.
He's the author. He's the author. He's the author of the book.
Listen, when you listen to the clip with Polight and Meta World Peace on the Breakfast Club, that's why I was trying to play it earlier. When you listen to the clip, Polight tells you exactly who his co-defendants should have been. He says, and I want to make sure I thank Sanetta, Black News 102, Red Pill, Rich, for allowing me to use their platforms to spread these messages. Literally.
I mean, we also couldn't have made Renentet's mother press charges either. So when Sanetta throws that out, like, there's only so much we could have did. But I know I was standing on calling that shit out. You know what I'm saying? We've been on it. So
yeah, I rang the alarm so much so that it, you know, like everybody, that ain't even an issue. That's just him blowing smoke. The real deal is him and Nepal was with Linda and did not mention this shit to them at all. Nepal should be ashamed of herself as a woman.
Yeah, and Sanetta as a man or as a woman, because he a woman too. You see him up here with baby Dr. York holding him, you know. So let's get back into it. We got a ways to go, but I feel what y'all saying. Facts.
I'm gonna get an interview. I'm gonna interview with Polight, and this would be the greatest interview ever. And nobody else is gonna get this interview but me. Nigga, you was over there counting your cash on the views you was gonna get. You was a little bit too excited over her daughter's pain. You said you weren't gonna call him out until the shit came down. So you and Nepal was the same niggas talking about until it came out. You wasn't defending Linda. You wasn't even defending Linda's daughter. And you know Linda. And you smiled in Linda's face. That make you worse than everybody else, nigga. You knew Linda. You met her baby. You knew the baby personally. None of us have never met this baby. You studied and said you know her. And you fucking got on your platform and said that you was not going to call Polight guilty until all of the shit came out. You defended him and you said that he was going to do an interview with you after he went to court, and you was going to be the only one with the exclusive interview, and you were so excited about it. You were talking about how you was going to sell it because you was going to be the only one with the interview. Nigga, we don't want to pay for an interview with a fucking narcissistic rapist. We don't. I don't know why you thought that would sell, but you was finna sell that man getting ready to come up there and talk shit. And had he wanted to, Sanetta, for the views, you would have threw him the fuck up there and you would have let him talk crazy about this woman, talk crazy about her daughter. But now you have sympathy for her. I don't really know Nepal. I don't really have no beef with either one of them, but I just want to say, shut the fuck up to the both of you. Now you up here. You was up there kissing this nigga Polight ass. Oh, we gonna bring Polight on the platform. Y'all jumping the gun. Wait until it's settled. He didn't take no plea. Wait till y'all find out. Wait till y'all find out. Where's all that energy, Sanetta? But now you apologizing to Linda? Boy, if y'all don't shut the fuck up. Because until Linda made that video and you heard that shit on the goddamn internet, you was all ready to dismiss Linda and give this nigga Polight the benefit of the doubt and not Linda's baby. And you know Linda in real life. But you seem to have a record of knowing people that are being molested by a man and not saying anything, defending him and not caring. Do you have a record of this now, Sanetta? You do it once, it's a situation. You know, it happened. But now we have 2 instances. So now this is becoming a pattern with you. You apologize to Linda. Linda ought to spit in you in Nepal's face. Nigga. This is why our community is the way that it is. We always want to enable people that are the degenerate people in our community, and nobody wants to fucking hold anybody accountable. I am disgusted. So let me show you some shit that I'm disgusted at, and y'all should be disgusted as well. And everybody always wants to know what's the solution. So let me give you a solution before I forget this. Mechee, what's the solution to the problem? Because you know, whenever we point out a problem, y'all expect us to have the solution too. You know what I'm saying? We fucking super God, Superman, and some shit. So let me give y'all a solution. For everybody that is an enabler, the fucker stop. But for anybody who has had people do this to you and your family, I want you to show up at Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas dinner, right? Don't go at all. First of all, you can tell them I'm never coming to these events again because I'm not coming because y'all some assholes and y'all let fill in the blank. Such and such do this to me. Y'all all knew I'm not fucking dealing with none of y'all no more, right? Do that. That's a great choice. But the second thing is, if you decide you're still going to show up for dinner, I want y'all to all do yourselves a favor, not me a favor. Stop letting them do that. What goes on in this house, stay in the house. It's time we pull the skeletons out the closet. So nobody in our families anymore gets to live in peace if we don't have peace. You've been carrying this shit. You've been dealing with the pain that it has. It has affected your life in so many ways that motherfuckers will never know about. So it's time that you put the baggage back on them. So let me tell you how you give people back their baggage. The shit that they did to you that they need to actually carry. I want you to go to the dinner if you're going to go. And when they get ready to say their prayer, because they all hypocrites and these niggas go to church every Sunday and got on wonderful suits and they get the fake ass Holy Ghost and they play all that hypocritical shit, but then they turn around and do the shit that they do. So you wait until they get up to get ready to say that old bullshit ass prayer to their Jesus, okay? And then you interrupt them and you say, excuse me, before you pray to Jesus, I would like some people to repent of their sins in this house. So I just want to remind y'all that such and such over there used to molest me all the time. And matter of fact, he did it to you right there. You know he did it to you too, cuz. And he did it to him over there. And grandma, this your dirty ass son. And y'all let him do this to us. And we just want to talk about that because y'all have broken us and hurt us, and we're not going to continue to carry this. So we just want you to know he not shit, and none of y'all not shit. And if y'all don't address this, we're never dealing with none of y'all again. And then make you a plate and go the fuck home and never come back. And people might say, well, what good does that do? I'm going to tell you it does a whole lot because you walk around with that baggage on your back. No matter what it is somebody has given to you, you give them that shit back because that is not who you are. That is what happened to you. So what you do is you speak that shit out and then you leave. And you leave knowing that grandma has been called to the carpet in front of every fucking body. And that bitch got to go to bed tonight and she can't be in denial no motherfucking more. The motherfucker who did it gets to look dumb because everybody is finally saying it to his face. And another thing that I would like you to do is that if your state is one of these states where they remove the statute of limitations, and if you have been sexually assaulted, they're not putting a statute on it and you can still come after them, send them motherfuckers to jail. That's your solution. That is your solution. Because without consequence, nothing ever stops. People have to pay a consequence. Why do they get to go to bed at night and sleep in peace as though they've done nothing to anybody, while the people who did not do this have to carry the baggage and the pain and the hurt all their life? Let that shit go. Give it back to the motherfuckers who gave it to you. Let them carry that baggage. Stop hiding. Just simply tell the secret, baby. Tell the secret. It's not a secret anymore. That's your solution in that, right? I want to show y'all something. So Polight, his followers have all the excuses in the world. It is very disheartening to watch all the excuses that they have to make. But let's go to Polight's page really quick. I want to show y'all something. So Polight made this dumbass video. And some of y'all, I don't understand how y'all don't understand. They're like, how is he in jail and he's making videos? Okay, there is this thing on Instagram. And I'm an old lady to some of y'all. And I don't ever really do social media that much. And I know that you can schedule a post on Instagram, y'all. But better yet, how about one of his wives or somebody that's running his page posted this shit? But people is like, the charge has been dropped. Y'all didn't even watch the whole video. Like, I'm sick of you. I don't even know what to call you niggas. Stupid motherfuckers. I don't know what else to call you. So look at this video where he running his mouth. Let's line up his motherfucking storm. Let's look at him. Let's look at him. Now I want to point something out. You see how he talked to y'all, like, with all that, the woman, the daughter, the judge, the prosecutor, they all agreed that all the charges should be dropped. That's not how that happened, okay? It's called a plea deal. So he had charges up here, and in order to do a plea deal, what they do is so they don't have to go through trial, they offer you lesser charges. It does not mean that you didn't do the shit, because plea deals work both ways, nigga. You can't win a trial, and we don't really want to spend the money to go to trial. You know you're guilty as hell, so why don't you just take this deal? She don't gotta go on the stand. You serve your time. Everybody happy, okay? But you see how he talked to y'all like they dropped the charges because there weren't any charges, and then he wants to say the charges that he took were not the sexual ones. Sir, you're not doing 7 years in prison, 10 years probation, going through a rehabilitation program about messing with children when you get out, and you are ordered to stay away from children after you get released. You ain't get all of that, and you ain't do nothing. But you see how he talking to y'all? I want to show you something else. I want you to see something. You see the number? You see that number there? Y'all see that number? How many people like this bullshit? So no matter how much he talk crazy, there's almost 7,000 people that like this video. Those 7,000 people are the problem in our fucking community. He do think that they dumb, Nikki, but let me tell you something, Nikki. Now, he's right. A lot of these motherfuckers is dumb. They are. They don't question anything that he says. They just agree. I still have people today on my page. I posted from the Miami-Dade County Jail's website that he got booked and no longer has a bail as of the 6th. But they're still telling me that the charge has been dropped and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm a hater. I don't know. I rationalize these niggas eat bowls of crack or meth for breakfast. I don't know what their problem is, because if you only had a brain. There are people in these comment sections. I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all some of these comments. Let me read them to you. In this comment section, there's a woman that says, I believe that you're innocent of those sexual charges, but why did you allow her to get drunk or high? And if the mom says she was going to destroy your life, why would you continue to communicate with her? You're very smart. Did it not seem like a setup? So this is one of those women who gonna call the little girl fast. This is a woman saying this in comment section. Somebody else says, I'm so sorry you're going through that. It's a shame that there are no consequences when these young girls lie and mess up a man's life. I think this comment did it for me. It pissed me off. I stopped taking screenshots because I had seen enough. It's a shame when these girls be lying and messing up a man's life. Y'all do know that there is DNA evidence. There is semen. Let me say it like this. So Polight was trying to force this girl to have oral sex with him, right? To make her suck his penis, okay? There is cum on her shirt. You want me to say it to you like that? We should say the shit nice. No, I want you to see the ugliness of what the fuck this is. There is DNA evidence. But the girl lying and messing up his life. Everyone on here is so damn negative and wants to see a brother go down so damn bad, it's sad and crazy. The government. This is why I want to talk to you. We cannot talk about the white man foot. We can't talk about the government no more. No, not right now. Try me again in 6 months. I don't want to talk about the government or white man no more with the black community. No, fucking no. Because I watch so many of y'all try and put this shit off on the government. They set Polight up for what? What is he doing in the community? We need to set him up. This nigga is this nigga Malcolm X now. Y'all. I don't know if it's the genetically modified food in the grocery stores. I don't know what it is, but I cannot believe some of the shit that y'all be saying. It irritates me to my soul. And I know people be like, Mechee, just don't read the chat. Don't let them get you. People have pet peeves. And my pet peeve is stupid people. That shit irritates the fuck out of me. It really does. This man says the government knows what they're trying to do. They do this every time to our people that are on top and know they game. They can't stop you, brother Polight. Look what us good black men go through all the time. Fuck the system, fuck the government, and fuck some of our people. Only the real ones know the truth. Only the real ones know that you ain't do that shit. You innocent. They were just trying to silence you like Jamal Rashad. These are comments in this man's comment section. And in my comment section over the past couple of days, I keep getting the same comments. Somebody told me that I need to learn how to talk to people better that disagree with me, because I cuss people out for coming in my comment section, not disagreeing with me, but straight up telling me I don't know what I'm talking about and refuting the evidence. So I told their asses they was dumb. And then I got told that I don't know how to talk to people that disagree. That's not a disagreement. That's you being dumb, because what I just said, the receipt is right in front of your face. But you know how many men and women came in my comment section and told me that shit? So I should talk nice to people who agree with these pedophiles, right? With these sexual assaulters. I should talk to people who agree with them better. This is the response from the Black community. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of people are upset, but there are far too many people who are okay with this and caping for this man and saying that this shit is okay than I will ever be able to understand. And you know what they kept saying to me? Y'all don't come after the white man like you coming after these black men. How many here think that we should be going after the white men? They want us to go after Harvey Weinstein. Why is it that every time we come at the Black community about something we're doing, you just remind us about the white people? Like, you do know that if we went after the white folks that were doing these things, we would be saving their children and their community from this shit, when the reason why we're focused on our own is because it's not white people. I don't know, for everybody that was in the chat and we were talking about family members, this is the Black community over here. Was that person a white person that did this shit to you? Was this shit a white person? No, it wasn't a white person. It was a nigga. It was a nigga, sir. Ma'am. It was a nigga. Sorry to tell you, but it was. So why should we focus on them and not focus on our people? I don't understand that mentality. Well, go after them. Going after them would just help their community. Is that what we're here trying to do? We're trying to better our community, right? But the word is accountability. But people don't want to take no fucking accountability for what they do. And the people I'm asking to take accountability is not the perverts, not the predators, because they're never going to take accountability. That's what they choose to do. I'm talking to the motherfucking enablers. That's who I'm talking to in the community. You know, the one that's not touching the kids, but you just make it able for the person to keep touching the kids. You're just as fucking accountable as them. You're just as sick as them. Something is fucking wrong with you when you know somebody's in the other room doing something to somebody you love and you turn the other eye. You might not have been the one touching them, but you just as fucking sick as them. You the goddamn problem. Y'all niggas need to go to jail too. Y'all need to go to fucking jail too. And see, we don't want to tell our dirty stories and all of that stuff in here because it's hard to tell and people go through a whole lot of goddamn pain. But I want to show y'all something from all different perspectives. This is just receipt moment to make you guys think. I want to show y'all something. I want to read something to y'all. Okay, so O'Shea Duke Jackson did a video about Krishan Rock's nephew. So how many of y'all know that video? So if you don't know, quick rundown. It was a bunch of stuff went on. Krishan Rock's nephew came out and was like that, you know, his other auntie should shut the hell up because she molested him when she was little. He said he was molested. Now, the other children, that he was being molested by other children. Like, he might have been 8 and they was like, I don't know, 10, 11, somewhere around there. But he said that he was molested by all of, and I'm using the word molest to be nice, but sexual activities took place with several of his aunties and some of his uncles, right? And that they did things to him, and that the aunties would come in there and they would tell him, if you do our chores, we'll have sex with you. But it's not like he necessarily asked for that. He would just clean up their chores for them because they asked, and they would come in. He said, remember one auntie came in after he was done, the other one said, you want to fuck me next? Because I don't want to do my chores either. Like, it was a reward. And he talked about how that shit was really fucked up for him. Then Krishan's sister, his mother, came out and said, yeah. And she talked about, don't quote me on this, I don't want to say this wrong for their sake, but another family member, I want to say it was like somebody's stepdaddy or whatever, that he would play this game and sit on their lap and he touched all of them. So see, what I want you to understand is that this was a cycle in the family. This is a lot of our stories, if we want to be honest. Because the babies that was doing what they was doing to Krishan Rock's nephew, they learned that from somebody else. And then it's just this cycle that goes on and on and on and on. So O'Shea Duke Jackson spoke on the video, right? He did a video about it. And in his comment section, I want to read to y'all just some of the comments from the men, okay? And it says, I have worked as a medical case manager for over 40 years. I have heard from countless male clients that they were sexually abused by their mothers, older sisters, aunts, grandmothers, and female cousins. They were either told they were lying, it was their fault, or they enjoyed it. They were never offered therapy, so they can heal from the trauma they experienced, right? So this is one. Another man says in O'Shea Duke Jackson's chat, a situation like this happened to me once by a trusted family member. She told me she wanted to try something before she did it to her boyfriend. I brought it up once to confront her in front of someone else, and they both laughed it off. I felt like this has affected me because I have become overly sexualized, especially with receiving oral sex. I also have a problem trusting people, and I struggle with telling people how I feel, my thoughts about my experiences, because I feel like people will not believe me. I don't know if y'all bother, but I am, so you have to give me a moment. These are the comments from the men in O'Shea Duke Jackson's comment section. So I want you to know it's just not the girls. But when we look at our community, if you want to know why a vast majority of our men are fucked up and over-sexualized, or our girls are over-fucking sexualized, it's because of this. Now, none of these men probably would have never said anything because who you tell it to? But since O'Shea did the video, they're like, hey, let me say my piece. This man says that he struggles with telling the truth, and then he'll be in a relationship with a woman and she wonders why you don't open up to me, why you won't talk to me, why you out here just overly sexualized being a hoe, why am I not enough? And it all comes back to this. Because he was a man, he was supposed to enjoy it. He wasn't a man, he was a boy. I work in the mental health field and I see men who have experienced this trauma and now they are over-sexualized or struggle with trust issues and not being believed. This happened to me too. I tell women about it and they always laugh uncontrollably. I'm not scarred by it, but at the same time, there's no compassion. Oh, he's scarred by it. But he tells women and they laugh. Why? This is not white supremacy, y'all. This is not white people. This is our community. This is us. This is us. So since we're doing it, it's up to us to fix it. Nobody's coming to fix this. It's our fault. It's our problem. It's our issue. And I don't even want to hear that this shit came from the fucking plantation. I don't. You can only use that excuse for so long. 3 of my homies was at least 16 years old or younger in a sexual relationship with grown women. We was all in their house smoking weed and drinking, having sex all day in their house. That's crazy. Grown-ass women with these little-ass boys. Yeah, it happens to young black men for sure. It happened to me when I was around 12 to 13 from 2 female cousins. And I've never said a word about it. And I am 54 years old. Happens a lot more than we think. First time I was 5 or 6 and it was a 16-year-old girl who was over our babysitter. And the next time I was 9 and it was an aunt in her 30s. Crazy thing was I didn't see her from 12 to 25, and by then I had gotten tall and become a bodybuilder type. As soon as I walked in, her pedophile ass was lusting after me and it was obvious. She kept saying, look at my big strong nephew, in a lustful tone like a young woman would say to a young man if she liked him. I was embarrassed for her kids who was also young adults and were standing right there. It was disgusting. This happened to me when I was 11. Yeah, the person. Only time I told an ex I was sexually assaulted by a woman as part of my extended family, she laughed and said, what's wrong? You didn't like it. His childhood sounds very similar to mine. So sad. So many women are child molesters. And it's a few in my family. So those are what the men had to say in O'Shea Duke Jackson's comment section. Okay? I want to show y'all something else. Again, if y'all gotta go, but we gonna sit our way through this for a moment. So I did a post and I told my story in my community section a while ago. One of my stories, right? And I won't read mine because it's in my community section. Many people did, but I want to tell you what broke my heart in my comment section, right? These are going to be really hard for me to read. I may just paraphrase them and tell you because these ones were very detailed. One of the women in my comment section said that when she was 11 or 12 years old, that the boys in the neighborhood and her cousins would have sex with her. She's 11. She said that one time there was a grown man and a teenager trying to force her to have sex with them on the side of the building, and she was fighting them. And so they were upset that she would not have sex with them, so they stuffed leaves and dirt between her legs. They urinated in her mouth and put a bucket on her head and then beat the bucket with a stick. Another woman said that she was 78 years old and that she had never told anybody, and there was no point in getting healing because her life would soon be over, but that it felt good to say it somewhere for the first time in her life. So at 78 is the first time she said anything. I was raped at 12 too. I suppressed it for years. At 32 years of age, I looked up the guy and saw he was in prison for being a serial rapist. And I'm sure there were so many people that knew but didn't fucking say nothing. There's another woman on here and she says, I'm going to paraphrase. Her and all 5 of her sisters know exactly what their father penises look like. He had sex with all of them. And their mother knew and didn't stop it. There's another lady who said that for several years she went to church and that she tried to tell her family members, but they didn't want to hear it because they didn't want to hear anything bad about the pastor. But the pastor and his son raped her from the time she was 12 to 14 years old. Now, the men are not as quick to talk about their situations. There weren't as many in O'Shea's comment section, but they were there. Now, in my comment section, the women are speaking about it, and there are tons of women in here telling their stories. So, my question is, when the fuck are we going to stop enabling these people in our community to do what they're doing? I'm going to challenge you all today because for the people that are in this chat and people that are going to watch this video, y'all know somebody that is dealing with this, or you are somebody that has dealt with this. And I need y'all to deal with it accordingly. First of all, for the people who have been through this, I need y'all to get some healing. Y'all should check out Sister Megan McGlover. She is amazing. She is really amazing. For those of us that had the free healing session with her, we will be having another one, but it's only one, right? But go get you some healing because you deserve it, right? But for those of you that are in that situation or you have never said something, I want you to give those folks their baggage back. But there's some of you right now that y'all need to check yourselves because you know something going on and you're fucking enabling people, and I need y'all niggas to stop it. Our community is full of sexual fucking deviants. And then we have the music and we have the other shit, and it plays into a much bigger picture of who the fuck we are. And we want to blame everything out on stuff that's always outside of us when it's not what's always outside of us. So if all of these boys are being molested and they're being raped, boys too, and girls, and our numbers are high and ridiculous at this type of a rate. And then we're constantly watching sexual music be pumped into our ears and to our children about how men just ought to be out here looking for women to lay their seed in and lay their pipe in and have sex with them. Using men and showing y'all to be sexual objects who, as long as you can put your penis inside of somebody, that's all you should be doing as a man. And women who should do nothing but sell themselves and put themselves out there as a piece of sex. And then on top of the trauma we're dealing with in our homes where people are being molested, all of this over-sexual shit that is coming at them, you will find that a lot of times it turns our children and our young people into overly sexualized adults. I know it's a lot of girls out there who get pregnant by men they ain't known long, and then they use abortion like it's birth control. I promise you it's some stories behind that. Like, we have our issues, and on the surface we don't understand that there's a big issue underneath it, and a lot of that times it's the sexual assaults. The crackheads in your neighborhood, a lot of them are that way because of sexual assaults. That is a lot of people's story. And if we would begin to deal with that, maybe our people wouldn't be in the position they're in. We got to start starting with the roots. And I'm fucking sick of looking outside of our community because ain't nobody coming to save us but us. And so Polight is in jail. But the black community has to hold this L with Polight. Y'all let these girls get assaulted. Y'all let them. Because you knew enough about Polight, you could have stopped this shit a long time ago. Now, could you have physically stopped him from talking to this woman? No, but niggas could have gave him the title that he deserved. You could have stopped giving him a platform and letting him speak. You could have told Linda, you better watch out for that one, sister. You could have told Linda. You could have checked him about the other black girl that he did this to and told him this wasn't acceptable, bruh. She's only 17. She used to be your stepdaughter. You not finna step out with her like this. But y'all niggas too scared to rock Polight jaw. This shit is sad. The black community allowed this to happen to these girls. And they're still out here making excuses for this man. Sad part is Polight gonna get out of jail. He gonna do about 3 years. And he gonna come out with his fancy shit in it to be some of you niggas who will still follow Polight. It's some woman right now who's finna write Polight the whole time he in there. Asking to be his next wife, and if he let it, the bitch gonna come to the prison and get married while he in jail. Something fucking wrong with y'all. I don't want nobody to be running around here talking about Polight. Like, oh, see, we was right. Because y'all let this shit happen. And nobody wants to check the folks that are doing wrong. Like I said, Sanetta might be mad at me, but a lot of y'all knew this about the man, and if it's anybody else that knew and said this and y'all still fucked with him, you held accountable too. Now, this is just me. I ain't never fucked with Polight. But I'll never watch Sanetta. I will never, ever have any respect or regard for Sanetta in any kind of a way because of the part that he has played and taking no accountability for his fuck shit. He doesn't get a pass from me. None of y'all get passes, and for everybody that's in my comment section, I'm watching who you are, and we're just going to make it a point that if anybody knows these people in life, you should keep them the fuck away from your kids. Y'all making excuses for this man. You know, I had somebody tell me in my comment section before I went live not too long ago, they said that there was just a case online about a man who just served 30-something years for a rape he didn't do. And all I'm saying is, how do we know if it's the truth? Because these things happen. What? Let me explain something to y'all. Statistically, since we like to talk like we so smart, you know, niggas got these channels and they want to bring up all the statistics. All those statistics can be very flawed if you don't understand goddamn statistics. Well, let's talk about the statistics. For people who tell folks that sexual assault has happened to them, let me tell you something. Statistically, those people are telling the truth more than you ever catch people telling a lie. Are there people that tell lies? Absolutely. But the thing about the truth is that usually in these stories, if you look, the truth is right in front of your face. There's evidence, there are other victims, there are patterns, there are things that line up. For the people that are lying, things don't line up. We won't say that people do that, but y'all sound crazy for the number of people that actually lie to dismiss all the people that are telling the fucking truth. As a person who was sexually assaulted in my life, several times, okay? I want you to know that the reason we don't tell is because of people like y'all. Like the man said in O'Shea Duke Jackson's comment section. We don't tell because y'all not gonna fucking believe us. So if we tell, will it get worse for us? Because now you're not going to protect us. So if we just be quiet, maybe it won't get worse. If we tell and you don't do nothing, it's just going to get worse. And let me tell you another reason why we don't tell. We don't tell because depending on the person that did it to us, we feel great shame. And oftentimes it is cruel to put on a child's back the fact that they have to tell on somebody that was such a profound part of your family because we feel like we're tearing the family apart. Now, they're the ones doing wrong, absolutely. But we gotta tell. And to tell, we feel we are ashamed of what is happening to us. We're ashamed. Like we're doing something wrong. But then we don't want to go to you as a child and say, this is happening to me because, I'm gonna give you an example. A real example of you will mind me to be transparent. My mother has 9 children, okay? Those 9 children do not all come from the same father. My mother was married several times. And my last 2 brother and sister, my baby brother and my baby sister, their father, I was 19 years old at the time, actually, and he did not rape me, but I was 19. I wasn't a little kid, right? But I was 19 years old, and my mother lived at his house, and he was taking care of all of them, and he was looking out for her. They were a family. These are my siblings' father, okay? So I go over to his house with him. He's moving some stuff from the old house he owns over to the thing, and he gives me a ride to college. So as I'm coming back, he's picking me up for me to go back to the house where my mom is, and we stop at his crib, and we're getting some things out of the closet, and he asked me if I could reach up and get some out the closet. So I reach up to go and get whatever's at the top of the closet, and I'm short, so I'm up on my tippy toes. He takes his hand, puts it right between my legs, and he rubs my vagina between my legs. And now I'm 19 years old, and I immediately and I know y'all know Mechee is rah-rah, and I've always been rah-rah. But this is what I want to explain to y'all. When people put us in certain positions, especially when you're a child, you don't really know how to react. I was not expecting that. So even at 19 years old, I didn't know what to say or to do. Now I wouldn't have let him proceed. I would have fought back, but he didn't do anything else. I feel like he was trying to do a pass on me to see if I would respond. Because I'm older now. I'm not a kid, okay? But I think he wanted to see if I would respond. But this man had his hands all up in between my legs. I just got quiet. And I kind of stood back and my body language said, and I just said, I'm going to go to the car and I'll wait for you in the car. And I went to the car and I have to drive back with him to where we're going. And I'm just quiet the whole time and it's awkward. And I'm 19, y'all. Now, mind you, imagine if you're a child and somebody has done this to you and touched you, but what if they full on raped you? Or made you have oral sex on them, or they've done this to you? That's even more devious, right? But for him to do what he did and touch me in the way that he did, I felt so violated. But you know what I wrestled with the most? How do I tell my mother this? Because I'm going to tell my mom. And if she's a mom like she should be, my mom is going to leave this man. My mom is going to cuss him out. My mom going to be done. It's going to cause pain to my brothers and my sisters because this is their fucking dad. If my mom cusses him out and he tells her to leave, where is she going to go? But if I don't tell my mom, how do you not fucking tell her he's doing? I'm your daughter and he did this to me. I need to tell my mother. That shit was the fucking hardest thing for me to do. And I was 19. I was 19. And I did not want to tell my mother because I felt, this is the crazy thing, right? What he did was destroying his family. But I felt like because I had to be the one to tell, I was destroying the family. Me telling was going to destroy everything. It was going to hurt my brothers and sisters. It was going to hurt my mom. So now you have me in a position where it's all on you, girl. You going to tear down the family or you going to be quiet? That's why a lot of people do what they do, right? They don't say nothing because they don't want to tear down the family. So I have a great disdain for the Sanettas. Like I said, brother, you just got to make me understand, Sa. I don't understand how you didn't protect your family member. How you still continue to give him a platform. I had to tell my mama, and that was the hardest thing in the world. Being a child. I remember being a child and I didn't tell. When I was 12, the first time I got sexually assaulted, my brother, my oldest brother, was married. Okay? Now, the woman he was married to, it was her father. Now, her younger sister was like my best friend. So I would hang out with my best friend a lot and be at the dad's house. I was 12 years old, you guys. He's a massage therapist. And my brother Sean had been chasing me around. I was running from him and I stubbed my toe into the wall. And he was like, and it was jammed and it hurt. He was like, well, I can fix it. So I'm laying down and he's massaging my foot and I fall asleep. I wake up and this man is giving me oral sex. When he realizes I'm awake, he tells me to get up and come in his room. I don't. I get up, go in the bathroom and close the door, and I'm in that motherfucker for hours. Like, damn, how do I come back out with this bitch? I want to go home. What do I do? If I tell, this is my brother's wife. This is my sister-in-law's father. This is my friend, Nicole, my best friend, Daddy. And I didn't tell y'all. I didn't know how to tell. And I stayed from over there. And every time he would call, like, my brother's house, and I would answer the phone if I was over there and he knew it was me, he'd be like, hey, lover. I hate it when he said that to me. I would just pass the phone. If a man today calls me his lover, it bothers me. But I didn't say nothing. And about a year later, he did the same thing to his own daughter, my best friend, Nicole. And she was upset. And she told. And when I found out what had happened to her, I then felt guilt. Like I let it happen to her. Because if I told, maybe he wouldn't have done it to her. I'm 12. There's no way in the fucking world I'm supposed to carry that much pressure on my chest. It's not my job at 12 to worry about whether or not should I tell, shouldn't I tell. I'm gonna tear up the goddamn family. What the fuck is supposed to happen? That's not my job. I'm 12. And I'm saying this and I'm being very transparent with y'all because I want you to understand why the fuck we don't tell. I told before and wasn't believed. When I was 7. That's why I did not tell. When it happened at 12. Because I didn't think nobody was going to believe me, y'all. And then I thought Nicole was going to hate me because she was going to think I was lying on her dad. And I thought that my brother and his wife would be mad at me because I was lying on their dad. Because I didn't think they would believe me. So I want y'all to know this is why the fuck we don't tell. So, like, make it an environment where your children and the people around you that you are responsible for, make them understand and feel like they can come to you and tell you anything. Reassure them in those things. Have those conversations with them. Because I don't know if we do that anymore. But back in the day, we had these little after-school specials and they talk about, oh, talk to your kids and tell them they can tell you anything or tell them if anybody touched them. Do we talk to our kids about those things anymore? Because I'm telling you why we don't tell. Somebody said she actually blamed me. And that's why we don't. So I just need y'all to understand that in our community, when all of this fuck shit is happening and going on that we do to each other, and all of these things that we see happening, I want you to understand that even if you're mad at Polight, you niggas don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. Because you play just as much a part in it as Polight plays in it when y'all make children and people feel like they can't fucking tell. Y'all crucify them. You say they're lying. You run them through the goddamn ringer and then they feel like, what's the point in telling? So I want y'all to know that you are more accountable than you fucking know that you are. Your actions keep the kids from telling. Your actions keep these babies from coming forward and saying, this is what's happening to me. So you're just as bad as Polight. You're just as bad as Polight. Your inability to believe these babies, your inability to let them speak and make them feel comfortable, not make excuses and not blame them, is the reason why they stay in the shit, or as soon as somebody touches them, they won't tell. You're the reason that it happens to them for years before they ever fucking say anything. And I will tell you this. I don't mind being transparent with my story. I've told it plenty because I've dealt with it plenty in my life. But I will also tell you, just like I sit here and talk to you today, and these tears still fall from my eyes, this is the type of fucking hurt that never goes away. It doesn't. We can learn to live with it. We can learn to let certain things go. But once you violate someone like that, those things live with us always. No, we never get to a point where we're completely healed and something might not trigger us. We're never completely to a point where these things are not going to bother us when we hear what the fuck is going on. Those things will always live with us. Always. Now, you can learn how to deal with your triggers. You can learn how to be better. You can learn how to not allow these things to consume your life because they don't consume mine. To be honest, I don't think about these things until I'm sharing my story with everyone else. I've gone through my counseling. I suggest the rest of you do the same thing. because you need it and it really will help you. But this shit never goes away. I want y'all to know that before you talk to me about crack, before you talk about drugs, before you talk to me about the economy, before you talk about the wealth gap, before you talk about any of that shit to me, I want you to know that in our households, we have a whole lot to get together, Black people. We are destroying our babies before they ever get the ability to be an adult and be something great in this life. You are stealing their innocence. You are stealing their joy. You are stealing the greatness that is inside of them. And instead of being the thing they should be, they turn into drug addicts and every goddamn thing else. So let's start within your house. Fuck those skeletons in your goddamn closet. Y'all need to start making people face the shit that they have done to people. Stop enabling these motherfuckers in the household. And I also want y'all to remember this. It's not just the men. It's you fucking women too. Not only do y'all tell girls they fast and you will make excuses for these men, y'all be molesting these kids too, boys and girls. So we're not just going to look out for the men. You look out for these fucking nasty ass women too. Because y'all do the same goddamn thing. You do. And let me say something to you sisters from reading them comments from the men. Y'all want to talk about why men are not emotionally sound, why they're not willing to open up to you, why they don't communicate with you. Well, in that comment section, you saw a whole lot of men that express why they don't. I don't understand why the fuck a man would tell you that he was assaulted when he was a child and you would fucking laugh like it is funny. So just like men got to take accountability that women sometimes are in a fucked up state in our community, and sometimes it's because of the men. Sometimes the men are fucked up and it's because of the fucking women. You tell men to open up and then you fucking laugh at them when they do open up. All of these things start triggers and it just affects somebody their whole life. Then you wonder why this man don't ever trust nobody. It ain't because he got cheated on a lot. It's because he was molested when he was a child. And bitch, he tried to tell you and you fucking laughed at him. As Black people, we're not overly sexualizing these deviants. Stop taking this fucking thing and wearing it like this is who we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be like this. And if you motherfuckers want to tell me that we got it from the plantation and the white man, well, I thought we hated the white man. So can you fucking give him his shit back then and stop accepting it? Can you do that? Since you're sick of the white man and his bullshit, you take everything the white man give your ass. So if this belongs to the white man, y'all keep saying that shit, give it back to him. If you got it from the plantation, nigga, give it back to him. You ain't out here picking cotton no more, so stop fucking molesting kids in your family. If you want to talk to me about how this shit started on the plantation, leave it the fuck on the plantation like you left the cotton picking on that bitch. Stop talking about anybody else till y'all talk to me about the Black community. We're doing this shit to each other. We're giving all our money away to bullshit, but claim we don't have nothing built. That's our fault. That's our fucking fault and nobody else's. So, I know that I'm going to get off this live, and most people aren't going to continue to have this conversation. It'll be the end of it, and I think it's a sad fucking thing. It really is. Because in this sector, in YouTube, people watched a man be a sexual assaulter. He told you this what he was. He showed you in all of his actions. He did all of these things, and y'all continue to platform him. People continue to watch him talk. Y'all continue to big up him up. He has, 300,000 subscribers on his platform, and y'all showed this man love, even though he showed you exactly who the fuck he was a long time ago, but y'all still continue to rock with this man. Y'all got to take accountability for this as well. If you watched that video of Polight, but then you still liked anything of his, you knew he did this, you watched him, you tuned into any of Sanetta's or anybody else's fucking channel, and you didn't say, huh, that's that nigga, I'm turning him off, I don't watch him, I don't support him, I'm about to unfollow him now. I find it amazing. There are a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm finna unfollow this nigga. You know how many of y'all seen do that? Y'all in the I'm about to unfollow him. Oh, I got to unfollow him. I hear people telling folks, if you follow him, don't follow me. I need all you niggas to unsubscribe and all of this. And that sound good. But why y'all ain't say that shit when all this other stuff came out about Polight a couple years back? How come when Polight looked at that boy, a Dr. York's son, and said, well, why the kids didn't tell nobody? And if he did molest all these children, I would still hail him as my mentor. How come y'all niggas didn't get offended then and tell people to unsubscribe from your channel if they follow Sanetta? Why didn't y'all unfollow, not Sanetta, Polight? Why didn't y'all unfollow Sanetta, Polight then? Why y'all want to get mad at Sanetta now and y'all niggas is like, oh, Sanetta, you an enabler. But y'all didn't check Sanetta back then and tell Sanetta, we're going to unsubscribe from you if you continue to have this nigga Polight on your platform. Don't bring him on here no more. Did you hear that sick shit that he said? Y'all niggas run back all these clips. Everybody want to debate on Sanetta's. Everybody bringing up clips. Y'all missed that clip? I just don't understand how y'all had a long time to act like y'all acting now, and it took for him to tell lies. It took DNA evidence, and even then that wasn't enough because y'all niggas was talking shit until he actually took his plea deal the other day. Y'all was talking shit even before the plea deal, even with the DNA. I'm confused as to why y'all want to say you're putting your foot down now. I'm not following him no more. Nigga, he in jail. He in jail. So who gives a fuck if you're not following him? It ain't like he's gonna be posting. You want to unfollow him now? Why you ain't unfollow him before? Why y'all ain't checked Sanetta before? Y'all just let that shit slide. So y'all sound fake to me. I just want to say that to all of the people who are saying this now. If you didn't know, fine. But for you motherfuckers that knew, now you're like, oh, I can't follow him anymore. It took this. Like, not all the other shit that happened. Because y'all had like 12 other chances to be offended and unfollow Polight and check Sanetta for his bullshit. And none of y'all did. But now y'all all want to talk about Sanetta. Now y'all all want to unfollow Polight. Now you want everybody that follow you that like Polight to unfollow you. Y'all should have been did that shit. The black community is never going to get anywhere until you fucking look at yourself. This is my new motto, and I'm going to say it again before I get out of here tonight. You're not allowed to talk to me about white people anymore. Not no more. We're going to talk about us from now on all the time until shit changes. I don't want to talk about white people anymore. Somebody brought up R. Kelly. Absolutely. R. Kelly is a perfect example of how y'all let motherfuckers get away with shit in the community. And then y'all got mad because I call people degenerates. This nigga can't. R. Kelly can't even read. He's the degenerate of degenerates. Y'all let R. Kelly get away with it. And then y'all sent him to jail and I watch all of y'all. This the white man. No, nigga, he was peeing on girls. Would you stop? Y'all let R. Kelly do it too. And I think it's time y'all quit talking about everybody else until we talk about the black community. You know, we make jokes about the white community. Oh, you know them cousins be marrying their cousins. Y'all be molesting y'all cousins and y'all cousins. Y'all be incesting like a motherfucker too. Let's talk about that. Okay? Yeah. Don't talk to me about white people no more. At all. With that said, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. I see my brother Q in here. Shout out to Q. Q, are you still here? Are you having a panel tonight? I don't know, but if you do it, I'll share it in the community section. I'll be on Q's panel. We'll be over there wild and it'll be late at night, y'all. People be getting cussed out. We be having a lot of fun though, y'all. Look, I don't think he's still in here. I'm getting out of here, y'all. I will be back in I guess in a couple of days. I won't be long, but I will be coming in and out to give you guys updates on what's going on with Ozone. Please do not forget about Ozone. You can go to othal.org, you guys. I'm sure Gail has probably put it in there plenty of times. Oh, wait a minute. See, all of y'all jumped out of here fast. I got something I want to say. And somebody who just came in here reminded me of what I wanted to say. Brother Polight comes from a family of pedophile people that mess with children and get with mothers so that they can mess with their daughters. So I just want to tell you guys this. See, while we watch this stuff on the streets, there are people like Saneter that are closer to folks and would know this stuff. But I want you to know, too, why people keep saying something to me. It is very personal to me in other ways that you guys might not know. But I know a woman, and I love you, sis. And I'm not going to call who you out, of course. But I love you to death. And they was trying to get in on you in my comment section the other day. I blocked all them motherfuckers, sis, because they're not going to be talking to you like this. Polight, actually, yeah, you should put together a panel, Q, and go do it now so you can give me the link so I can drop it for the people. So Polight had one of my friends come out and visit him, saying, you know, she used some stuff he did and she was a great example. He wanted to fly her out. So she gets out there and she's introduced to his uncle. And his uncle starts dating my friend. And in the midst of dating her, he's very controlling and a lot of other things that we won't go into. But long story short, he ends up raping her daughter. And this was not that long ago. A couple years ago. This man is still harassing her. And that baby girl's getting her life back together and she's doing a great job and we're so proud of her. But it really tore her up for a long time. She couldn't be around her family and her mom. She felt kind of, you know, a certain way about it herself. And so she's had to deal with that. And it's been a hard thing. And it tore my friend up and she is better now. But it was really hard for her when that happened. And so I want y'all to know that in Polight's family, like they all know that they're like this because his uncle is the same damn way. Polight's uncle is out here. He probably learned it from his uncle. He's out here searching for single mothers who have daughters because they want to get with their daughters. His uncle is the same fucking way. You know who I'm talking about. Now, of course, I won't put my sister on front here, but nigga, this was Polight's uncle. And he's not in jail. No, he's still out here wreaking havoc. So if you meet Polight's family, any of his uncles, any of his cousins, you stay away from these niggas because they all do the same thing in Polight's family. They look for women with children so that they can get with them and then later rape and molest their children. This is something Polight family does, okay? So from me to you, I'm telling you with my ears on the street, my brother Q just told you. He knows who I'm talking about. He knows too. So again, this is not a surprise. I'm sure in Polight's family and people who know Polight, y'all know this about them, nigga. Because they all do it. Let me go before I get started again, y'all. I want to say to all of the sisters and brothers, I don't want to forget the brothers either. I just want to say that I'm sorry that you have been through any of the bullshit you have been through in that manner. I do want to tell you this, though, that you are not the thing that happened to you. That is something that happened to you. It does not define who you are. Don't wear it like a shirt. Don't put it on your back like a bag. Stop carrying it in the sense that you let it destroy your life. If you need to get some counseling, please go talk to somebody. Megan is a great person to talk to. I really love talking to Megan. If y'all came in that counseling session that we had for everybody, it was really dope. Megan is an amazing person and she can really help you through them things, but not if her. Somebody else, you guys, right? Go talk to somebody about it. Do this for yourself. I know this shit seems like corny as hell, but it's not. It's not, you know, it's not corny. It will really help you feel much better. And you have to, at this point in your life, what people have done to you, I need you to pick yourself up, empower yourself in the way that you don't allow it to then consume your life. So you can't take back what has happened, but what you damn sure can do is that you can move forward and making sure that your life is the way it needs to be and that you get the help that you need to have so that you are not suffering. And I would tell you one of those things is if those people are still alive and around, you should definitely tell them what they did to you. It is very therapeutic. Write them a letter if you can't say it to their face, but you tell them every piece of shit that they are. You let everybody in their family know. If you got to write everybody a letter, if you got to put them all in a group text and just text them and say, this is what the fuck happened, fuck y'all. Get it off your chest, I promise you. And when you do, give it to the motherfuckers that did it to you, okay? But don't let this shit affect your life to where it's something that happened to you tear your whole life down. Don't let those people have that victory over you. Get up. It's not who you are. It's something that happened to you. That is not your worth. It does not define who you are. And even in any way that you may have carried on your life being fucked up because of it, if you realize that's why it is, you can take charge of that right now, today. Don't allow the motherfuckers that took what they took from you, don't allow them to take anything else from you. Because you can do something about that, right? And then other besides that, like if you want me to beat somebody up, you can call me because I'll run these niggas over with my car. I'm so serious. I can't stand y'all. I'm so sick of y'all in this bullshit. So I just want to say that I love y'all and to the brothers too. I know that we talk a lot about the women and we don't always talk about the men, but I know y'all go through stuff too. And I know that you're not going to be as open and put it in the chat or talk about that. But I want you to know that we love y'all too. And I'm sorry that these things have happened to you. And I do understand that it over-sexualizes y'all. And I do understand that it makes it hard for y'all to trust and people act like it's not a big deal or they laugh at you. So then you hold shit in and you've been told all your life to hold shit in, or you a punk, or you a pussy, or you this, or you that. I want you to know that we understand that. And I apologize for all the women that have laughed at you. I want you to know this. They wasn't the one. They laughed at you. I hope you're not still with any of those bitches, okay? Should have told you they're not the one. So I just want to send y'all some love and some light in that. Y'all not alone. You're not the only one that this has happened to. A lot of us have dealt with this, and that's the sad part about it. But just know that you're not alone. Know that you're not. And I would tell you in everything that I've been through, y'all look at me like, Mechee's so strong, and Mechee this and Mechee that. Mechee cry. Mechee has been hurt. Mechee deals with a lot in her life. But one thing I will tell you is that I just refuse to lay down and die. I refuse to give anybody all of what I have. I refuse for anything in my life to be end all to be all about me. I just refuse to let anything happen. I've been fighting life for so long. I'm not going to lay down and be done until I'm dead. And even then, I'm probably going to fight death. You know, it's going to be a good fight. And then I'm going to just give up the ghost. It's going to be time to go. But even then, I'm not going to do that easy. So that's just been the only thing. I refuse. If I lay down, and sometimes I get knocked down. Life knocked me down. Do not think that it don't. But I would think the only thing that y'all seeing me, if you be like, Mechee's so strong, that's just the inability to say, even if I lay down, I'm not going to stay down, okay? So I would just say, just make that determination. Just, it's okay if you lay down for a moment. You get tired, I get tired too. But get the fuck back up. That's all you got to do. I'm not strong all the time. Sometimes I am weak. Sometimes I don't know what to do. Sometimes shit is hard. Sometimes it stresses me the fuck out, you know? But I only sit around for so long talking about how sad it makes me because that doesn't fix anything. I'm more focused on how the fuck do I get away from this sadness and make shit better.
So that was the edit for today. I agree with a lot of what she said, but the part about Polight's uncle being a predator, it's not that I don't believe that. It's where's the information? You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. That was startling to me because there's a possibility that he's molesting other people. So, but you guys weigh in.
Everything she said was right and exact.
Right, I agree.
As far as, you know, Sanetta's accountability in it, you know, that's what he's trying to avoid, evade, escape the fact that he's responsible for putting that guy on the pedestal. Unpolite. That's his new name. Nigga Unpolite, because he's not a brother and there's nothing polite about him. So, you know, nigga Unpolite, all this brother polite stuff, you just gotta start calling him for what he is. But you brought him to the front, Sanetta. Don't try to look for the whole community. And you know, let me take a step back. You can't put the whole black community at fault for this, because a lot of the black community
don't follow Sanetta. You know, there's a lot of new people out here on this internet, you know, that's unbeknownst to what's really going on right now, you know. So and yes, they make up the black community because they black and they're looking for knowledge, you know, but they didn't know how trifling these guys were. You know, sometimes you got to have firsthand knowledge. Sometimes you got to be right there to see it. These people over the internet, they're on the internet, they're following this stuff. But for guys like myself, guys like Dr. Inky, we saw it firsthand. So we know exactly how grimy these niggas are, you know. So the black community, I'm not blaming the black community for it. In fact, I think the black community needs to stand up and hold Sanetta accountable. All of these guys on these YouTube platforms, if you can't stand up and say Polight is guilty, Sanetta, you guilty for bringing him to this community.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Ben. That might be what's needed right there. What we might need is for the people to decide on whether Sanetta is guilty. That might be what in the chat. Do y'all think we need to come to some now that Polight has been judged?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all think that there needs to be a consensus? Does there need to be a judgment passed on Sanetta? What do y'all think about that idea?
Let us know. What you talking about, like a tribunal, a trial?
Exactly. That's exactly what needs to take place within the black community, especially how Mechee is yeah, she's upset. And
Right.
I don't know how
She's
long.
right.
Yeah, she's right. She's right. But I don't know how long she's been following the conscious community, you know. You know, the conscious community predates Sanetta and 125th Street. You know, so I'm not going to blame the actual conscious community. It's a lot of newbies here that don't know what's taking place. But now that they know, and y'all know what Sanetta has been doing for the past 20 years, 20 plus years, and look what it's led us to. Your phenom turned out to be a devil, a straight up and down devil. And now you want to get out there and thank everybody for trying to protect you, and you're all in the wrong.
No, let me tell you, that to me looked like some reverse slickness. It looked like he was just trying to implicate some other people to, you know, to go down with him, because that's really all that is right there. And I think Armchair Philosopher is hit the nail right on the head. Armchair Philosopher said, if Sanetta could put the Hebrews on trial, then we could put Sanetta on trial.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Sanetta needs to go on trial. You know, who brought Donnie to the family? Who brought Michael NOAK to the family? You know, hold him accountable.
What's up, Cult Education?
Hello, greetings. Can you hear me?
Peace.
Peace.
Oh, what a triggering conversation. I don't usually come on to these channels because so many of the channels that initially started out, quote unquote, exposing or bringing light to these situations, they all went left. Pretty much all of them went left. And so it's really been a matter of time for this stuff to come to the surface. There's a lot I could say from experience. I'm in Central America, actually. I've seen a lot of these different folks go from, first of all, young people, cult hop, and go from cult to cult. A lot of young people be exploited. I've seen a lot from where I sit as somebody that's from the United States, that's overseas. I've seen a lot of these people over in Central America. And from where I sit as a mature woman of a certain age who has traveled, who can afford to pay my own way, to go overseas and so on, I have marveled at the fact that a lot of people in the States can't see from the perspective they're sitting from these little screens and these little boxes. And I created this channel years ago, where I created playlists of cults, Black, white, Korean, and everything in between. So this is a phenomenon. It's not going anywhere. To be quite honest and respectfully, I'm just going to say respectfully, as a mother, I'm at a space and position. I've seen so much that I can't unsee, that I don't have a trust for anyone on any of these platforms, because I've watched a lot of these gentlemen sit in each other's rooms, high five, and give, even though I'm a mature woman, there's a lot that many of us are naive to, right? I'm a grown adult woman. I've traveled. I didn't know what a narcissist was. I heard lightly of Jim Jones, but I hadn't really encountered a cult. And when I tell you, I got taken to school in the bush, in the rainforest. So I hear about the NB boy. I don't want to give a lot of these platforms credit, but I've seen a lot of these folks 10 minutes away from me. I've seen a lot. I've seen one mother who did, in a matter of minutes, what many people in the Afro and the Black community didn't do. I watched her shut down N-Boy and the people with him in a matter of minutes. So this stuff has been going on for a long time. It's been a matter of time for it to come to the surface. We have refused to be self-reflective and accountable. Even as a woman, I remember buying all of R. Kelly's music, the CDs, full price with my money. You would pay $15 to $20, $30 at Tower Records for a CD. And when the VHS tapes were circulating of him urinating on that little girl, I said, dang, I paid full price. I took all of that and threw it in the garbage. And I always wondered why women didn't take a stance on the Black radio stations, being that we're spending the money on these CDs, why we were not in uproar. So there's so much that I could say, but I would say this: I don't have, at this point, vetting. I didn't know what a vetting process was. I'm very clear on what vetting is. And we have a tendency to give too much credence because somebody is quote unquote of the same color, because we come from the Bronx, we come from Brooklyn. We have a tendency not to vet, and men can vet too. But when we should vet, because there's a lot at risk. There's a lot at risk. The woman that just spoke, and I've seen a lot of these platforms. There's only but so much time I can spend on the internet because I have a garden, I have other responsibilities, and you can get sucked into this internet. But I have learned certain principles that I think are a shortcut. And one of them is a vetting process. I was so impressed years ago, before I left the States, to see like, wow, there's a new breed of young men talking about Black biology and different young pharaohs and all the people that are in House of Consciousness. But because I had experience, I saw a couple of things that were a glitch. And I said, I see some stuff that, no offense, is kind of like pimp energy, right? But some of the newer young people that are coming out, that are coming from trauma, don't have a frame of reference. They have information, but not wisdom. So they don't have the discernment. And they are targeted because folks know that they are green. There are some distinct patterns. Almost all of these folks are coming off the same vein of Mr. York. The cult leader that I experienced is an older man, right? An elder who abused his position as elder. We were raw foodists living in the bush. So I lived in the bush for a while. But just because you see raw fruits and vegetables, and because you see what appears to be family, most people on the internet don't even know folks' legal names. So we have a tendency not to vet, not to ask questions. And we are so enamored when somebody comes with a gift of gab or with information we haven't heard before. So I'm not in a position to give any kind of trust to anyone who has not been vetted. This is a hard, butt-kicking lesson. And I have noticed a pattern. When I made a channel years ago, because I realized, as someone with credibility in my community and neighborhood and the work that I do, I realize a lot of women, even with good intentions, are getting access to the community to a lot of these predators. Unbeknown. My clients give 2 cookies about these people's books. But men, some women, you find things that you think are positive for your community, you come and you're sharing it. and you have no idea of who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
You have zero with a cult. I have seen women and experienced women with double degrees in a cult. And by the time they're impregnated or they're isolated, you're thinking you're in a paradise. You have no idea what you're getting into, and you do not know these people. So your channel, Miss Queen's Throne, I don't know your name, but the channel, much appreciation for you speaking out and to hold the platform, because I noticed you had another gentleman on your channel. I think his name is Tar. He seems to have a kinetic or some kind of name, Tar Poo.
Yes.
You, him, and there's another gentleman. I haven't seen him on your channel because I just came across your channel maybe a couple of days ago. He refers to Mr. Chuck Morgan. These are just two examples of men who have come out of these cults, who have experience, that have been speaking out for years. And these cults count on you not cross-referencing, not doing background checks. A lot of these cult leaders, they have other generations, so you can't cross-reference their character with their peers, right? They often say things to trigger your insecurities and your if you have a mental crisis, a health crisis, they understand the human psyche and how to manipulate people, right? It is actually an art. Many of us don't understand what narcissists are, and we have already been groomed by many of our religions, by our pastors, so we're wide open for a lot of the stuff. But that gentleman, I woke up this morning to one of your videos, happened to be on my feed, and he said two things in one of your recent videos. One of them, he said, it was a quote, and he was quoting from the old scriptures. And I've seen a lot of the books that are out of print. That one, this is just one example, that a lot of the handicapped children would be their gods. Do you remember that, Miss Queen?
Yeah.
With the gentleman he was saying?
Yep, the golden children.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And again, the newer generation that's coming online, a lot of these predators like N-Boy and a lot of these other cats, they understand that people are looking, they're under so much stress. Many of them have been, their reproductive organs have been mishandled. I'll put it that way. Some of them have been on poles or stripping, all kinds of physical trauma. Some of them are artistic. They understand exactly who they are targeting. So this newer generation, and I'm not saying it in the context, think they're smart in terms of, in the context of, they come across some new information they think is valuable, that they think nobody else is aware of. These manipulators count on you being green, and they count on you being so needy. That is how they're able to manipulate you. And there are distinct, when I tell you there are distinct patterns, there are very distinct patterns for how men are brought in, looking for father figures, and how women are brought in and exploited.
Well, you see what the victim's mother said. She said, you know, he told the girl that he was going to take her to the store or downstairs to take some pictures or something and tell her about how great her mother was. And then that was the very first time she allowed her to go with him. And look what he did.
And it took one time. He basically set her up, ruined her life to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
He contaminated her. And this has been an uncomfortable conversation that across the board as a collective, we have refused. We've been in such denial. When I made a channel thinking, because I have a certain amount of credibility, I said, let me go online and tell people, don't come this way. You thought it was a positive thing. We've got red, black, and gold and green on 199 acres of land, and there's raw foods. But no, you can't see. There's a lot of quote rituals. And that's the other thing the gentleman Tar Poo Nuhu, the brother, was speaking about. A lot of you do not realize what you are watching online. A lot of it is scripted and orchestrated, what you're watching online. You don't know if you're watching somebody stand in a banana tree next to an alley. You think that their behavior is better, but it's still human beings who are putting flawed human beings up on a pedestal. And when you give somebody the authority to make decisions for you because you think they have more credibility, you're asking for what you could not have imagined in terms of control, right? And overseas, a lot flies underneath the radar. I've seen so much cult activity over here. It's crazy because some people are running from the States, they're running from trauma, but folks are running from the frying pan into the fire. So it's a lot that I could say. I don't want to take up your whole channel, Miss Queen. But I will tell you that from the elder, I saw things that were so off that I respectfully went and I asked questions. And the more questions I asked already in Central America, the more problems I had. The more problems I have seen so much with different families coming over from the States and different things with money. Again, fruit, you don't need an elder or somebody to tell you to eat fruits and vegetables or to farm or to garden. You don't need a leader for that. But many people are looking for something else. So a lot of these cults are not going to go anywhere, right? Because we have seen people and young people jump from cult to cult to cult. There's trauma. We're usually overusing astrology and all of this feeling stuff instead of just logic and communication skills and learning how to process trauma. And it's consistent what is being pandered. What's being lured in front of you is the money, right? This one gentleman we're talking about, Mr. Light. And I purchased one of his books back in the day. Many years ago, he seemed like somebody positive. But there's certain things, patterns that I saw that reminded me, no offense, of pimping. So I held myself back. But the newer generation doesn't know anything about that. And there have also been some older women who have been very vulnerable and exploited. So there's a lot to unpack, and it's very triggering. And I appreciate those who are bold enough. We don't all agree. We don't all have to agree, because I see a lot I don't agree with. And a lot of it is so triggering. It becomes very cult-like and gang-like, people jumping on their favorite personalities and giving a pass to things because you like a personality and dropping the discernment. So
Right.
this information has been out for a long time, but I will tell you quite honestly, the trust is in the doghouse. There's no way I could give blind trust to any of these people on these platforms. If we just look at why the so-called HOK has so many thousands of followers, to me, I can deduce that it's because people, a lot of our men folks, are looking for guidance and fathering, right? And it's a type, I think, of bonding and trauma, but the accountability, there's no accountability. There's no accountability, and there's no consequence. I don't see how I could come together with a scammer or somebody that's violating children sexually. There's no way I can do that, right? So we're constantly pandered to with rhetoric and things that make us feel good, and people now have found a system, a way to make money off of pandering to us. It's just like the church has evolved into something else, and other people have figured out the formula.
Well, Sanetta is to blame because you knew about it from day one. You knew about all the scamming. The attorney Shabazz, when she unfolded Michael NOAK schemes, she said on her podcast the other day that she had personal conversations, personal phone calls with Sanetta, telling him what was taking place, showing him the receipts, and he still covered it up years later. So, his platform that everybody is dying to get on and sit on that damn couch and tell a story and regurgitate whatever. He was the reason why Polight was the head of the pedestal. I'm gonna put you up against Polight. I'm gonna put you against Polight, the young phenom. So he painted that picture, and he made all of these lost souls gravitate to that platform and kept it going for all of these years.
Do you remember, Ben? Do you remember him? Do you ever remember him being referred to as the Don King of
Yeah.
the quote unquote
Yeah.
conscious community?
Yeah, that's when that happened, when the debates started taking off, and he started just putting religion versus religion, and they told him, you like Don King with this thing, and he ran with it. I do remember that.
So years ago, I remember, I'm from Brooklyn and Harlem. So I remember Mart 125. I don't know if you remember Mart 125 in Harlem.
Yeah.
I remember him having all of those pictures of slaves and the book
The
table.
lynching photos from Without Sanctuary.
Right. And I remember him with the bullhorn and so on. So it seemed to be a resurgence in more Black folks starting to read. So it seemed like it would be a positive thing.
Right.
But it went left. I remember I was like, wow, I haven't seen people picking up books or being excited to go to the book table and get books. It seemed like it was a positive thing, but it went somewhere else. And if folks, Miss Queen, she played several clips where you could hear the blatant contradictions, right? And so I would have to say, although he's responsible, the woman that she just played on the clip, Mechee, she said something which it's bigger than her. He couldn't have that platform without the followers, right?
Right.
In order for it to keep going, it's thousands of people that we are entertained by our pain. It's in a lot of our music. We're desensitized to it. It is comedy. At this point, we can't just say it's the quote unquote white man, because I know the majority of the women I know grew up, they've all been mishandled. And as I got older, I found it was a lot of men too. I had close friends that confided in me that they were molested. And as a collective, we have refused to deal with the over sexualization and the trauma that it does. And, you know, because something is Black, we don't want to call out that the music now is so dysfunctional. I'm like, maybe my ears are different. I can't tolerate to listen to the music. It is so off to hear every woman, and I'm not a prude, talk about in my butt, in every hole. There's no context of responsibility. It's so much sex, but no intimacy and no responsibility. So now I have a language at this season of life that I can make the distinction between that kind of intimate relations is for grown folks and who are responsible. And or whatever label you want to call yourself, whatever crew you're coming out of, what I hear consistently is a lack of responsibility and accountability. And a lot of the music is trash. But we
Well,
refuse
let me say something to that.
Yeah.
And you know, I want to say, I'm not that you're going off topic or anything, but on that note,
Kind of.
Michael NOAK was transitioning from, okay, he came in, he invaded the conscious community, right? And he sucked the conscious community dry. Then he started dissing them. Y'all broke. I'm too smart to be broke. All this dumb stuff he's saying. And he made his way into the entertainment community.
Correct.
And as you can see, right before he went to jail, on his way to prison, he dropped a rap video.
Oh my gosh.
Now, drop two. Yeah. Now, to the victim's mother, I don't know her. I don't, I'm not going to make anything on her. I don't know if she was conscious or not in terms of knowing her history, things of that nature. But if she was an entertainment head, so to speak, that was his victim. That's exactly what he was looking for. The unsuspecting, the green, like how you say. And that was the market he was going into. He was going to try to lower as many of these unsuspecting women into his fake lifestyle. These Bentleys, these rented cars, and all of this nonsense that he was parading. And that's how he was going to really take that to the next level. And Frank Gary was right there with him.
Frank Gary? Is that the
that's Sanetta.
Sanetta. Sister Nandy, okay, she wants to ask Ben some questions.
Thank you.
So but when she talks, we have to go on mute because her whatchamacallit. Go ahead, Sister Nandy.
First, I want to say peace to everybody on the panel. And I got a couple of questions. Hey. My questions is for Inky and Ben. And I'm going to go back to the situation. I want to go through several situations, but let's talk about the Polight situation that we own right now. Inky, let me start with you first. I remember you saying that you were, living with Polight, or you all had some type of arrangement at one point in time, right? I just want to ask you, during those times, were there any children, or I'm going to say underage girls that you know of, like when he had wives then? Or did you see any suspicious activity then to the point that caused you to separate from Polight?
No.
Let me go on mute. I'm sorry.
So, no, when we was on the road doing those early lectures, it was as different as you would expect it to be, because he got, Aminette, Raet, and a new cat there. But there wasn't any anomalies that would make you jump to this type of conclusion. Like I said, the only thing that I saw early on that was weird was everywhere we went, everybody had their own room, you know, and so wherever we were at, NOAK had a room, Amanette had a bedroom, and then Raed would be sharing a bedroom with Renentet. So in my mind, I just thought because she was standoffish, meaning
So wait 1 minute. So Renentet was actually staying there or in the perimeter. Let me say in the perimeter at the time when you first came in contact with Polight.
Yeah, Renentet had a sister that was there, and her mom was there. NOAK is her mom, so they was all with Polight at that time when I was there.
So let me ask a question. When the mother, Renentet's mother, and I'm sure by this time you were, you know, in contact with Saneter and everybody, nobody felt the need to tell the mother and father where Renentet was when the parents was looking for her during the time of the situation with Sanetta, even though Sanetta didn't do anything. I'm just saying, like, other brothers in the community or sisters that had seen Renentet, and it's now outed that that's not Polight's daughter. Was there someone that, you know, maybe had mentioned that or tried to, you know, bring some awareness to it?
Okay, so the chronological order of it is kind of out of whack a little bit. So at the time that I'm talking about doing these early lectures on the road, there's no Polight and Renentet story yet. Nobody knows that Renentet, and we don't know exactly when it started, but at this time, there's no Polight and Renentet stuff going on. It's just Polight is with her mom, NOAK, and she has her two daughters with her, one of which is Renentet. And, you know, they on the road with their dad, Polight. You know what I'm saying? Polight's their dad. That's their mom. Amanette's there, Raed's there. Like I said, nothing was weird. You know what I'm saying? At the time, except for the fact that Raed always stayed in the room with Renentet or Masquerade, the other daughter. You know, whereas Amanette and Renentet's mom, like, they always had their own rooms, which to me was like a symbol to me, you know, and I just thought it might have just been in my mind, but to me it looked like a sign of respect. Like these two wives got their own space, their own rooms, but Raed would always have to share a room with somebody else.
Let me ask you one more question, and then I'm gonna move on to the next one. Okay. When we're talking about the other wives, were any of them underage that you know of when they started their relationship with Polight? Like, let's not talk about Renentet. Let's talk about all the other women that he's been with. Has it been times that you've seen anybody that may be under the age of 18 or 16? Let's go from, you know, 16 to 18. Anything up under there?
Yeah, we didn't find out until later on. Like, when we came around, he already was involved with Raed. He had Raed. And I think at the time when we met Raed, she was probably 19, 20, something like that. But later on, they did an interview on somebody's page where Raed revealed that when she got with Polight, she was underage. You know what I'm saying? So, but allegedly, you know, nothing went on until she had her 18th birthday or whatever the case they said. But, you know, that's the hindsight view. But at the time, we didn't know. She came around 19, 20 years old, presented herself as his wife, and that's that.
Okay, I got one more question. Are you familiar with the fact that Michael NOAK is really not Polight's name and he has a Nigerian name? Were you aware of that when you came in contact with him?
Oh, no. I've heard that over the last couple of years, though, as more information has come out. You know what I'm saying? I've heard quite a few stories about Polight. There's a lot of stuff that has circulated. You know what I'm saying? But I've heard that.
Is there another name or something that you might could give us that you may have heard he might have used? You know, just asking a question that, you know, maybe have you heard of a Nigerian name or a name that was spoken about that might be? Okay. Okay, let me get
I
to
know,
you
I
and
know,
Ben.
I know his book names was pseudonym, but outside of that, no.
Okay, now this question is going back to Sanetta with the Nikki situation. Okay, now let's talk about Miss Cynthia and Nikki. Is it anybody that knew all the way back then what was going on with Sanetta and allegedly dealing with Nikki, or a third person or somebody outside of his marriage and Miss Cynthia underage? Are either one of you fully aware of that? Because Nikki has been a big question. So that's for you and Ben.
Wait,
I'm gonna
repeat that question.
You and Ben, a conversation came up about a sister named Nikki, and there was allegations that was made against Sanetta about messing with underage girls as well. Now, also Miss Cynthia, there were allegations that she was underage when Sanetta started dating her. So since you and Ben were the one that brought this to our attention, can you give us more factual information or something that we can stand on to know that these things actually happen with Sanetta? I'll go on mute.
Let me say this. Sanetta made a video, right? And he said, I bet you Ben won't respond to this. And he got out there and said all this slanderous stuff about me. This was recently. Then I came on Queen's Throne show and I responded to the allegations. And we told him to put that same energy into this Polight situation. He came back with one video, pump faking, talking about he had Nikki on the phone. And he played a few seconds of the conversation, right? And what I'm getting at is this. The burden of proof is on Sanetta. In due time, as we unfold and unpack this ring of pedophiles, all of that truth is going to come out, Sister Nandy. Sanetta knows the truth. And what I'm getting at is he hasn't responded since we responded. He hasn't done a Nikki video since. So if he has if I'm gonna put it to you like this, Dr. Umar Johnson just did a video in response to this unpolite situation. And he said, if any accusation was made against him, bring the accuser to my page and let's do a live right now. So the burden of proof is on Sanetta. History is best qualified to reward all research. He and I have that history, and he knows what's going on.
I also want to point out.
I'm sorry, sis. Let me go on mute.
I also want to point out that there is a poll right now. It says show we put Sanetta on trial, but it said it should be should. I was typing too fast or whatever, but go make sure that you vote. Okay, period. Should we put Sanetta on trial? So far, we have 78 votes. 88% vote for yes, 12% no. So we could do this because that's basically what Mei X was speaking about, right? She didn't say it verbatim, but holding people accountable in the community. And I think that Sanetta definitely needs to be held accountable.
I definitely
Just
agree.
let me know.
No, I definitely agree. And, you know, I looked at some of my son's comments, and as much as, you know, round of applause for some of the people that are you know, speaking out at this point. For some of the people, I just feel like, you know, if I would have got more participation from people earlier, we might have been able to save one. You know what I'm saying? Because when this happened the first time, I was doing everything that I'm doing this time I did then, you know, but it was less participation. And some of the people that are around, like I'm still waiting for certain larger platforms that still have been quiet, like Shabazz the OG, or 10 Toes Down and some of these other platforms that are supposed to speak to accountability in the community, like not making a video yet. Like there hasn't. And now at this point, you know, even when we looked at people with the side eye for saying shit like, we gonna wait to the verdict come in before we weigh in or whatever the case may be. Like even that time has passed now. So you haven't said anything thus far. Like what, you know? So you know, shout out to those people. But I think that something with a community effort, you know, that'll help create a community standard will be good in both directions. To re-emphasize, put awareness down, and to put a warning out, like this is not, you're not going to be able to, like, we're not going to accept.
For example, Doc.
Hold on, Sister Nandy. We're going to get right back after to you, right? In 1 second. Hold on, sis.
Yeah. We're not going to accept this type of role. And like, it's because it's Polight, it's Nature Boy, it's Rashad Jamal, it's this one, it's that one. It's becoming a type now. And we're not going to have young men aspire to continue. Like we're going to put this fire out right where it is right now. So that's the goal with something larger, you know, larger than us individually, where people can actually come together under one idea, which is creating a standard for a tradition that goes forward, where you know you just can't slap videos together and remix other niggas' information and then overnight you're a cult leader, you're a guru or a spiritual leader in the community. Like we got to stop that.
All right, let's get back to Sister Nandy. I'm sure she had more questions, possibly. Go ahead, Sister Nandy.
I just want to say this, you know, I'm listening to a lot of stuff, and Inky, you know, I want to address some things with you. It's like you back and forth. You know, I've had a real big problem with that. You know, I've seen your appearances on Sanetta, and I've seen your appearances over here, and it's like some, you know, go along to get along type of conversation. I mean, you know, just with all, you know, due respect, are you really concerned about the situation and the stuff that's going on? Because a lot of stuff you're saying that you kind of know about, you've been around, and this is not to indicate that you yourself per se was messing with children or anything, but just having the acknowledgement of certain things that was going on with these people after all of these years. Why would you be one of the people that continuously go back over there sitting with Sanetta? So let me just go on mute and see if you can answer that question for me.
Well, respectfully, people like you wouldn't even know about this stuff going on if it wasn't for people like me. I'm the first drip. I'm the first, when they say it's a butterfly effect, the butterfly flaps his wings, and then on the other side of a planet, it's a tsunami. The tsunami we in right now is because of me being the butterfly flapping my wings. So in one hand, like I said, I get it from, you know, like your limited perspectives and, you know, some of the other folks that are either newer to the community and or newer to this ebb and flow.
Iggy, I don't mean to cut you out, but I'm not gonna let you slide with that. I'm not new at all, and furthermore, you're not the reason why we know. The news media is the reason why we know. And I'm gonna ask you again, respectfully. You all have been around Sanetta for years. You all have been around Polight for years. I think it was either around the New Wabians or were you a New Wabian? Unc was a New Wabian. So we could go back to Malachi York. Y'all have been around African Bambaataa. Let's cut the fuckery. Why is it that none of you all decided to say anything about any of this shit, whether we talking about Nikki or whatever, until it was brought out by the media? Because you keep saying people like you, well, if people like you had said something years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation about Polight right now and what's going on.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Now let me cut you off. We could simplify this really quickly. when you say the media is who brought this out to our attention, and if somebody had said something before the media, it wasn't me, it was the media.
I didn't say the media brought it to our attention. I said it brought it to the people who was not. Well, let me finish. Let me clarify that though, so you don't try to twist my words, because I know how you are. You like to play a lot of word salad, and I'm gonna say this again. The people that was in Sanetta's immediate space and was in Polight's immediate space that was well aware of all of the things that has been going on for many of years, from the scamming to the messing with children to the abuse of women to the lying to the manipulation to the phony names. Why haven't you all spoke out about this before now? That's my problem. Why did it take the media to notify people like us? Because just because we are aware of Sanetta being on YouTube and stuff like that, Queen's Throne, myself, people like us are not in constant contact with Sanetta. You were actually living with Polight, and you just stated that all of these same people was in the same area that you were in. So my question is, why y'all didn't say nothing about Nikki and all of this stuff before now? We might not even be talking about a Polight. I'm gonna go on mute.
Are you going to actually go on mute, or you just going to go on mute until you feel the need?
Now, I'm going to say this, Inky. I try to keep it respectful. Nundy not the one. I'm not the one. Now, you can either answer the question or you can miss
Hold on.
We're not going to go there. I didn't get smart with you. I asked the question. Now, if it's too hard for you to handle, you know, because it's looking like to me you breaking under sweat or something, then I'll just dismiss myself from the panel. Because I really didn't want to come up here with you anyway, but I figured I'd ask you since you're here. So answer the question and don't tell me how to mute my mic.
So it looks like between you and I, just for clarity, that I'm the one losing control of myself under pressure here. Sister Nandy.
Well, because did you know about Nikki Chanel before Ben had came forward?
No.
Right. So I think that needs to be.
But here's the thing. No. Here's the thing. If somebody doesn't watch your platform, right, it's ignorant of a person that they don't watch your platform to assume that they know what it is you speak of and what you don't speak of. She started off her comment with saying she sees me from going on Sanetta's platform to your platform and back and forth. So that means that she doesn't know me or what I do or how long I've been doing this.
Inky, back up. I know all about you. And don't let me read you up here. But since you feel like I don't do my research, let me tell you who you are. I know exactly where you come from, and I know who you are. I'm not going to dox your real name. But I also know about your scamming. I also know that you've been around Malachi Z. York and all the rest of the people with your fake, phony, C-ball selling ass. You've been on Tahaka Bay. Aren't you the one who had the rabbit that got the gun? I've been seeing you around since you was hanging with Polight. That's why I'm trying to figure out why you up here running your mouth. What you have not done is watched my shows. Because if you have, I've done a lot of documentation on you and your phony bullshit.
Wait.
So I think you might want to back up and just let's keep it respectful. This is a respectful conversation. It don't matter what year. I'm not going back and forth with the rhetoric with you because, see, that's what you like to do, deflect the conversation. I asked you a specific question, and it's apparent
you asked me a specific question, and you can't shut up long enough for me to answer it.
Okay, now let me check your bitch ass. Watch your mouth. I'm not there.
Hey, hold on, Sister Nanny. Hold up. That ain't what we here for. We here for now this whole Sanetta on trial situation. We got 87% yes, 13% no. That's what I'm here for right now.
I'm gonna release myself from the panel because don't no man tell me to shut up. I ain't nobody's slave and I ain't nobody's bitch. So I respect you, Queen's Throne, because I respect your house. I'm gonna get from up here because I don't deal with phony ass niggas, and he got me fucked all the way up. So thank you, sis, but I'll be out your business because he got me fucked up. It's all the way up, Inky. You done said something to the wrong one. Now I'm gonna show you who the fuck I really am, bitch ass.
Wow. So, okay. I don't know. Just whatever. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, I mean, I was going to answer her question, and for me, that happened 28 years ago when I saw that. I was 19, and it's like the sister from Cult Education said. At 19, I didn't have the full wisdom or experience on how to handle what I saw. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, it's what we call a hood moment. We know what's going on in the hood now, but back then I didn't realize that this was something that was commonplace amongst men. You know, I thought men had integrity. You know, I'm wet behind the ears coming out, you know, just coming outside. So I don't know what she's trying to allude to, and why is it coming out now? Because to answer a question,
Ben.
leave it.
Don't try to rationalize it or add logic to it. That's somebody right there. Listen, what she said at the end was explained the whole thing. She said that she got years where she did videos exposing me. So obviously, I don't know who she is, but clearly, like, she had some sort of.
What I was gonna ask her if she still
wait, and was waiting for her opportunity to get that off. You know what I'm saying? So my ego is not in a space where I feel like I always need to respond or deflect everything. Sometimes I don't mind just letting somebody say whatever they got to say.
Right. Now, my question to her was going to be, if you're on Sanetta's channel, if she knows anybody that's there, anybody affiliated, tell Sanetta to produce Nikki on the live. He produced everybody else on the live. Tell Sanetta to produce Nikki. He called her up. Don't ask me no questions about Nikki. Tell him to produce Nikki, because he's been the one lying about Nikki.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit. I don't know. I fuck with Sister Nandy. That's my girl, but I don't agree with her on everything, and that right there was one of them. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
We got bigger fish to fry. We got bigger fish to fry here, and this is part of the enabling of Sanetta. You know, where you get these type of people coming out and you're causing these rifts when the fact of the matter is breaking up this pedophile ring, because that's exactly what's taking place.
And listen, there's a lot of people who are gonna have different sort of feelings about, you know, this is the reason, again, going back to what Mechee X said. Mechee X said victims don't tell because a lot of times they figure telling will make their life more difficult. It's not gonna make things easier. This is I'm in the conscious space. I sit like in a whistleblower position because I'm the person that came and said, no, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. And as that person, you're the earth disturber. You're the one who breaks the peace. You're the one who breaks the tranquility of everybody being in ignorance, just having a good time. The lectures is rolling and woo, woo, woo. And you like, hey, nah. Hey, turn that music off for a second. Yo, this and this. And so there's going to be people that's going to defend the institution that's going to be angry with you. There's going to be people that's mad that you broke the peace that's going to be angry with you. There may be even people with smaller voices that may have had gripes or grievances that were trying to expose the institution before you did. And they may be jealous that you got more attention. So they may be angry about that or some combination of all those things. So it's difficult to be the person to, you know what I'm saying? But my back is full of knives and arrows and everything else already. It's not even any room for Nandi shots to land. If she throw another arrow at my back, it's just going to hit an arrow that's already there and splinter something. It's not even space to land. So respectfully, Sister Nandi, I'm not upset with you. I don't have a...
Did you tell her to shut up? I didn't hear that.
I did say that she couldn't shut up long enough for me to answer, but I mean, people are watching. They watching her call me bitch ass niggas and scammers and this, that, and the other, and me just saying shut up long enough for me to answer your question. The level of disrespect is not even on an even footing. You calling me out of my name and all that and acting crazy while asking me to answer questions. Like, yeah, bitch, answer the question. Hurry up, bitch. If you can't answer the question, like. Anybody that knows what respect is, especially as an adult, you know you got to give respect to get respect, and you can't expect any more respect than you're willing to give. So you can't be sitting here calling me out of my name, asking me to respect you. Like, that's not even a serious thing. So that's why, like, I'm smiling as well, because again, I know that it's more emotion, and whether people want to really get to it, this is a traumatic situation happening to the whole community. And so people are going to deal with their traumatic feelings in different ways. And people, you know, are going to get angry with other folks, and they'll laugh with others, and, you know, whatever it is, it's a part of the process. And so, you know, I'm not mad with Sister Nandi or the other people that may feel how she feels. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael
Well,
Jackson.
you was on his channel, right? To go into Sister Nandi's point, you was on his channel. Now, just to show you how this guy is such a fraudster, the first thing he tries to get you to do is to admit that Nikki is made up. But you just had a Nikki on the phone. Why don't you get Nikki to tell us that this is made up? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't understand why people even playing with this guy like this and trying to defend it. The truth is right there in front of your face.
Right. This shit's
He put a phone call out. Queen Throne, did he not put a phone call out and only played 60 seconds of it?
Ben, you don't really watch.
Yeah, I got it too.
Let me ask you, Queen, has Sister Nandi ever been on Sanetta's platform?
Yes.
Oh, so Sister Nandi makes videos about them and also goes on their platform as well?
No, not now. She walked away like I did.
Oh, so she
I
hasn't been
just
on the
done
platform in
fucking
the
her.
last few years. She hasn't been on Sanetta's in the
Yeah,
last
in a
few
minute.
years.
In a minute, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where she's from. I'm from Harlem. I'm from the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? So I can never turn my back on that audience, that demographic. You know, Sanetta doesn't, you know, he's the gatekeeper to that audience, but he doesn't represent that audience. Everybody that watches his channel is not the same type of quality person as he is. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
There's a lot of good-natured people that really watch that channel for either entertainment or information. You know what I'm saying?
This is the Nikki phone call. Let's listen to this. And again, I'm not sold on how he tried to present this and shit like that. That's not a normal response, in my opinion, but let's listen.
Hello? Who is this?
Yeah, this is Nikki. Who's
Nikki.
this? Yeah.
Nikki, how you doing?
Nikki, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been trying to call you I've been looking you up. You know, Mem, and I think I said this to you when I seen you on 125th Street. Jamim spread a rumor on YouTube and Facebook, and he's telling everybody that me and you was boyfriend and girlfriend, and we had sex when I was 33 and you was 15. He's telling everybody that on YouTube. Everybody.
Well, he wants to get popular and famous, and you're a well-acted black man doing well for yourself with kids.
But you know what,
And
Nikki?
you
know
know
we
he
could sue
changed
this
your life
nigga.
around.
Yeah, but we could sue this nigga
but he
for
has
slander.
nothing. But he has nothing.
Right.
He has nothing, and he's crazy.
So why right there didn't he say, instead of suing, why didn't he say, would you please tell everybody that nothing happened? And I'll tell you why he didn't say that, because she would have probably denied it.
Handling Jones said, who's to say that's Nikki? Ben knows Nikki.
Oh, that's Nikki.
And he says that
Nikki
sounds like
sure.
your voice. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's
What
Nikki
were you
for
saying?
sure.
Yeah. So
So
let's
now,
listen to the last little second. Hold on, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
$1 million lawsuit. I sued my landlord 3 years ago. My first offering is end of this month.
I ain't gonna even play all that. I want to call her and see if I could get her up here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna even play all of that right there. Check. I'm gonna call her and have her come and speak for herself, because I want y'all to see this.
Now, I just want to ask, is the sister from Cult Education still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question as a woman. If an allegation was made, excuse me, about you sleeping with an older man, right? And it comes to the forefront and it's brought to your attention by that person, how would you respond to that situation?
Well, is it something that's being done online for sure, or the person somebody's addressing me privately? Like, if the allegation is meant this, I'm a younger woman and I'm messing with an older man, why would that even be something that's online? I don't know, maybe I'm from another.
Well, no, okay, let me rephrase. This is something that happened in the past and it's brought to your attention now that the allegation was made. How would you handle that? If I'm a man calling you saying, hey, somebody said that we slept together in the past, what would your response be?
Again, like, why would you be calling me and it be online? That doesn't make sense.
To clear my name. Clear my name.
But if
so
you, but who would you
online? But I'm just a hypothetical, sister. I'm just asking.
I understand what you're saying, but to me, the context, it just doesn't make sense that your personal, like, and what would that have to do with the larger community if that's a personal issue? Like, if you're
okay, but answer the question though, because it's a hypothetical question. It's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? It's not that difficult.
What would be my response? I hear, but it doesn't make sense. I just don't understand why somebody's personal issues would be.
Because he was called out for abusing a child.
Okay,
then clarified it. Maybe you didn't know about that part.
No, I'm not familiar with these characters or with the background. Thank you for the backstory. So he was accused of something, and then he's calling the woman to clear his name. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I guess if you didn't do it, I would say no. That never took place. That's
okay. Like, all right, and that's as honest as it comes. That's a clear, honest answer from a woman. And I bet you, if we ask 100 women that question, they would say the same thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty simple. Like, to me, like, stuff doesn't have to be so complicated. The context is what really, I think, and that's what I've seen over and over. The context makes a difference. If he had to clear his name because he was accused of doing something inappropriate. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. I mean, it's that simple.
Her response was, they don't have any proof.
That sounds kind of ambiguous. Who's it? That sounds ambiguous. Why wouldn't I just say somebody you didn't do it? Either you did it or you didn't.
Right.
If you're asking me directly and I'm the other person involved, either you did it or you didn't.
Wouldn't you have answered the question though, sister?
Yes.
See what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, correct. I would say no, you didn't do it.
So that was the response in that situation when he called the woman that, he had allegedly abused when she was underage. And I'm not even going to say allegedly no more because I've spoke to Ben for hours and we've talked about this. He's talked about what he remembers. And yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. It happened. There's no doubt in my mind. Otherwise, I would not be pressing it.
Yeah, I would just say
so. It's sick, but I wasn't just telling you. I was just telling everybody else. But yeah.
But thank you for clearing up the context.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, I was a little vague. I was definitely vague.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's an example of a problem that goes on throughout this running conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a running dialogue that for some of us has been going on a couple of decades, for some of us a couple of years, a couple of us might have just got in on it a few months ago or a few weeks ago. So everybody has a different vantage point, even though we may have the same group consensus that we don't like what this is and we want to nip this in the bud before we move forward. Everybody may be coming from different spaces with it. So I think that may be some of the contentiousness, because this should be just a celebration. This shouldn't be, I don't know who Sister Nandi is or exactly where she came from or when she came from, but if she's really about that action, if you really about that life and you really been trying to get this shut down, like, now is the time for us to be celebrating that, this is a real milestone in terms of this journey. You know what I'm saying? And, at this point, there can be some healing going on, not only just for the victim in Florida, but for all of the victims over the time that haven't got any justice, whether they was raped of, $50, $500 or $5,000, or, obviously a physical, much more, intrusive situation, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think this should be a celebration. I think to get divided at this point would be very silly, you know what I'm saying? So again, You know, you're gonna take it however you take it. You know, I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you clearly know me. I don't know you, but you know, so that would be again my little 2 cents on that in that space.
Excuse me, may I say something?
Go ahead, sis. Of course.
I think I don't follow all of the different stuff, so I'm not aware of all the different dramas and with folks. But I will say this: you mentioned that all different types of people tune into the different channels. For example, like House of Consciousness, looking for information, or somebody has some good whatever. But I think many people are looking for comfort, affirmation, information to improve their lives, even to a certain degree, women, a quote unquote, a type of protection, right? Affirmation from people that look like you. But what has come to the surface is that you need discernment and sometimes protection from who you're going to for protection. That's a conflict of interest. So what happens when you realize you need protection from
the protectors?
For example, I remember on 125th Street, there was different crews. You had the Saneter gentleman, and then you had the other brothers. You had the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, the brothers from the NOAK selling their pies. And I remember the same guy, Polight. He had on video some of the brothers saying, some of the menfolk, grown men with gray in their beards, saying that when a young lady reaches her cycle, she is old enough to be impregnated. When I was so horrified, disgusted, triggered when I saw that. This was on a video. And the same man, Michael NOAK, he was speaking, somebody was videotaping him. And it was around that area of 120. Do you remember, any of you familiar with that?
Sanetta was videotaping him. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who was videotaping. I was so horrified as a young one, as a mother. I just want to say, all these so-called conscious people, is anybody going to address this? This is a big man with gray in his beard. He had a whole crew of very masculine men behind him, so-called leaders.
It was addressed. It needs to be addressed more, because those people still, you know, be over there in the HOK. I'm aware that Sanetta is live, y'all. I'm aware. Let's hear from Black Reacts. Let's see what he's talking about.
How y'all doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. So first of all, I've been following Inky since the beginning, the Sanetta channel and everybody that's on there, man. I just want to say that just because Inky was around people, it don't mean that he's part of anything that anybody or anybody else did or what's going on, man. I know plenty of people in the hood that have done things I had no clue they was doing. I was around them every day, man. So y'all got to stop trying to throw these brothers under the bus just because they was hanging around. You know what I mean? Sometimes money do blind you. Sometimes situations do blind you. You know what I mean? But as far as when it comes to children and rape allegations, that's very, very dangerous. And that's a very, 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 very crucial, disgusting thing to put on a man, or to even be associated with a man that has that on that name. So for me, I always got a problem with people even questioning me. Like, you can't even question me about that shit, man. Don't even ask me about no damn kids or no perverted shit. Because my name ain't, I don't even want my name around that type of mess. So for me, you know, I think we need to relax on the finger pointing, because it can get a little dangerous. Because with men is different. With men, we don't sit back and separate the two. Like, we don't say, oh well, maybe he's not a pedophile. We don't do that, right? So like we don't even separate those two. So you can't stand next to these people. You understand? So we can't just, like, you'll say that Inky will be walking down the street and somebody will call him that, or jump out the car and actually try to assault him over a situation because he knows somebody that's a pedophile. Like, and when y'all say his name, y'all just throw him in the mud like that. So I just want everybody to refrain from throwing everybody under the bus because we mad at one person that's in the party, man. Let's kick the motherfucker out the party that's drunk, and let's continue having a good time, man. Let's stop finger pointing, man. And another thing, Queen's Throne, I know you do graphics as far as, you know, starting the channel. I am starting a channel on YouTube. I would like for you to do some graphics for me because I like your background. I like your setup. And I've been watching you the whole time you've been on their ass, and I appreciate what you're doing. I even put my
Thank you.
sisters on to you. I put my wife on to you. She's a fan now. Every time she hear your voice, she come upstairs smiling, laughing. She get a kick out of your show. And
Shout
she
out
know
to
you,
her.
yeah, and she know you serious about it. And I know you serious about it. So I'm a
Thank you.
supporter. You know what I mean? I'm gonna
Yeah,
try to support.
email me. It's Queen's Throne 9.
Okay, Queen's Throne 9. All
Yeah,
right. And
I
and
got you.
Ink. Okay, Queen's Throne 9. And Ink, if you got an email too, I can hit you up. I would love to interview you, brother, or something like that. Link with you. Anything I can do, man. Any help I can get from you, bro.
Definitely. My number is 586-298-5000. You can shoot me a text and you could type my name in, Inky Real, on Amazon, and all of the books are up there. So you can
All
grab
right.
the books and get the knowledge, the science, the information straight from
Yeah.
Amazon, and exclusive.
All right, bet. No problem, bro. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate even y'all letting me on this panel to even speak, man. Y'all have a good night and bless you, sis. Keep doing your
Peace.
thing.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, I
All right.
appreciate your opinion.
All
I
right.
appreciate all of the energy
Yeah.
surrounding this subject, because even the negative energy, to be honest, because people make more noise when they complaining. So
Yo, but see, listen, you got double agent shit going on right now, and this is why you got to keep your method of madness going, Dr. Inky, because I'm back and forth. I'm listening to this fool over here, and he just said, yeah, Sister Nandy just brought it up. So, I don't know if Nandy playing games for him, because see, Sanetta's the type of guy, he'll get on the phone. Yeah, Nandy, I know we ain't got no problems and this and that, but yeah, why don't you ask him this? Why don't you ask him that? So
well,
now he's
Nandy's
sitting
one
up
of his
here.
moderators.
Nandy's not finna do that. She wouldn't
I hope
work
not.
for him. Let's listen to what he's talking about now, though.
Let me get up.
My baby mamas. Both of my baby mamas.
And it hit me.
Whoa!
It hit me. Polight case is done with now. Polight is on his way to jail doing time, just like Dr. York. They doing time. But there's still some sexual deviance out here that I see that people are not dealing with. And now it's starting to bother me, like, why? Why not? Are we here picking and choosing now who we go after, or do we really care about the kids? And when I finish this stream, I want y'all to see, are we just picking and choosing who we go after? Because this brother's cool with me, I'm cool with this brother. Chris Harris, you should be ashamed of yourself, Chris Harris. Wasn't you a part of Solomon Division, Debate League? How come you ain't come out and denounced that yet, Mr. Chris Harris, the way you did Sanetta? I was about to say your brother Sanetta, but I know you're not my brother. Why you ain't come out knowing that Solar case sounds so much familiar with Polight case? Check. It was a 14-year-old girl who the mother did not want to take the stand. Check. The mama didn't want to take the stand on it. Yes. And so what happened, he ended up getting the probation and stuff like that because the mother didn't want, they was interrogating the child at the station. So all I'm saying is, Polight doing his time now. Go ahead, get up out of here. But are we picking and choosing? Because I didn't hear nothing from my brother Garfield, Rob On, Q Butter, Queen's Throne, many others. At least Nasty Nandy talked about it. Today she talked about it. That's what made me say, oh shit, let me go back and revisit. Because I'm the one.
What did he say I didn't talk about?
That brought it out. I'm the one that exposed this.
You saying you ain't talk about Solomon case?
I've been talked about Solar Mind case. The videos are up. What the fuck
Hold
is
on,
this?
wait. No. Look, let me tell you how Sanetta kills himself. Listen to how Sanetta kills himself. He don't realize that when he tell us about Solomon, right? We only know Solomon because Sanetta introduced him to us.
Right, exactly.
Another one.
No, wait a minute. He think he telling us about Solomon in a way where like we guilty somehow. You introduce us to Solomon. Then After years of us getting to know Solomon on the internet, you gonna bust out and tell us as evidence, oh yeah, y'all hanging out with Solomon and he a pedophile. Nigga, this another nigga you introduced us to. Get the fuck out of here. What? Yo, this is crazy.
Facts.
But nobody bringing it out because they are cool with these people. And so, family, after the day, y'all got to be like, yo, this is some real shit here. Do we really hate Polight that much? Yes. Be honest with it. Yes. And I've stated before and I've stated again. God damn it, if you're found guilty, you need to be put in front of a firing squad or locked down with Dr. York. I've said that. I've stated again.
Queen Throne, please pause it 1 second. I mean, he's so full of crap. And this is what I was going to tell you earlier, Dr. Inky. When R. Kelly got accused and ultimately convicted, before he even got this charge, before he even got this sentence, excuse me, people been stopped listening to R. Kelly's music. Before R. Kelly got convicted, found guilty, he was off the airwaves and he was off of everybody's shelf. Point that I'm making is, why is Unpolite still on his page? Why does he still have unpolite videos?
I told you from the gate. I said, yo, why he just don't take polite videos down and show everybody he's serious about whatever he's talking about?
He's not. He's not. He's going to keep promoting.
I don't think he can go the year. Listen, I don't think he's going to be able to go throughout the rest of 2023 without another Polight exclusive. I believe all this bullshit he talking right now, by the time the holidays come, he ain't going to have no choice but to be marketing another exclusive Polight event.
Anybody following HOK right now says a lot about them that knows, because I do agree with the sister say Cole education that, it's a lot of people on this internet that don't know. But those of us that do know, and you still following them and you still aiding and abetting in this nonsense, shame on you, man. Because all it takes, the simpler solution to Sanetta is just stop following that nonsense, because it's nothing that you're getting from his page that you can't get from a book.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So if you really in search of knowledge, pick up a book. House of Consciousness is not it.
Facts.
My position on it. Now that that's all done, because I said I wouldn't give a testimony on it until I find out when that judge bring down that gavel and say ten, and all of that. So we got that. Now let's look at this case right here, because this nigga here, Uncle Big Nose, was just 1 year older than Solomon. Big Nose, Uncle Big Nose.
But he was older than Cynthia when he was in prison for slashing a nigga's nose or ear off. Remember, he couldn't decide which one it was. He said that Cynthia brought their 2-year-old child up there and she was 16 and he was in prison. So he had to have been 18. So he was fucking with Cynthia. It's the same thing. Anybody want to weigh in before I continue?
Let it rip.
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. And so that's just another example of these personalities are telling you to watch out for the next, telling you to look left when you should be looking right directly at them. That's right. That's the look right. You should be look to the left. You should be looking right at them. It's supreme deflection. It's deflection. Again, you're going to them for information, but it's a conflict of interest, right? And many of us don't discern the conflict of interest. Even if I don't know everything about all the different drama that's going on, a pattern I've definitely been able to observe is the gaslighting. Why would I be coming to your channel for you to talk to me like trash? And it seems somehow that the collective audience, maybe we don't realize it, is allowing ourselves to be gaslit. Like this is the only place we can go for information, and you're being berated and talked to like trash. Like the language that this man uses with his own partner, his own woman, is deplorable. How do you come back from that and then that they're quote unquote king? I do not understand. Call me simple. That makes zero sense.
Oh, you're right, Queen. You're right. Let's get back to listening to this.
He was 19 years old. Solo was 20 years old. And people are giving these things passes now. So are you telling me when Polight gets out, because I'm not fucking with him. He's done. I'm not fucking with him when he get out. So when Polight gets out, right? And let's say it's now about 15 years or 10 years later. Do we give him a pass after that because it's that many years later? Do we get a pass? I don't think so. Let me go over this again, and we're going to find out. We need to get into the psychic of these niggas. I would like to see Soul. I would like to see Garfield. I would like to see Rabon, Queen's Throne, Judah Nass, Captain Tazariak. All of our brothers come out on this right here because it don't look good now for y'all after the night. After I do this, look at this.
All the time. I had my first son when I was 19.
We've already done this. Sanetta already played this. All you gotta do is go to on my channel. It says, I think something about Ben coming up, Inky, and Uncle Suge. Next, we're not finna listen to this shit. We already did a live stream on this. The fuck is he talking about?
Deflection.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
So let's read what Ohio team.
And it's the same shit that he did as well.
Yeah.
Suge came in and spoke about it. He soloed everything out. He spoke. He said his part. He showed proof. We're done with that.
Of loving our children, of doing this for the children. Where your voice at, Garfield? Are y'all niggas scared of this nigga because he edit videos and he bang on people? Yes, I think that's what it is. I'm not banging on you, Garfield, because I'm talking about everybody. You see, I'm going in on it. The way y'all was so adamant and acting like the people were so adamant about child molestation. You know? So where are the people at? Yes, thank you, my brother, DMG. Thank you, DMG. I will pray for you, my brother. Yes, I'm praying to the spirit of the ancestors for my brother. Salute to you. So where's the outcry, y'all? This nigga, at least he's coming out saying it himself. Let's move on. So here's two individuals that's admitting it. Now, the next person I'm going to show is Solomon. Solomon, SDBL. He comes from SDBL, Solomon Debate League. Chris Harris was loving on Solomon Debate League until Solar kicked his ass out. But he was there with him. How come Chris Harris ain't talking about this?
Yeah, the House of Consciousness need to be put on trial.
Everybody's seen when I
Sanetta and the House of Consciousness needs to be put on trial.
We have 128 votes.
We have to do a public tribunal.
87% said yes, 13% said no. I'm closing the voting thing now. That's really all we needed. It ran for over an hour, so we good.
Yeah, he did the whole and you could bring a case against him.
Listen, that's definitely conclusive too. That's 87%. That's not like it was indecisive. That's clear.
Right. 13% said no, and that's troubling. You know, I'm pretty sure it was Sanetta because he was obviously in here. I can't believe he tried to bring up that Suge shit, and we already talked about that. Like that's already been.
His spies is in here. They
go find the video so I can put it in the chat. We ain't got shit to hide over here, nigga. Stop the cat.
That's a whole fact. I've been on my square. See, the reason why they can't stand me because I've been on my square my whole life. I never sold drugs. I'm not in and out of jail. I'm not fathered a bunch of kids out of here out of wedlock. You know what I mean? I've been a pillar in my community. I've given back to the kids. I've helped kids in numerous ways. You know, documented. So I'm the exact opposite of who these dudes are. In 1993, when Sanetta was doing jail time for selling drugs in the community, I was on 125th Street on the corner of 7th Avenue selling Malcolm X Respect Yourself t-shirts. And this is during the time when people were selling fuck the world, don't ask me for shit, bitches ain't shit but holes and tricks, and all them other stupid t-shirts. I took my summer youth money and went and bought and took an image that my father drew of Malcolm X, printed it on a shirt, and put Respect Yourself on the back of it. That's the difference.
That's a fact.
He just started this fake conscious movement, and that's only because the drug game ran out.
So if y'all see, it says right here, a sit down with Ben Diesel, Uncle Suge, Sanetta, be careful what you ask for. That is the title. The link is in the chat now. To that, we ain't got shit to hide about nothing. So I can't believe he just did that. And it's the same exact shit that he pulled out last time. Ain't nobody worrying about that shit.
Produce Nikki. Show us Nikki.
It's already been, right. Like, and that's the thing with Sa. He got like dementia or some shit, like something, because he can't remember shit. And he gonna blame it on lupus, but I beg to differ. I feel like he hasn't shown us any signs that he has lupus. Like, people with lupus normally have a butterfly rash going across their nose, under their eyes. He does not have that. When you see his fingers, they're not like pale white and shit like that because they have circulation problems or whatever. I did a video on that too. AIDS versus lupus. I did. It wasn't named that, but still, that was the theme there.
Yo,
so
listen, anybody,
like, he's a liar.
Yeah, anybody, and I've always said it was just a case of sensationalism, and how Star said a culture of acceptance that he created over there, that everybody wanted to come sit their butt on that couch. They wanted to come sit on that couch. That's all it became. Oh, you made it to the couch? Well, I need to get to the couch. Oh, you was that sauce for the couch? You know, it wasn't a house of consciousness. It was a house of couchishness. Everybody was on the couch.
Something that this gentleman, I notice a pattern. I'm an observer of patterns that he says a lot when he's speaking to or he says we. It's a pattern I notice in gaslighting. That he'll start to say we to get, I guess, the confirmation from whoever's watching. Sometimes it just appears to me that we don't understand the way that we are being manipulated with words. That these people, to get you engaged, like we are saying the same thing. Because we share some activities, we watch a show together, we like red, gold, black, and green, that does not mean we share the same values. And I think that is what has been consistently shown. But that whoever said the culture of acceptance, I think is something within us as humans. We want to belong to something so bad, especially a lot of us have experienced our trauma, CPTSD, either one dramatic event or been exposed to trauma for years. So you're looking for comfort or something. So you get drawn, maybe it's an alternative to church now. You're looking to belong to something so bad that it blindsides us to people's character.
That's the truth.
Like it's so basic. Even if you are alien coming to this live.
I think also too, I'm sorry, sis, let me just hop in there real quick. I think also too, what we're forgetting in hindsight, because we're looking from this point here, we're looking backwards and looking at everything at the same distance. But people have different degrees of associations, which is another thing that's hard to unravel within this whole mess, because there are certain people who are financially vested in certain personalities having platforms to continue to be able to reach people, where as much as people want to connect, like for instance, me to a lot of what's these people got going on in the past, because I've been around financially, I'm not in none of these. Like when you go back, I'm not in none of these businesses. There's not, and never in the history of the time I've known Sanetta has Sanetta did a Dr. Inky lecture. Sanetta has never paid Dr. Inky to do a lecture anywhere. Like Polight has never paid me to do a lecture anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let's listen to some more of this clown, because he's gonna take it down.
Oh yeah. Because I don't have no business transaction.
I brought this out 2 or 3 years ago, y'all, family. Nobody talked about it because they pick and choose who they want to bang on. And after tonight, I'm going to see who picks up and move on this and isolate them from the community or even talk about it. That was 2 years ago, my brother Max says. Thank you. Right? So let's look at Chris Harris' boss. And let's see if Chris Harris make a video on this tomorrow condemning his boss. Let's see if he'll do that. I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he'll do it. But we're going to put it out there and we'll wait for him to see. Let's see.
The decision that I made, which was a very bad decision, which was what I called it. I made a lot of threats to his children. I said
this is the same exact video that we already looked at. I got a video up on this. I'll grab that too. I'm good on Sanetta. He's deflecting.
Yeah,
He's deflecting.
All cap.
That's all he's fucking doing is deflecting.
Well, also, I think Solomon already went to jail and did his probation and whatever else he got to do behind whatever that is. I think that's different than bringing somebody onto your page and hiding that from people and allowing them to get to new people. Like
I never heard of Solomon until he came on Sanetta page.
Sanetta and Nepal was with Linda and could have told her about Renintet and didn't say nothing and allowed this to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think it's very different than what Sanetta is trying to paint the picture with Solomon now. I'm just saying.
Whatever Solomon did, I never heard of Solomon until he hit Sanetta's page.
Facts. That's a fact. We only know Solomon.
So,
just like Nature Boy and Polight and all the rest of these niggas.
Yeah, the HOK needs to go on trial. Sanetta needs to go on trial. Public tribunal, so to speak. And you can see exactly for yourself, for those who were not directly involved, who aren't in New York City, I should say, to see it firsthand. When you see what took place, you'll say, yo, Sanetta's guilty of all of this, man. You know, and this is how Polight was able to strike like that. Because that's foul. That's totally foul.
Right.
I have a question. So let's say there's a trial for this Sanetta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what would be the end goal? What would be the new model? What would be different? Like to demonstrate that we learned the lesson of discernment, right? For who we pedestalize,
right?
Who we take advice from. What would we want to do after putting him on trial? What would happen to all these? Think of the thousands of followers, thousands of files with all the things that have come out about these different personalities. What would be the end goal?
One would be to redirect them to the platforms where they can get solid knowledge that can help them in life. That's one, because I don't see us debating is Islam an African or origin religion. How is that going to help us? Those type of things are not going. It's not going to give you any clarity. In fact, it's going to make you more confused. So all the debates have to stop.
Ben, hold on. I'll take it a step further. I'll say that it's not even consciousness, right? It's literally the opposite of consciousness. What Sanetta got going on over there, and this is how you could tell. What I'm saying is this is just fact science. Consciousness means to be awake and to be aware.
Mm-hmm.
You can only be aware and awake in the now. You can only be awake in this moment, period. The future hasn't happened yet. The past is already gone. The conscious community was built on the backs of brothers and sisters that was willing to risk fame, risk money, risk popularity, risk pain, suffering, and all that to improve the lives of people in real time.
My brother.
Solutions to real time problems.
My brother.
Not to argue about niggas that was 5,000 years ago. Did Jesus or Muhammad, like that's not even consciousness. That's actually keeping people frozen in time. You know what I'm saying? Where you're keeping people locked out of reality because that's not going to help them today or tomorrow. We need people on math and science. We need,
yes,
that's what, so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
So that would be the goal of showing people the alternative to what they think they were looking for, to what they should actually be looking for.
Thank you for that. The other gentleman that's in, or person, I say gentleman that's in jail, the N boy, when he initially started out, right, and he was, a lot of younger people were drawn to him, in terms of wanting to leave the U.S. and do something different. It appears he was all about gardening, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward, his real character came forth. Actually, all these, it was all revealed, right? The character that I'm speaking of. So I remember years ago going to First World lecture series, right, with Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all of these people were there years ago, right? And I remember at some point as a young woman and as a young mother, I was like, I can't only be at these lectures but so long. I have things to do. So whether you're in the States or overseas, I never hear, and call me simple as a mother, because as a mother, our bodies are wired to time, urgency, children to feed, we have things to do. It doesn't take rocket science to take over community gardens or make your presence known in community gardens, to get carpentry skills, to get welding skills, to open more barber shops and braiding shops. Between the music and the bad advice of being caught up in these debates, it's just like a lot of wasted time. It is, and I'm a mother, it's just so much wasted time.
And it's not accidental. See, and I think that's something that needs to be, that's what needs to really come out, is that this is not an accidental thing. Like when this goes on, because people have now an appetite for the information, people also have an appetite for the edutainment. When this type of back and forth goes on, people just get tired of the negative energy. Like when a problem happens and a kid gets violated, everybody goes, yo, why hasn't anybody been saying nothing? Why hasn't anybody said anything before now? And every time that happens, there's a bunch of people that said stuff before now. The problem is before there was a big problem, it didn't feel like it was a value enough dealing with the BS to walk through the drudgery, to dredge out the dirty laundry and stop the fun and stop the vibe, to clean out, whatever it is. But all these things have a repetitive nature. And when we look back, if we go like there's Polight and everybody's going side, the problem with Polight is that when people were saying he was stealing money, $50, $100, you bring him back on your platform, told everybody, nah, that was a miscommunication, trust him. So that allowed him to start robbing people for $500, $600, $700, $800. Then you did the same process up until it got into the thousands. I remember Sister Kafunya with the crystals from Brooklyn. She came to me crying early. That was like one of the first things I knew was something wasn't right with what Polight had going on early on. She came to me crying. Yo, I gave Polight my rent money. He, can you get it back? I got her money back. Ask Sister Kafunya. You know what I'm saying? Like Nature Boy. Then you look at the situation with Solomon. He like, oh yeah, nobody said nothing about Solomon. Bro, you introduced us to all these guys. You
don't remember when we did this, Inky? I don't think you were in this one, but I definitely did a live stream on this.
No. I definitely know you did it. I'm just for Sis and for some of the people that's in the audience that might not know, but I definitely know that you covered all of these. Like some of his things don't require responses. Some of this stuff is just him just stretching and grasping at,
deflection.
Yeah, grasping
right.
it.
I know that. I just love proving motherfuckers wrong, especially when I know what I did. You know what I mean?
I know he kept talking all of that mess in Sanetta. If you're listening, if you're there, Frankie, where's Nikki? Bring Nikki to the forefront. Let us talk to Nikki. Put Nikki on the live. Tell her to cam up.
Well, I want to thank you, everyone. Thank you, Queen's Throne, for having a platform to share this. And I'm just going to drop down, but I will say this. May I mention a couple of mental health free resources for people? Is that okay?
Go ahead, sister. Yes. Great.
There is Therapy in a Nutshell. That's online. There's Dr. Joyce, psychiatrist. On my channel, I have several, maybe 4 or 5 channels that are mental health that deal with just processing. There's also Crappy Childhood Fairy. There are several actual psychiatrists, not just astrologers and so on, that have actual information dealing with everything from bipolar to medications to trauma that people can use that are free. There are several gardening channels that people can use for actual stress relief. There are a lot of workout videos. I know I can hold a community class on Fridays that is by donation. It's African Dance and Sculpt. I'm a woman, I'm a mother. I'm about solutions because I'm on the clock, time. So the most pressing things to me are my health, my physical health, my mental health, and my esteem. So sometimes I just don't have the bandwidth for so much of the back and forth. So those are some resources that are available on YouTube. There are lots of free yoga videos. There's lots of gardening. I think a lot of us, I can definitely say as a woman, I think many of us could go into a cocoon and disappear off the scene and just focus on ourselves so that we can make better decisions and get our health and our mental together. So send y'all some more
Before you go, now I'm going to take a look at your page, subscribe. All I like your energy a lot. But you remind me when you say solutions and from the women. Did you ever see Chirac?
That sounds familiar. Was
Spike
that
Lee's movie?
Spike Lee when everybody said, let's just close giving access to your reproductive organs?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't see it, but I got it very quickly. I figured that out years ago. Like, as a young woman, you may not realize, and we're being encouraged by the music. I grew up on hip hop, so it's really devastating to see what happened with Lambada. But anyway, the music, if people would just pause on to actually listen to what's being said, we're encouraged to just be very haphazard with our reproductive organs. But I can tell you, as a women, we don't bounce back like that when we give access to ourselves.
For the record,
and
just for the record, real quick, I'm sorry, sis.
Yeah.
Hold on, sis. Just for the record, I just want to say that's also somebody, Sanetta's ex-business partner. That's another ex-business partner of Sanetta's.
Africa Bambaataa.
I'm gonna be honest, it is so disheartening. I can't. I don't even have the bands, because if you stay in that too much, it will rob you of your energy and your motivation. So I have stopped giving any money to any of the popular music that's out there many years ago. I can't support it. And I've even said to my offspring, my son, I support you. There's certain things I can't support: the violent video games. I cannot support the misuse and abuse of women or men, because we give birth to boys and girls, right? There's a lot of things I cannot get behind it. I'm not a prude. I can't do it. I cannot. It's like certain things I cannot feed to my folks. I'm trained as a chef. Certain things I will never serve to my folks. I can't do it.
Right.
I'm not saying that I can't do it. So again, women, we have to be about the business, because our bodies are wired for time and clocks. Children are on the clock. The garden is on the clock. We are underestimating the transformative power of just exercise in a garden. It may sound corny, but it's just so much we're underestimating that it's therapeutic.
It's the simple things that work.
Yeah, I mean, really, dramatically, that's therapeutic, just in your lifestyle, and we're looking to people, to be quite honest, no offense, that are just based on their character, they're not qualified to lead anybody out of a paper bag. It's rhetoric.
That's a whole fact.
It's word salad. I'm so clear. I don't have the capacity for arguing and back and forth. I think it's a form of escapism at this point to make us feel good about something, but it's a pandering, because it's your economic situation, your health is not improving. Then what the heck are we talking about?
Yep.
It's like, I gotta go to my garden. I gotta go.
And I'm not going to hold you, but when you said you triggered the word time wasting, and I was on 125th Street. I was a vendor on 125th Street, and I saw it from the very beginning when they brought nigga Unpolite out to 125th Street, and they started parading him up and down the street, and he came past my table. When you said something about vetting, it's the first thing I asked. What's his real name? We know Elijah Muhammad was Elijah Poole. We know Malcolm X was Malcolm Little, so forth, so on. What is his real name? You run around introducing this dude as Brother Polight. Who are you? What's your government name? I don't want to hear all that other stuff. So that was my introduction to him. And I was never a fan from day one. From day one, I knew the dude was a fraud. That's on everything. I knew he was a fraud from day one. Now, time wasting, we sat back and watched Sanetta waste 20 years of debates and pitting us against each other for 20 years. And you wonder why we're doing what we're doing right now. It has to stop. Somebody has to bring an end to it. And this is why Sanetta has to go on trial.
Let me ask you a question.
Facts.
In all fairness, where would the audience, the collective community, then where would our responsibility be, right? Like, for example, we can say white man, white man, white man, but most of the folks that I know personally, the violation, as the woman, Mechee, I may not agree with everything that she said, but most of the people that have been violated, their reproductive organs, has been by people that they know in their own community, right? So that's not coming from outside. So if so-called Saneter, whatever his other name is, if he's on trial, would we in our quiet moments, if we really reflective and honest, what would be our role, or what would be us on trial? What would that look like in balance? Because once you remove the person, if we have an appetite for deflection or escapism, then won't we just replace Sanetta with another person? Right? What would be the balance? So it's not just about somebody outside of ourselves.
Well, I mean, that's not a bad thing, replacing him with another person. Like, that's kind of what we need. The sharing information and having teachers and community guides and things like that. Those practices are good. See, we're getting caught in so much trauma from this group here that we're starting to think the problems are associated with the entire parcel. You know what I'm saying?
Break it down, Doc.
Having community teachers and guides and extended parents where you parent and other people's children.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of just how it always been. Like tomorrow on my channel, my YouTube channel is American Healer. Tomorrow at 12 Eastern time, I'm gonna be on with my children, and we're gonna be doing, like, we have a new book series where we teaching anatomy and biochemistry with storytelling.
Now that's useful. See, now that's you got my attention when you're talking about that. To be quite honest, I'll be frank with you before I jump. Now you're talking my language. But anything else, my ear is shut. At this point, my ear is absolutely closed. I will say, here's a distinction that I can make. My grandma Lou, right? She transitioned in 90-something. That's the most pleasant human being I have ever made. Simple, laid back in a cup with her little plaits in her hair, her character. I always wondered why she wasn't angry. Why is everybody else so angry? This woman never had no benefits or nothing. Worked like an ant and a hummingbird. Between her and my godparents, looking back now, I had 2 godparents, not any blood to me. They have a dance company. They have worked with culture in schools. Looking back, I'm like, oh, wow, they never tried to exploit me. They never tried to get in my pants. So when I look back now and I compare and contrast, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so fortunate to have come across a couple of individuals walking in the flesh that I have a standard. So because of Grandma Lou and my godparents, I can distinguish between Mr. Michael NOAK and Mr. Frankie. I have something to compare and contrast. I do get everybody has not had that, right? That current example. So I actually feel grounded. I was still able to be scammed, even with Grandma Lou and them. I was still able to get taken for some things I didn't have a frame of reference for. But because of my simple Grandma Lou and my godparents, I was able to get up and walk out of a cult in another country because I had a sense of self. So I don't need a leader at this point. There are leaders, but I can make the distinction between someone I'm taking instruction from. I can vet them. I can look at their character. Somebody in their 20s or somebody that's been violated may not have those eyes yet. They have information, but not wisdom. Information is so much information and no wisdom, no life experience. There's so much sex, no intimacy, no respect, no responsibility. Those things are such simple principles. So simple, but if you don't have the eyes, unfortunately, it's not until a lot of young people have wasted 10, 20, 30 years, have gotten impregnated, following these characters, have jacked their life up, can't put the baby back up in their womb, can't reverse the people that they're following. It's not until you've jacked yourself up sometimes till you get the wisdom. And I can tell you, women don't necessarily bounce back like that from following these characters online.
Well, see, here's the thing. And for every one person over the years that I've been able to make fall in love with me over the internet, it's come at the cost of probably making at least 25 to 50 people insanely angry with me over the years. But a large part of that is because I've just been the earth disturber all this time. I've been saying little common sense things that if people just paid attention to, it could have prevented some of these things. Like more than 10 years ago, I was asking folks like, yo, why don't we know any of these niggas' names? Y'all could say whatever y'all want about Inky with the packages coming late and all this and all that, but I've never sent you niggas a package that didn't have my actual name on it and my actual address on it. Like, you doing business with folks that's using fake names and fake addresses all the time, and you never saying to yourself, like, yo, these niggas all got fake names with P.O. boxes. Like, there's something's got to click in. Or you hearing guys online and we like, yo, we got to teach the babies, we got to build the community. But you don't see none of these niggas with their kids. These niggas is on the internet for 10 years. They got thousands of hours of footage and you've never seen them with their kids. Some of these guys, you don't even know they got kids. These niggas got 5, 6, 7 kids running around.
And that's a red flag.
That is that's a dripping red flag for me. That's like, nigga,
so what you said about not knowing their real names? Well, as someone that's experienced a cult that was in a jungle paradise, and I'm thinking, wow, I'm watching toucans and it's tropical and we're sleeping with the doors open. About almost 2 years in, it's like, you're isolated. You're isolated. Right? So the context is everything. You can't hold these people accountable. That's one of the reasons why you don't know their names, or they change their names every 10 seconds and change their philosophies. And the new people coming on haven't seen their books that are out of print. So this gentleman that just came on screen, I've seen him for quite a few years. And also what the man Chuck Morgan, I think his name is. You know, it takes a lot to come out. They have been actually putting forth information. These are people that have been involved in the cults, but I think also the audience was so enamored with a lot of the drama that it's enticing. Just like Jerry Springer. It's like, I don't know if you remember that show. It's like, I can't believe I'm watching. Where did they find these people? But it's so crazy. You become addicted to watching the drama, and it's a distraction.
What's good, Tar?
Thank you, Queen.
Yeah, true peace, Queen. True peace, chat.
Peace.
What's going on, Inky? What's going on, Ben?
Everything real.
Yeah. You already.
I mean, you know, some of us dropped the ball, you know, in 2021 when this came out. And we should have stayed working on this as it progressed. I got a video I just did a reaction video to SETI because he went live earlier. So I did a reaction video to that. That's why I didn't come on. I just got through doing it. I'm gonna edit it and I'm gonna get it to you, Queen, and my other peoples. But again, laws in my science, it tells you that, and just common sense, laws without consequences, or rules without consequences, is not a law. A real law is something that is consistent every time the conditions are right and the same. And we exist not only in a country, but a world where there's definitely separations and favoritism, and how people can tip the scales into their own favor. And a lot of the things that are happening to people, you know, it's definitely spiritual if you understand that. A lot of people just don't understand the experiences, because some people think that all spiritual experiences have to come along the lines of some type of movie that they've seen. Me personally, I didn't have to go through that type of experience. My experience is very different, but I still studied enough to learn that a lot of people just don't have that that wherewithal. But the whole thing is, even if we want to do, and SETI said something about, you know, people on the outside are weak because they're waiting for people in jail to do something. But he have to realize too that by condemning the outside, he condemning himself. Because I ain't seen nobody with no footage of SETI run up on nobody blazing. I just see SETI go online holding, you know, some kind of semi-automatic weapon a couple of times when him and Frankie was going back.
Hold on, Roger. Let me interject. Please hold your thought. Hold that thought. I got a story on SETI. When SETI and Sanetta was beefing, this is during the time where Sanetta he was running around the streets and he had a YouTube out dissing SETI, and he had some dudes up there. Yo, SETI, you could SMD, right? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So now, fast forward the clock. The beef on the streets happened, the business beef, where we killing him on the streets. He getting mad because he's seeing us eat every day. Seti comes through one day, right? So Seti coming through, he's screw facing. He looks at me, Sanetta telling me, yeah, this the dude I'm beefing with. So he put this real, like, yo, if looks could kill, I'll put it you like that. So I looked at him and I said, Seti, cut the bullshit. I said, this is the same dude who just had a video of niggas on the street telling you the SMD, and left it at that. When I tell you he did an about face and walked down the street. So Seti's hot air, man.
Yeah.
Seti's hot air.
But the thing is, you know, it goes deeper when you spread it out, because again, you can't turn it into the Wild Wild West.
Right.
Number one, because you're gonna destroy more lives than trying to get this one person. This stuff is just out of order in all kind of ways. But
let me add a few cents into this Seti deal too, because here's one of the different perspectives that I've been trying to add in terms of this whole Sanetta situation, right? Every partner he has, it ends bad for them. And when I say partner, when you're that number one character on his show, and make no mistake, the House of Consciousness has always been a semi-scripted show. That's the number one.
The Don King of this shit.
That has always been semi-scripted. All them debates back and forth, them Polight videos is super scripted. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't go the right way, they get edited or they don't go up. You know what I'm saying? But the thing with Seti is, at one point, Seti was Sanetta's Polight. Seti was Sanetta's partner. Sanetta was rocking with Aleem Bey, and then he you know, like he turned his back on Aleem Bey for Seti, and then Aleem Bey kind of went into like a purgatory for a little while because Sanetta's the machine, so he can decide to blackball you, and then nobody will watch your page or whatever the case may be, you know. So he kind of blackballed Aleem, and that was like what happened there. And then it was all about Seti for the next few years, up until him and Seti had a fallout about some money. Hold on, because there's a pattern with Sa. Up until him and Seti have a fallout about some money between him, Seti, and Polight, something about the contracts behind the scene. When that happens, all of a sudden, Seti has a debate with a new guy that Sanetta and Brother Unk introduced us to, named Nazi. Let me turn my camera on so y'all can see me, so y'all know I'm not capping. So Unk and Sanetta bring a new guy in that we never heard of before, named Brother Nazi. Brother Nazi comes in to debate Seti because this is the pattern of Sanetta. He builds you up with him, and then if you start questioning money or statistics or things looking funny, it's time for you to go, and it's going to end badly for you. So he brings Nazi in to debate Seti, and somehow Sanetta says it was some type of technical difficulty, but an audio got uploaded of Sarah Suit and Seti saying that he snorts cocaine and he, you know, it's okay to sell crack to get back with the elders or some shit he was saying.
Yeah, I remember that.
Boom. So that was the end of Seti, and then it was all about Nazi and the Hebrew Israelites. But guess what happened to Brother Nazi? Brother Nazi wind up excommunicated because he wound up raping his wife's daughter.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
See what I'm saying? Like all these people that partner up with Sanetta somehow end bad, and what happens is it just go on to the next go on, and it's like it's a current time period, and people just keep blaming the people. Like, yeah, Sa, you gotta, you know, Sa, you guys just get back to the information. Sa, you know, stop all that banging and let's get to the information, because you know, it's negative people bringing your page down, or you got snakes in the community and they bringing you down. No. Sa is the head person, and he's turning people into what he wants them to be. So early on,
how true you are.
The conscious teachers taught. They taught. You paid them to come in and do a lecture and teach. What Sanetta did to stop the growth of the people is start to pay the conscious teachers that would teach the people to now come in and argue against one another.
Good. God.
So not only does the teaching stop going out, which is the new information, but now there's no information at all, because the two people that would be normally researching new information, now they're just researching each other's personal life to find dirt on one another, to see who could embarrass each other the most at the quote unquote debate, and gain followers through like negative research. Instead of saying, hey, my organization has the best solutions, the new thing is my organization has less dirt on us than your organization type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So at the end result, the people looking from the outside in that don't know the difference between all of us will go, oh yeah, those are all scammers, or oh yeah, those conscious guys are, you know, they're this, or those are, oh, that's them pedophiles from the internet, or, you know, like they'll just lump the whole group together. And now you've just basically separated the larger Black community from its think tank. You know what I'm saying?
Can I give you a case in point? Can I give you a case in point?
Yes, sir.
Case in point would be the Mark 125. The Mark 125 has been abandoned for the last 30 years, right? This is where we were vending at one point. My grandparents were vending there before it was the Mark 125. In fact, my grandparents helped establish the Mark 125. Now, we had vendors from 12th Avenue on down to 1st Avenue. Sanetta stopped that progression from happening. He tells you in the video, we signed petitions to get them niggas off the block. That's right. I said it. They signed petitions to get us off the block, where we had an opportunity to organize all of those vendors and say, yo, let's put our money together and let's open up the Mark 125. Out of all of these brilliant minds, why haven't we opened up that Mark 125? You know why? Because Sanetta sat right there and calculated ways to counter everything that was being done for the community. These are facts. Mark 125, case in point.
Yeah, because if the Mark opened up and he got a space inside the Mark, he would have to pay rent for that space, as opposed to setting up in front of the Mark where he could just, it's no rent to work right out on the sidewalk.
Well, as far as like you said, some people should research some legal methods. Like Sister Nanny said, she contacted a couple of government agencies dealing with that. As far as on a moral issue, I mean, some of us need to match each other's energy and have to stay on it. And one of the things is awareness. And we have to definitely, and we have to be, remember, the birds of a feather applies to any group of people. And so we have to be careful as well of how we move with each other. You understand? Because if we don't practice what we teach, as well as how we behave, you know, on and off the internet, especially here, like Geely said, she don't trust nobody. And that's a tragedy. You understand? That's why we have to make sure we follow the same thing to the best of our knowledge and wisdom and ability, and come together.
I don't know if that was you who asked a brilliant question to Sanetta about when they were saying nobody like Ben, nobody like Ben. He couldn't give you one valid reason, explanation of any sort on from anybody on us not being liked. You know, just
that
throwing
wasn't me. I
slander.
ain't spoke to Sanetta in years. I don't know who
No. I'm just saying you threw it out there. I don't know if it was you who threw it out there saying you running around telling everybody nobody like Ben. I don't know if it was you, but somebody on Queen's Throne channel was saying that. And I was like, that's a brilliant question. You running around, nobody liked him. Why? Why wouldn't nobody like him? Give me a reason. Was he a child molester? Why didn't nobody like Ben? And he can't answer nothing like that. It's all lies. So when you say how we moving, I'm true blue. I'm always on my square.
Right. And we just have to be able to pull each other's coattail, you know, in whatever fashion we need to do that. And so we can understand the bigger mission. The bigger mission at this point, especially on Queen's Thrones, I'm on that regardless. But even when we're here, the whole thing is protecting the children, spreading awareness, and getting out the information as much as possible. That's the thing. That has to be the ultimate thing. It can't be all this extra stuff where, you know, people got issues and, you know, I think they need to be handled separately. You understand? Like, I understand, you know, Sister Nandy, you know, Mei X and all that different, they have their thing going on. But y'all shouldn't come here to do that.
Right.
You understand? Because it's not correct. And it just like it, you know, and I've seen Queen's Throne get pissed off a few times when we supposed to be over here, then here comes some detraction. Even if it is valid to that person, I'm not going to take nothing away from anybody who has legitimate gripes. But this ain't the place to do it. This ain't the time. Now, if you want to schedule something, that's what intelligent people do.
Thank you.
Let's schedule a response, right? That way it looks right. And to jump to that, I'm looking over there at Sanetta and them earlier, Frank them. Now they trying to have some referee dude over there. Ali was over there debating or have a discussion with Jabari, and now you got a guy standing up with nice clothes on, and okay, these are the rules. See, it's too late, Frankie. It's too late. The ship has sunk.
Yes.
You understand? The Elvis has left the building.
Yeah.
And we see that. But guess what we have to do? We have to keep the decorum with each other and respect with each other. You understand? I understand why.
Let me just pause you 1 second.
Go ahead, King.
Mr. Nandi, again, for the record, I'm just getting introduced to you, sis. The passion is cool. You ain't called me nothing that 1,000 other people ain't said worse than or whatever. So don't feel like whatever. 586-298-5000. You could definitely shoot me a text message. Everybody knows that regardless to the response I get, I be transparent as possible on all this stuff. So you know, I don't hold no ill will to you, sis. I know if we have points that we passionate about, but we never get to like face to face say it to the person's face, we might have, you know, like residual, you know, energy or whatever the case may be. So whatever it is, you know, anyway, I just wanted to add that. Sister,
I mean, I watched some of her stuff. I met Sister Nandy here. You're right. It was years ago for the same stuff. Uncle Suge and all that. All us is again rotating back then. Sister Nandy is a beast with the receipts. I've seen so we don't need to break up the new edition, right? We new edition. Right? We got
Nandy's my girl. That's my motherfucking. That's my girl for real. So it ain't never nothing like that. And
so that's what I'm saying. We recognize what we got here. We got Bennett on the panel. He gets busy. Shaka get busy. Inky gets hella busy. Yo, Inky, I need you to bring that video footage back where Polight was in that radio station. That was you know what I'm talking about? That right there, you need to bring that back. That's worse than Riot with Jesse Peterson. Bring that footage back and because that you got a good bit of footage of that. I ain't gonna say no more about that, but yo, bring that back and get with Queens quick and just let the audience see that. That's
to Queen,
worse.
right?
That
Send
was,
that to
man,
Queen, right?
that was classic. Yo, what's going on, V Bennett?
Hey, everybody. I hope y'all can hear me. Yo, peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Yo, check this out. Yo, people, we should jump back on the bot thing. Checking out bots, because Sanetta is using bots. Comment bots, view bots, like bots. Dude does not have that many people watching this thing. If you look for if you go through these little, if you go through it, just check everybody's different page. Go to Shaka page. Shaka, you can see his views are accredited. It's all green, 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 green. It may not be a lot. It might be 100 here, 100 there, 200 there, 500 here, but it's all green, 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 green. You check any normal page out, it's going to be green, green, green. You check Sanetta's page out, it's minus, nothing, no green, no nothing, minus. Minus on the views, minus on the bots, dude. I mean, minus on the views, minus on the click, on the what do they call it? Earning, right? Yo, there's no way.
He's editing comments because on the video he did
comments. You can do that. You can do that with
he's
bots.
editing because no, I'm gonna tell you why. Because on the video he did about the response to he finally comes out about Nikki, people were asking questions about the phone call.
And your audio's messing up.
My audio's messing up still.
Yeah.
Here, we can hear you, but it
sounds like you underwater, like a can. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link again. Come right back, bro.
Right. Yeah, but it's something up with that because there's no way so many people interested in saying some of the stupid ass comments in there like funky phone, yeah, Shaka Boo Boo, yeah, Shaka Boo Boo, she back in it again, he down there, it's like nobody's interested, but he got loads of comments like that. I'm telling you, if people go through there,
it's the Wizard of Oz. It's the Wizard of Oz syndrome. You think it's a lot going on till you look behind the curtain and see just a little guy back here pulling all the strings and shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I wanted to say. Anyway, I'm gonna be out because I'm on my way home from work. But I'm serious. Don't fall for it. This guy don't have thousands of people watching. He's not getting big money. He's not getting 100.
He's desperate. He's in trouble.
I'm telling you. Yeah. All right, y'all.
Listen, if he had, think about it. The numbers speak for itself. If he had all that many people watching, he would not even be paying no attention to me, you, Shaka, and Queen. Like, why would he be paying attention to our little platforms if he was doing 40, 50,000 people in his live stream, everybody sending in thousands of dollars in cash apps? That's
right.
not happening.
Exactly. It don't make sense. No winner is interested in a loser. No winner that's that big is going to be interested in somebody coming up going, it just don't make no sense like that. So, I memean, but anyway, be good. Peace to everybody.
Thank you.
I'm just going to listen. I'm going to listen and peace. Also, I heard Tar. I agree. 100%. Let's stay focused then. Let's not do the other small things, especially when it's it's nothing really there. Nothing really there. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all right, peace, y'all.
Peace.
I seen Adisa put something in there about Bobby Hemmett, and to add to that, I got a video from Inky where he wrapped up all of those dudes with the anal sex chakra teachings on my YouTube, and that is true. It is true. Facts. That's one that people need to look at. Like you said, Panic and Brother Rich, all of them was teaching that. Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, talking about snorting cocaine. The Pharaoh snorted cocaine and all this old crap. This is all of them are part of that cesspool, and they all need to be held accountable. Guess who can do it?
Right here, look. In this book right here, I go deep into the chakra, the sex magic, the rape, all of those different things and what they purpose is and what it is that these people are trying to actually do and accomplish. They got goals with it. Don't think that this is not a system. This is actually a financial system. This is a thing that they're doing. Don't think that this is like the same as like if you see for instance, a lot of us have in our minds a vision of like a white, out of shape, nerdy looking guy with really thick glasses on. Like that's our idea of pervert. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so we think that's all perverts are that guy, and some of them are not. Some of them are the guy with the new sneakers and the new outfit on. Like some of these guys, you know, they come in unfamiliar, you know, they don't look like what you would think. And so, you know, a lot of these conversations just got to be opened up and unpacked, because this is a system that was put in place that we saw from Dr. York to Polight to, so this is now like, okay, if I want to achieve a certain status, I can go about it this way. And for me, when I first came and started teaching, when it was only like 5 or 6 people would come to my lectures, I used to say all the time, change the trend, you change the world. Change the trend, you change the world. I still think that way. You know what I'm saying? So if the trend becomes watching what Polight did as a successful model, then of course you're going to have Nature Boy. Of course you're going to have 19 Keys. Of course you're going to have Rashad Jamal. Of course you, but if somebody that looks cool, that has a certain energy comes along and keeps the foot on the gas and says, no, that's not it. We can have what we want to have and get what we want to get and be successful and be impactful as men while raising our kids. We don't have to hide the fact that we're fathers in order to be businessmen or be entrepreneurs or be teachers, because somehow you being a father makes you look weak, or you don't have time to deal with the children, or you don't have time to deal with the woman, or you can't raise children and get money at the same time, or just all of these ideas that actually have to be put to rest before we could get to the place that we on the right page, because we don't reward and we just don't reward the right image. You know what I'm saying? So that's another piece to this. You know what I'm saying? I think we gotta, you know, so all of those reasons, I think a court, a tribunal, you know, old school village conversation, you know.
And the questions,
we may have to have jury selection. I think we got to have jury selection. I think Tar got to be on the jury.
Whole facts.
Yeah.
Because but all things being real, the truth of the matter is, y'all, what is the legacy that we're supposed to leave for our children? You know, tomorrow's not promised to nobody, you know. So like Tar just said, moving forward, sticking to one aim, one destiny, one God. What are we going to do to make a path for our children in all 50 states? The Black American, you know what I mean? We'll get to Africa. We'll get to Africa later, but what are we going to do right here to make sure that we have erected institutions, universities, we've purchased land as a trustworthy unit? And this is why pedophilia has to be totally eradicated. They can't be around, because what York was doing as far as the land was the right idea, but look at how that sick component of his destroyed everything. Pedophilia, you know. So we have to stay focused on what we're doing here, because it's now or never. And what the sister was getting at earlier, as far as what do you do with all of the followers and subscribers if they're not bots? If they're not bots, then you redirect them. You know, because we lasted a decade and a half on 125th Street in the community doing excellent business, and we provided excellent business. We provided excellent products. So as far as cooperative economics and us getting to another level, that exists right here in America. You know, look at the Arabs. They come into our communities and they make millions, as well as everybody else. The Chinese with the Chinese restaurants, they come in and they make millions. We have the same opportunity and potential to do it, but it's going to really take a select, qualified core of us that's true blue, men and women, to push it forward, lay the path, the groundwork for the children that's newly born and yet to be born.
I want to add two things real quick. I want to tack something on about you said about these people. Just look at this word. I got this today. I just off of Unc page. I'm gonna let y'all tell me what y'all think. This is something that I found just going through his page because he's one of my just friends on Instagram. Let me see, share screen.
What is this now?
Window.
What do you finish on now? Hold on, wait.
No, it ain't gonna be nothing crazy. Just a regular picture, but I want you to see who this picture is. You good, Queen? You good? I ain't gonna do nothing like that. Tell me when y'all see that.
Okay. We see it.
Can y'all see it?
Who is that? You gotta zoom it in or something.
I mean, I can see it, but who is that? Who is that?
That's Red Pill.
That's Red Pill.
With Pope outfit on. And
Okay.
Now,
Oh, nigga, what is happening? Yo, chill.
I don't know how old this picture is or whatever, but this is on Unc West
my goodness.
Instagram. So we know what the Catholic Church represent. So is this something we'd be worried about?
Oh my God. Clearly.
That's fucking crazy.
Clearly he's throwing his hat in to be the next one. So clearly he is the Stone Mountain Messiah.
That's deep.
I'm trying to get it to get low again. Hold on. Let's keep going big.
Yeah, that's deep.
I'm gonna send this to you right now, Queen. Hold on. Check your
bro, he gotta take that outfit off. This nigga Blue is bugging, bro. See, this is what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
I talk about these guys mixing up all these drugs in their body. See, that's the thing that people don't understand. And a lot of people, they think I be hating. They like, oh, Inky, nah, you hating. The mushrooms is natural. Almost all drugs is they come from plants. That's it. Saying something's natural doesn't mean it's good for you. That's number one. And just because something is natural doesn't mean all naturalists were naturally using that substance. To use mushrooms or ayahuasca, you were supposed to receive training and go into, like, that's not for people to just watch a YouTube video and start popping mushrooms and ayahuascas to get high, mixing it with pills and E and Molly. And that's how you get all these weird ass outfits and all that on. Like, what would have happened if police would have shot this nigga Blue Pill while he had this outfit on right there? Like, if police would have came up and started tasing the shit out of him, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they would have just started tasing the fuck out of him right there.
Chill,
like, what could we have said?
Shit ain't funny, man. Damn.
I'm just saying, though, think about it now. Because we're going to blame white folks afterward and say it was a racial problem when nigga got that kind of outfit on in broad daylight. And come on now. This shit is big.
And everybody
I don't know what
knows
the context of that photo was.
That's what I'm saying. What is that? Like, we know that doesn't exist in reality, but this shows you that somewhere in his mind, he thought that was hot. Like, who does that? Like, and he got the Nation of Islam. He got the Nation of Islam bandana that 19 Keys always wearing up underneath that. And the Pope had
19 Keys was selling them 49-cent but bandanas with rhinestones on it for $99. I fell on the ground, cracking the fuck up. They say, "Ain't you hating again?" I said, "All right, well, I'm just hating."
Oh man.
So yeah, I think this is what we need to do. Collectively, us as well as everybody else, set the stage.
Yo, Tom, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill. Yo, I keep trying to sound sensible and responsible right now. Like, yo, it's niggas got to get their shit together, bro. I can't. I need a moment. I'm telling you right now.
Oh.
I that picture right there is crazy, right there. Like, yo, that's hot, my nigga. Like, ain't the pedophile and the child molesting start with niggas in these outfits? Like, what the fuck kind of outfit is this right here? Is he letting us know that he's somehow behind the scenes running the show with these rituals these niggas doing? Like, what? Like, is this? Like, the longer this picture stay up there, the more questions I'm gonna start having about why this nigga got this outfit on.
I'm finna send you something else because this guy right here is on his page and he follows York. And look how weird he looks when y'all see this picture. See, now I gotta go deeper because I only stopped at that picture, but I just went back real quick. This guy that I'm sending you next is a NOAK.
Bro, that was crazy, bro. That was epic right there.
Yeah, I know, right?
That looked like a molester costume set. Like,
yo, that's not funny, B. Chill, yo. This shit crazy, man. What the fuck was that, man?
I don't know what these, bro. Listen. People might say I'm dissing, but trust me, I'm actually giving compliments by saying I hope there's drugs involved. That's what I'm saying.
No, but let me tell you why this shit is crazy. Because let me tell you why this is crazy. Because I put on the costume before, uniform, right? But let me tell you the uniform I put on. I had a martial arts uniform on because I trained. So I had went downtown, picked up a martial arts uniform, and I was in the hood working out in my martial arts uniform. You know what I mean? Some real Shaolin shit, but I mean, that right there is crazy, man.
Sick.
I'm trying to see where, like you said, where did this fit in our reality?
Bro, I told you where it fit in our reality right now. In our reality, we dealing with these people that like to deal with children. And that right there is where it started at. So here's what I'm saying, and this is why I've been at odds with all these people for the better part of 10 years. They're doing different things that they're calling spirituality and different rituals behind the scenes. So you see the same guys that works together is the same guys that gets in trouble together, is the same guys that you like, yo, woo, woo. Or like, for instance, earlier, Sister Nandi said, yeah, I heard about your scamming. It's a guarantee that whatever she heard about is something that one of these niggas that made up over the years as I've been going at them to, like, yeah, we know you sold the water. We know you sold the water that killed the little girl. Like, no.
Well, we also spoke about that.
You know that Sanetta made up a story with some other niggas about some shit to make you like.
Wait, though, listen. So we also went over that in the video where Ben was in there and Uncle Suge. So
they'll get it. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like when we go through these periods, because all this stuff is on video, there's a residual lingering effect. But when we look back and we have an unemotional look at it, and then we get presented with a picture like this, we have to really start asking ourselves some questions that we might not be comfortable asking ourselves. Like the people that follow Bobby Hemmett, when I told them out of my mouth, I was like, no, Bobby Hemmett teaches that your soul is located in your anus and a serpent got to go into your anus once a week to activate your spirituality. It was like, no, you disrespecting the elders. That's crazy. No. Then when I played the video of him saying it, the reality set in and people had like cognitive dissonance. So a part of this is that because people grow to love these personalities only to find out later on that there's another part of your personality that your favorite personality, you may not know he wearing shit like this what Blue Pill got on. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I remember back in
this fucked me up.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that Dr. York started off doing his stuff in the sex rituals? I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm about to take him out of that picture right there.
That's a wild picture, Chance. I don't even know what to say after that. Tar's a wild nigga. He came in. This motherfucker shut the show down. This nigga wild. He go crazy. It's too late at night. Like shit, nigga. I feel like
I didn't
that's
expect
grown
that
folks' business.
shit.
Wait a minute. I feel like I'm not even old enough to see that picture. Like that was grown folks' business right there. Shit.
No, y'all, I'm gonna shock y'all one more time before we get out of here. Since y'all think that's something. But hold on. I'm gonna have to go to my my other group real quick. I'm gonna pull that up. But yeah, we have to now. This is why everything have to be on code. I know it's funny, but at the same time, you know, the fact that he's wearing that and it's nowhere in the conscious community or in pro-black or any Pan-African, no group anywhere you will find that. Period.
Hey, like
So
what the fuck is he doing?
come on, who would do that? Like, you know, so this is the stuff that we have to basically, like they say, what you see is what you get as well. These are, you know, things that our parents and grandparents taught us. And like they say, when somebody show you who they are, believe them. So if we start really looking at this stuff, like with Frankie and wearing all these clothes that's made by these people in the fashion industry and all this stuff, like, yo, you gotta, like, this is not it.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that everybody gotta walk around and trying to wear the same thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, you know, if we supposed to be conscious and putting each other up on game all the time, then research have to be also a strong suit. So, and also to identify the same way we identifying all this other stuff with these people, we have to identify things like this. This is a person who's been part of the House of Consciousness for years, and they've been doing stuff like this. You know, Nixon, I told you, taking the New York hat and turning the Y into an unk, there's nowhere anywhere near true. And so what it shows that they have the gift to corrupt and pervert regular things that really don't go together. You see what I'm saying? The same way a grown man and a child or a young teenager don't go together. This is the stuff that they do. They do things that don't go together. That's what perversion is. Perversion is the opposite of what's normal. You see? So when you look at these people,
that picture reminded me of this.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
It's no way he can.
Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, go ahead, Queen. I'm just saying there's no way he can intelligently make us understand why he did that.
Right. That's crazy.
But a step further, him and Red Pill used to do classes and teach that Illuminati shit. So they used to actually do videos saying that people wearing those types of outfits was doing sex rituals and sex magic, blah, 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 behind the scenes. Now all of a sudden they wearing the same outfit. So if we listen to Blue Pill tell us what people in those types of outfits do, I mean, grand opening, grand closing.
Give me a second. I almost got it. Just give me 1 second. Y'all thought that was bad.
Yo, this is the people have spoken.
Hold on, that's the one thing I gotta disagree with Tar on. That outfit right there, Blue Pill got on, ain't got nothing to do with fashion, dear. That is not fashionable.
Yeah, that's
no
that
fashion
for the
designers designed it.
For the record.
Other brothers.
not that. I'm just saying.
Other brothers. Hold on, look. No other brothers are gonna look at Blue Pill outfit and be like, "Yo, fam, yo, where you get that Pope hood at?" Like, nobody's interested in knowing where he got his sweater from. Yo, you know how you get a nice little pair of sneakers and niggas like, "Yo, where you get them joints from?" Yo, those are like nobody's asking.
Let's see
that.
what
Nobody
he's trying
wants
to bring.
know.
Hold on.
Yeah, nobody's interested in none of that.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
It looks terrible.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm in my little Facebook group.
Man, listen, the people, 80, what was it? 87% said they need to go on trial, man. Yeah. Put the facts together and show people why they're wasting time with this House of couchisness crap, man.
Okay, here we
Showing
go.
where they gotta
Right
go.
here. I'm just going to the website real quick. But
I'm
yeah, I
happy
think
you told
what
our
we
sister
need
that
to
earlier,
do,
Doc.
Queens, since this is your part of the universe, you should definitely set up a type of trial on this channel and pick who you want to pick and set it up the same way. You know, if somebody want to be the I mean, if we're gonna do it the way they got it set up, then it got to be a, you know, defense, prosecute, all that good
No.
stuff.
Yeah. We're gonna do
Yeah,
it.
we there with it.
Absolutely.
We on that already.
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay,
set it
cool.
up on to our. We're gonna bring them to our standard, Joe.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's so real. It's so real from a man-to-man standpoint. Sanetta, we gonna give you the opportunity to defend yourself.
Right.
Facts.
We gonna give you the and let me say that again, Sanetta. So whoever's listening from his whatever platform and you related information, you're going on trial. And we're gonna give you an
and take it a
opportunity.
step further. Wait a minute. Hold on, Ben. Let's go all the way with it. You know, just to make it fair, I think that we should go ahead and allow him to have a public defendant. So we're gonna appoint an attorney for you. Should you, we're gonna just deem you defunct. So we're gonna appoint an attorney for you. So should you choose to have Brother Unc speak for you, you and Unc will receive a summons to the court date. We're gonna summon you and Unc to come.
And we all should set up somewhere. If people want to donate, raise some money and give it to the victim. Try to get it to the victim of that happened with Polight.
Michael NOAK.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think if everybody follows suit and set it up, and you know, whoever need to get some bread, because I don't think it should just be total here to here unless people can do that. I think that should go.
Yeah, I don't want no money out. I don't want no money.
Right, I don't want
This
none
is
out of
for
what I'm saying, but I think it still should be. That's a suggested. It don't have to be, but I'm just saying if other people may need to get paid a little something to do whatever, because everybody got schedules. If some
That's
of
a
us
fact.
work,
That's a
so
fact.
say somebody want to stay and run it for a long time, I think they should be compensated. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, listen, man, this thing got the type of This thing has the type of potential to run like the
Even
ocean.
though in my mind, I think that we just in our minds, you just introducing money. We was thinking we was doing this free for the people, but yeah, you got a good point there.
Okay, check this out real quick. It ain't nothing crazy, Queen.
This is a battle for the minds of our people, yo. This is how real it is, man.
Now this York right here.
Those that control the image control the reality. Ashraw Kwesi.
I know this is gonna be nasty work, whatever this is.
Y'all can see it.
Yep. Oh, I know. I'm very familiar with this website.
Yeah. I put Chuck on this a couple years ago. Now this York right here. Look what we got. You see that on his hand? Y'all see that on his hand?
What is that?
This what
I
it
can
is.
see it, but what is it, like some type of diamond bracelet?
Blow it up.
You see, can y'all see it?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's that Hindu stuff.
It's Hindu jewelry for a female that's gonna get married. York is wearing female jewelry when he was in that group Passion in the 80s. There's a female Hindu jewelry. Him and other men are wearing. Why is this grown man? And then look at the man to the right, got the Hindu dot on his forehead. And York do too.
And look at the man to the left. Got the fruity face on
There
his
you go.
face. What is happening with this trio?
Wow.
See? Look at this mess. And this is in color, so you can see it. It's the Hindu jewelry. Ridiculous. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, Queen. You can throw it in the throw it out there so the people can get it. This coming from Chuck Morgan's WAPiness.com site. So this is all of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow.
They need to go over there right there. That link to Chuck Morgan's site is all things Nawapian and Dr.
You
York
put it in
and
the
the
chat.
paperwork.
Yeah, see, that's what I know about this website here. It has the transcripts on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the Wapians could never answer that when I asked them why is York wearing women Hindu jewelry in the dot on their forehead.
Listen, that's where the missing link with Polight comes in at, because Sanetta tried to debunk Dr. Inky on one of his shows, one of his rants, and he was like, yeah, and Polight never even really met Dr. York, so where could he get direct teaching from? He was getting direct teaching from Khadijah.
There you go. I forgot to tell you to go in on that a little bit more.
Yeah. That's the person who brought him out. But these people don't. When I say Khadijah, that don't mean nothing to John Q. Public that's watching these videos. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you wasn't in that Nawapian universe over there, you don't know who that is. You know what I'm saying? But when you read that paperwork, you see that she's in that paperwork for having sex with them children and helping Dr. York have sex with the children and facilitating some of the stuff that was going on, some of the crimes that was going on. But she never got prosecuted. I don't know how that worked out. I guess a part of the plea deal was just Dr. York went down for it or whatever. But she's on the record in those transcripts with some wild stuff that, yeah.
You mean Dwight York?
Dwight David York.
Yeah, that doctor shit. Dwight York.
Yep.
Dwight York.
Yeah, you got Dwight York, who was born in America, and then you got Imam Isa that was born on the top of the black Mecca stone.
Yeah, man, they did. That's nasty work, man. And
as the next in line as the royal prophet family when the spaceship dropped him off from Rizq.
It's crazy that he planted that seed in that boy like that, and he manifested that shit, man. You know.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because he warned Polight in that book that Inky put out to the world. What was the name of that book? He said him and Renette wrote, but it really was him.
Oh my goodness!
Ain't this in my father's house of many mansions, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me screenshot that real quick. Yo.
That's crazy.
Screenshot that like
that shit ain't got nothing to do with that shit ain't got nothing to do with no Egyptology, man.
Nah, he looking hot as hell right now with that outfit on, bro. Seriously, this is not the time to like. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he would put that on right now. Like that's some other shit right there.
I hope that's an old photo.
Old is relative. When you say old, what you mean? Like 2-3 years or like 10-15 years? Like nah, bro. That's
like seven.
Nah, that's fairly relative, fairly recent, bro. That's
yeah,
not,
damn.
That ain't that old, bro.
That's crazy.
That's a wild.
Hopefully he was on the set of a movie or some shit, play production or something.
This shit had me rolling.
Yeah, I think he was filming something. He had to be filming.
Oh shit! Yeah,
that's a costume. That's a costume for something. He can't be meaning anything.
He was filming his motherfucking high in the park. That's what the fuck he was filming. These niggas was taking all that bullshit over there. DMT, ayahuasca mixed with mushrooms and all kind of shit. Fucking getting dressed up in fucking Harry Potter.
House of Consciousness.
I'll be right back, y'all. Hold it down.
That shit crazy right there. Like that's a wild ass outfit to have on, bro. That's
I don't know how old that picture is with Red Pill with that Pope hat on. That's on Unc's
no, that's
Instagram.
Blue Pill with that shit on right there. That's Blue.
Oh, that's Blue Pill?
That's Blue with that outfit on, bro. Looking as goofy as humanly possible. Like, what are you doing, bro? That was the first thing people found out, starting in the 80s and into the 90s, that the pastors and the preachers was doing you know, they was messing with the kids in the church. So why wait until now when, you know, now we dealing with the people messing with the kids in the community, and here you go, you pop out with that. Meanwhile, it was a clip I was trying to play earlier from the Breakfast Club, and Queen said they will flag the video, so we ain't get to play it. But on the video with Polight and Meta World Peace at the Breakfast Club, Polight thanks Sanetta and the Pills for his, you know, being able to use their platforms for his success. So for 1,000 reasons, this is not the right time for Blue Pill to have that outfit on. That's almost like saying, like, yo,
I support you.
You forgot somebody. Like, yo, hold on. There's a few of us left. You know
Yeah, that's crazy.
We still running the rituals over here. Like, what? You know, yeah, I'm telling you, that chakra shit these niggas got going on is real, and they telling people that they gotta, you know, activate. They, you know, like, this is what's going on with these niggas. And we don't get to see. See, look, we don't get to see the ritual unless we take part in the ritual. The only thing we get is the pictures of niggas in weird outfits or the stories of children later on being violated. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the. I gotta, because I don't think I sent the whole thing to the Queen. I'm gonna send it to. It got a date at the bottom. I didn't see that. Hold on.
What's the date on it?
The date is September the 12th, 2022. Okay,
bang. So this is last year, damn it. This last year. This last year. that ain't even a phone. That's absolutely recent. My man, what are you doing right now? In the and so at this time, he got that on. Nature Boy and Polight already locked up. And yeah. So
wow.
What is he doing with that outfit?
House of Consciousness, Sanetta on trial. On trial. Y'all have disgraced the community for the last 20 years.
Bro,
and it can no longer go on. Anybody that wants to take part of it, we're going to put you on trial. You're going to be the code D right along with him, because this makes no sense.
Quick question. Is that outfit, and it's just your opinion based, because you know, everybody can feel however they feel. I'm going to go to you, Ben, first, and then I'm going to go to Tar second. Ben, in your opinion, is that outfit worse than Shaka having the you know what I mean? The extension ponytail?
No.
So which one is the worst?
I think the ponytail was the worst because it was a clear indicator of something wrong.
Yo, hold up. We got to do top five conscious community costumes. Top 5 conscious. Yo, on my show earlier, I did top 5 Brother Polight scams. That shit was hilarious. Listen, right now we're gonna do top 5 conscious community costumes. So right now we got Blue Pill out there, right? We're gonna throw Blue Pill out there. Then, wait, who you just said, Ben?
Shaka.
Okay, so all right, so you on Shaka. Then we gotta mention the Hebrew Israelites with the aluminum foil outfits and the swords and shit. They be the wooden swords and all that shit outside.
Yeah, speaking of which, listen, I'm sticking to topic. You know what I mean? I'm on some tall shit right now. My man said, yeah, I had Tazariak on the phone with me. Tazariak, where you at? What did Nikki say? Swear on the Bible. Tell us what Nikki said to Zariak. You was on the phone.
Bro, listen, I'm trying to explain to you. This is the topic because this is a full-scale collective attack on your psyche. This is a constant approach towards bringing in a different type of ideology. Like, if you look at the type of lectures that Sanetta is investing in right now, or the type of culture that he's really promoting, like if you think about it, he started out with Khalid Muhammad. What happened to Khalid Muhammad? Khalid Muhammad got, you know, some they allegedly poisoned and killed, assassinated, right? I mean, just all along the line, everybody he's finished with dealing with is wild. You know, like Natural Tahuti, there was an anonymous tip on him that he was selling drugs. And then when he got into the prison system, somehow he managed to smuggle drugs into the prison that then killed other prisoners. So they gave him like he just went from just peddling drugs on the corner to like having multiple life sentences out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like in a very weird fashion. Like, you know, he exits his partnership with Africa Bambaataa by, you know, bringing Hassan Campbell out to accuse Bambaataa of being a child molester. Like, that's how he exited his business relationship with Bambaataa. That's the part people don't know.
That's deep.
He was business partners with Bambaataa at the National Black Theater. When something went wrong with the money, he ends his business relationship with Bambaataa by bringing Hassan Campbell out to 125th Street to call him a molester. Like, it, you know, he brings Nazi in to say that Seti was using cocaine with, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is how he, and the people is not noticing the pattern. You know what I'm saying? They're not noticing the pattern of what is going on with all of these different relationships and how they putting it on the person instead of the platform. The reason why the platform always has more weight than the person is because the platform is what allows a person to make victims out of other people. If you isolate it in your own universe, what you could do is very limited. But if you take a dangerous person and you put him in front of 100,000 people, you creating a problem, and you're weaponizing your platform at that point. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted to say this real quick. Underneath the picture with Pill, it says Purple Valley.
You back to Pill. You back to Pill. All right, good.
It said Purple Valley Ministries tap into the crystal church of life, talk to the universe through crystals, and wait for the answers instead of building a real life with real work. The closer you stay in reality, the better off you are as a human, let alone living black in America. Take the costumes and jewelry off and start living. So I guess you call this a plan with that, but they still been wearing costumes all this time. And they wearing crystals too. So it's like it's still kind of contradictory at the same time.
Nah, ain't nobody playing with that. That's him trying to probably nullify a situation that was unstoppable. He probably got caught in the damn up there in the mountains in the woods doing some shit he ain't had no business doing with that outfit on. And when it was let to the last minute that he was getting ready to get exposed and they was going to release the picture, he probably went ahead and released it on, like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and release it on our page and we'll put a story under it to, you know, like, nah, bro.
This is like
no, I'm not buying it. You ain't accidentally, look, nobody's closet. Listen, he went out to buy and locate those unique items. Nobody's auntie or mom's or uncle has this outfits laying around in the closet. So there is no such thing as he just threw these on just to mess around. He went and ordered these outfits, and that hat damn near a few dollars. So he spent some money on this shit. He in the woods fucking around doing some shit he ain't got no business doing. That thing that Anki holding is copper. That he paid $400, $500, $800, $900, maybe $1,500 for that thing. Who don't? No,
some old
he didn't borrow that from Baba Heru.
Nah, Baba Heru ain't loaning that one out. Baba Heru will loan you out a 1 inch, like a little. He ain't loaning that out. That's a full size staff right there. That's a copper staff. Yeah, he went out and located and invested in that outfit right there. That's something he's serious about.
Yeah, he look like he about to star in Blair Witch Project Part 4.
Yeah, he's serious about that outfit. Make no mistake. He is absolutely dead serious. Up there in the woods of Stone Mountain, fucking around in the bushes. Who knows who else is in there up there in the 19 Keys up probably next to him.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yo, them niggas running around in the woods with robes on, playing games with each other. This shit crazy, bro.
Yo, I mean, I remember 2003, Bobby Hemmett on 125th Street doing his street lecture. So I said, okay, Bobby Hemmett. This is why I just knew shit was just crazy. And I'm going to speak to your point about people who stay next to Sanetta, how they go down. This is why I got the fuck away from him and went down the block, and we thrived for a decade. But Bobby Hemmett said, yeah, if you really want to tap into some superpowers that all men can tap into, drink a woman's menstrual blood.
I remember that.
And when I tell you, I just looked at him.
remember that. That's when
I
he was
packed
out
my
there with
table
Sa.
up and I left, man.
He was out there with Sanetta that day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I said, this nigga's out of his mind. And he told a crowd of people that
That's
shit.
right. They was teaching the community, all of the men, when your wife goes on her next cycle, drink it fresh from her vagina as it's coming out. Just go down there and drink the menstrual blood. Bro.
Bobby Hemmett. So, you know, I knew right there and then, I said, oh man, this is some bozo stupid shit. They just pimping the people, you know, and I went on to did my thing economically away from them. And that was the problem with a lot of these guys, is that they couldn't stand on their own 2 feet. And we were making money out there. Sanetta at one point was making some kind of money out there. And he was spoon feeding these dudes. And they couldn't stand on their own 2 feet. And they became subservient to him financially. House of Consciousness on trial. Star witness, Ben Diesel.
Woo! Shit. Coming soon to a Queen's Throne screen near you.
I forgot I was muted. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to make another picture over here. That's
I know. I can tell. I can see how you.
Shout out to the chat.
Working on something over there.
Yeah. I'm about to play around. That picture just triggered the fuck out of me.
Bro, I don't know what's wrong with Tar bringing it. That shit crazy. This nigga Blue look wild as fuck, bro. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's another thing. Like, it was a lot of weirdo energy. Like, and I that's what the one thing that always saves me. Like, because I try to build with everybody. That's what you're supposed to be doing in the conscious community. You're supposed to be working with everybody, teaching with everybody. It's about coming together, unity. You know what I'm saying? Until you find out otherwise, you know what I'm saying? Like, but just certain things I'm just allergic to. Being born at the time, I guess, that I was born, maybe, or whatever. Like, yeah, niggas just would never have that.
Nah, you won't listen, because remember.
We would never have that outfit on, Ben. Seriously.
But by the time Polight came on the scene, Unpolite came on the scene, we been stopped dealing with Sanetta. So I was oblivious to a lot of this stuff going on. I didn't know that Bambaataa thing, because I always wondered how was the National Black Theater in play like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then when you show that video, and then to see what came out of it, what was the end result?
Brother Nabi used to work with Bambaataa and Sanetta, because at first Bambaataa was in National Black Theater before Sanetta was. Sanetta was doing his lectures at the school up there on what's that, 127th Street, between my mom's went to night school over there to get her degree.
You talking about the Harriet Tubman?
Yes. Boom.
The Harriet Tubman school.
He was doing his shit over there. So you see, back in the days when he bring in Wesley Muhammad, or even when he was doing the lectures with Natural Tahuti, they was over there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was Natural Tahuti and Ali Muhammad lecture. It got so crazy that niggas was wearing bulletproof vests and coming with paid security, and it was guns, and it got crazy. So I think because of that, he lost that, and then he had to strike up his deal, whatever he needed to do with Africa Bambaataa, and that's how the National Black Theater then got opened up for the different classes Monday through Thursday, and then
in comes Michael NOAK.
Friday and Saturday you have your lectures. Well, first it was Ali Muhammad. That's who Sanetta was promoting first at that time. Ali Muhammad was his main man up at the National Black Theater. Me and Polight happened to be in there watching Ali Muhammad at the same day. And that's where I met Polight, inside of an Ali Muhammad class in the National Black Theater. So it was always Bambaataa and Sanetta keeping that door open for niggas.
Yeah, listen, man. You know, I know people don't want to talk about that Bambaataa thing, but Hassan Campbell, I don't think that guy is lying, man. You know, I don't see a man putting his reputation out there like that. You know, because there's no coming back from that.
No coming back from that. Facts. That's a fact. That's a fact.
He's adamant. It's like, you know,
and listen, Sanetta would not have put Bambaataa out there if the business didn't turn south. Just the same way how you seen the relationship with him and Polight. Him and Polight, he already said he had videotape to prove that he was a molester with Renentet and all that, but he ain't say nothing because of the money. And then when he did get mad about the money and tell everybody, when Polight gave him a few dollars back, he came out and said, well, Polight gave me a few dollars. So listen, people, you know, brother Polight is all right. You know, I was just mad at the brother and I made up that stuff. You know, that wasn't real. Like, first of all, only an idiot like YK the Truth could believe something like that. He's either, these guys are paid these guys are paid agents, because I can't believe that they this stupid. But you don't get angry with somebody. Like right now, if me and Ben start arguing, I don't call Ben a molester. Like that never comes into play. And then I don't challenge him. Like, yeah, and don't make me show the video because I can prove it. Like, and then I got names of who. Like, that ain't anger, bro. That's drunk talk. That's you just saying the truth that you've been holding in.
And he contradicted his
right.
He contradicted
holding that truth in for money. And so that's the real nasty part. It's like, bro, you held in that truth of your family member for money. That's crazy, bro.
When you went over there, he contradicted himself when he tried to tell you that you don't put that on a man. I would never put that on you or put that on a man, but you did. You did it to Polight.
Exactly.
You call Polight Dr. York.
Oh,
so
wait.
why,
Not only did he put that on Polight, he put that on a lot of people before Polight. See, the thing is, people got short history with Sa, but I've been seeing Sa do these same things since Sanetta was out there with videotapes. This is the same process of Sanetta. This is what he go through. He worked with you and while he could pull money off you. And like, so here's how when people are first getting into that community of Sanettas that Sanetta created, because Sanetta created a bubble in the conscious community. That's not the conscious community. That's the argument community. But when people come in the doorway, they eyes are open, they thinking the best things, they want to work with everybody. Let's all hold hands, skip through the grass, open up black businesses, raise our babies on fresh vegetables and shit. Like, that's the vibe people coming in, happy-go-lucky. And so Sanetta will catch that energy and throw the camera in your face and start harnessing that. Now, you're teaching for the love and the passion of whatever it is that you talking about. He's capturing your teaching and broadcasting it, not because it's right, not because it's righteous, but because he can monetize it. Now, he can also monetize it without you wanting any because you're doing it because it's right for the people. The moment you start asking about the money, everything is going to fall out and go crazy. And when that happens, people have a tendency to have these wild, insane, dramatic endings with Sanetta, where you see all of a sudden, mysteriously, Natural Tahuti is going to jail for heroin. Like, what? Wait, what? Like, what? What kind of shit? Like, he went to jail for what? Where? How does that even happen? You know what I'm saying? And you just keep looking at, like, so Bambaataa, Natural Tahuti, Sarasun Seti, Brother Nazi, Shaka Akmos, Brother Polight, Battle Truth, the rapper guy, like Nature Boy, like, and people just keep saying, oh man, Sa, you know, all these people around you, you know, and then somehow my name, and man, that nigga ain't shit, you know. I'm like, wait,
Don't forget Prince York.
Oh, Prince York is over there. You know what I'm
Solar
saying?
Mine.
And half these niggas, and look, half these niggas I don't even know. So how you gonna blame me for Solar Mine or York Jr. or like, nah, nigga, all these people is coming through your doorway and they're finding victims on your platform. That's the crazy thing. All of these people that Polight has been able to reach, with the exception of Aminette, Raet, and the new cat, came from them seeing him on Sanetta's platform.
Right.
And even helped Umar scam for years.
And Umar comes right off that platform.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact. Umar was actually in Black and Nobel first, but nobody really knew him until he went on Sanetta's page.
Yeah, because Sanetta tried to start that beef with Umar baby mama and tried to pay her to talk about him so he could record the conversation. That's how Umar got over there, him doing that. And they got cool, fell out, got cool again. But like you said,
well, also, see, here's another, it's a backdrop to it. I ain't gonna get into it, but there's another connection to the Sanetta and Umar beef. You know, Ali is as a part of, you know, like it's a whole crazy history of, you know, but so yeah, but it's all just coming from the platform. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody looks at microvision to the people on the platform instead of the platform. It's the same thing with racism in America. People are changing, but the institution is not changing. So even if you put people that don't have, you know, racist philosophies or ideologies or prejudice philosophies or ideologies, if you put them into a position in a institution that fosters racism or prejudice, those people are going to behave in a callous, racist, and prejudiced manner because that's just the fabric of the institution. And so if the institution is designed to destroy and cripple Black spiritual systems, that's what the system's going to do. That system over there in 20 years hasn't told you which spiritual system is the right one. Think about this. In 20 years, they ain't tell you which spiritual system is the right one. All they've been doing is telling you that every spiritual system is no good. So the idea that they're putting forth is that there's no God, because remember at the baseline they say God is pseudoscience. So there's no God and there's no spirituality. So now think about how that translates in real life. If there's no God and no spirituality, then you are free to practice, you know, anal sex amongst each other or, you know, violate children's privacy and things of that nature. See, these niggas didn't understand why I was going against some of these philosophies that seem to be safe on the surface all these years. I'm like, yo, y'all niggas coming with this atheist shit. This is a cover-up for lawlessness. You're not teaching this because you scientifically adhere to the tenets of that philosophy. And you know, no, you're just applying to the convenience of it. If there's no God, if there's no universe, there's no universal law, which means that I could violate children and women and do this, that, and the other, and wear weird ass outfits in the middle of the fucking woods in the middle of the daytime and all that.
I mean, we talking Pastor Eddie Long type shit.
Yo,
Same
Inky, you must have been eavesdropping when I was doing my reaction video, because man, you done talked about at least 5 things that's in this video I'm about to put out sometime tomorrow. But I did speak on universal law and all of that.
Inky like that. Inky like that. Dr. Inky like that.
Yeah, man, because this shit is real. It's like, and after a while, you just watching the same pattern. You're watching the same pattern over and over, keep unfolding the same pattern, except for every so often, there's somebody too smart to stick around for the whole pattern. And that's the reason why it could be like 100
What you mean by
platforms.
that? What you mean by that? There's somebody too smart to stick around for the whole pattern.
I'm gonna tell you, it could be like 100 platforms that do a video dissing Sanetta. Sanetta's gonna handpick 2 or 3 niggas to get angry and make videos about. I'm always on the honor roll. No matter what's happening, even if he gets into beef with some other niggas, like for instance, Shaka and Ndugu. I didn't even know who that was. Now, I know his page from back in the days, Afro Styly, but I didn't know that was him. That Afro Styly page, he didn't put his face on it that much. It'd just be like his slides or whatever. So I didn't see him. So he cussing me out on his page one day, like, yeah, and Inky got this French nigga. I'm like, French nigga? Who's a French nigga? Like, I'm asking niggas, I'm texting niggas, like, yo, who's the French nigga? Who's the French nigga? Why Sanetta got my name in his mouth on his page? Like, come to find out, you know, later on it's Shaka and boom, 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 then whatever. But and I don't care if people use my content or whatever. So I never, you know, I don't even know how to strike a nigga page, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? So niggas going crazy. I don't even look to watch the videos, whether they dissing me in them or not.
You like the judge from the trial, huh?
Yeah. But the thing is, it's in Sanetta's consciousness, it's in his psyche, because he knows the people that their words are particularly dangerous to him, because you classify as the spook that sat by the door. So it's been a handful of niggas too smart to stick around for the cycle, meaning everybody comes and they see the platform and the ability to reach the people, whatever it is you're talking about, and that allure is too much for you, whether you want to use that platform for making money or whether you want to use that platform to heal the world or save the dolphins. Just being able to reach the people directly, you know, to get your ideas out there is a thing. Humans are naturally, you know, we're group creatures. We need communal settings and communication. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that in that state, we're apt to overlook a few red flags. And the red flags get larger the more you ignore. Some people, the allure to stay on that platform is so large that they ignore all red flags, where there's always going to be, you know, a handful of people that, for whatever reason, after they see the cycle once or twice, you might go through the cycle 2-3 times, but at some point, you know, you're smart enough to get off of the ride or stop going on the rodeo. You know what I'm saying? Whereas some people, they stay on that ride with Sanetta until they wind up life in prison. Like, that's crazy.
Well, that's what we about to do digital. We about to definitely, Queen's gonna definitely start handing out some serious
Queen is the
sentences.
judge. About to sentence him.
Set this up for real.
Yeah.
I'll be the judge.
Yeah, got to. You know, have to even again, we could do it how they doing it when one judge gotta be out, switch the sugar, whoever, you know, and we go and keep it going, because that's it. We're gonna succeed this time, because last time people wanted to play the allegations and we don't know if he really did it. Let's wait for this and that. So, you know, but here we got everything we need. And
are you talking about going through the arraignment and on to the trial, or
absolutely?
Okay.
Absolutely. We're going through the arraignment, the trial, everything.
We're summoning the elders.
Yes.
We're summons all.
You know what? The elders been quiet too, and I know the elders, they might feel like, you know, they spoke back in the days till their face turned blue, because although they quiet now, it's a few elders that I do know was on Sanetta's top pause a few times with the BS, like, bro, Sanetta, come on, man, you're killing the community, you're keeping up too much stuff, blah, blah, blah. And what happens is Sanetta will actually leverage the people against anybody that try to warn the people to help the people. Like, you try to come to the people, and then he turned the people from supporting you. So after a while, the absence of the support, you just tap out. Whereas me, when I left, I just went and started my own channel. So I was like,
right, and you accomplish something.
yeah, I'm gonna just do my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that audience is not really apt to what it is that we doing anyway. So
well, let me put it to you like this. In 20 years, what did the House of Consciousness produce? What did they accomplish?
They produced Nature Boy, Brother Polight, Rashad Jamal, Shaka Akma. They produced Predator.
Excellent answer. Now, what did they accomplish beneficial for the community?
Zero.
Thank you.
That's it.
So, and that's facts. So to those listening, when you do the timeline and you ask yourself that, it's been 20 plus years of people throwing out all of this information.
Wait, hold up. This person named Raharu, who are you talking about? He said they pull bullshit. They plot on the phone. They set this up for the host. I've seen it.
He's correct. Yeah. He's talking about how
WE
to set up the channel.
Netta.
Yeah, how they used to set up the shows. Like they make it seem like the show is a real show, but it's all plotted behind the scenes. And niggas, it'd be like 10 niggas on the phone on mute, and they be calling you, making it seem like they, like it'd be a lot of shit going. Yeah. Trust me, right?
Queen,
exactly what you talking
you
about.
brought up a good point, Queen Throne. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Throat was a little dry. Sorry about that. But you brought up a good point. The call with Nikki. I'm willing to put my head on a chopping block that Nikki did not know she was being recorded.
True.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
That type of deception.
That's why he ain't brought it out. That's why he stopped it.
I don't think that Nikki knew. Wait. I don't think that Nikki knew she was being recorded. And wait. And even worse than that, I know for sure she does not know that she was even being contacted. She was even in conversation to leverage against the support for now convicted child molester.
Child rapist.
Or teenage
rapist.
They're
connected to Polight.
Yeah, molest don't means to touch.
Child abuser.
Yeah, even better. God bless you.
Right. So that's the other thing. I know she didn't know that she was actually being used to defend Polight.
Right.
Like, so that I know she was totally like, she had no idea, because there's no grown ass woman getting ready to defend that ain't. Yeah, she ain't know she. I agree with you 1,000%, Ben. She ain't know she was being recorded or defending no.
Yeah.
And nobody over there is asking for him to play the whole thing. But guess what? We're gonna put the pressure on them when it's time to bring forth all this stuff to digitally subpoena all of that. All these people got to do is listen and say, yo, sorry, you need to play that whole thing. What's up with that? And watch how he buck and cuss him out. But once he see he's under this scope that we're creating together, he ain't gonna be to pull that buck dance and be like, oh, y'all just hate. No, bro. We doing this respectfully and how we should do. We're gonna follow the lines of how it's set up. The same way he hold court when he feel like it, we're gonna hold court too. And
remember
we're gonna
the Adjustment Bureau too?
There
right.
you go.
It's something like that, but nigga, you on trial, shit. But people will be respectful. We can do it real professional, and all that.
Yeah. We ain't gonna spend 1,000 years on it. We just gonna be like, yo, here we go. This is it. You've been served. Even if you have to make a video and send it to them, you've been served. You need to come through, defend yourself, and let's see how this goes.
Yo, either way, this video right here is the summons. I think this video right here is the summons, and we got proof that he received his summons because he went live in the middle of our live and started responding to our videos. So now that you've been served and we got proof of service, now we could go ahead and start to proceed.
Right. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And as the sister was asking, what's the solution? Sister, there's 1,000,001 real channels that have the real educators out there that we can tap into and get knowledge that you can benefit from versus this confusion, conflictual, confrontational information these guys are putting out. You know, and listen, I'm not no troll. It's public. You want to put it out there? I saw that. What is that? That Ali Muhammad versus Jabari. And I mean, you would have thought you was watching some WWE type shit, man. You know? Like,
Yeah,
it made
all
no sense.
all these are violations. All this is violation to the code of conduct and against the liberation of not just black people, Spanish, whoever who's involved in this whole thing. That's what he's done is an attack on the actual mental, spiritual, and physical liberation, and he held us back for 20 years. That's a crime against humanity when it comes to information, as well. It caused bodily harm to a 14-year-old girl who's now 16, who's traumatized for the rest of her life. And he spent time in front of the mother and had he had 3 years to tell her. He had 3 years. He could have warned everybody and that lady how many times they was around her. And the pa is just as guilty. They don't realize that the same books they around here shooting up, it's still universal laws that book talk about that will get you. I'm telling y'all, I swear, wait till y'all see the joint that I did. It's all this is right. That's crazy because I didn't know y'all was even coming up with this, but I talked about this before I came over here. And this is right.
7 years. Look, he got 7 years. He always say his favorite book is Supreme Mathematics. 7 is symbolic of exactly what he been out here making a mockery of all this time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's levels to it. This is definitely more to it if you look deeper into it.
Right, and you got 7. The 7th letter of what? G. So God got him.
Well, I put it in the title, Sanetta on trial. So it's there.
That's it.
Real now.
Yeah, it's real. We got to stick with it now. We got to follow this whole thing out. And trust me, our words and minds have power. The same way everybody else got power and negative, and everything Sanetta did was abuse of the words, because words are power and they are alive. So guess what? We'll be in the positive opposite to that. And we're not going to do the niggatry. We're going to do this thing professional. We're going to respect each other. We're going to honor each other. We're going to honor Queen Thrones, who's a survivor. Same thing as Mechee was a survivor, because I heard her story, as well as other women. I think Sister Nanny said she went through something too. All of that need to be in the none of that, That's what we're going to represent. I see somebody entered up. Who's that? Landlord? True Peace, Landlord.
Yeah, man. How's it going, gentlemen?
Peace.
Lady, the host.
Peace.
How you doing?
Hello.
But I just wanted to come up here and just ask one question behind, because I'm just really learning on the Brother Polight stuff and all the stuff that's going on. Have y'all always been against Brother Polight, or was at one time you was on this team and it's turned you against him?
Let me answer that first, please. Let me answer that first, because I'm more neutral than Dr. Inky.
Okay.
I like to believe that I'm a good judge of character. And by the time Polight came on the scene, I realized that even for a second redemption, I'll explain that at another time, for Sanetta, he was a selfish person. So I left. We used to do business side by side, 2 totally different businesses, but we were side by side, shoulder to shoulder, damn it. But when he started that selfish, grimy business, I went down the block. Here comes Polight. This had to have been about, I'm gonna say 2007, 2008, right? Roughly in that area. And when I first seen him,
we wanted to know what his real name was off the rip. Don't introduce me yourself, brother Polight. Boom. But I knew right there and then he was a fraud. But being against him, I said the information he was putting out, some of it was factual, some of it was non. But my thing is, I didn't know he was doing what he was doing with kids that was even in his heart. You know what I mean? So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I wasn't against him. I'm not against no black man on face value. You understand what I'm saying? But when this type of track record that leads to this, oh man, I'm totally against it.
Right. I don't think it's possible to just be against somebody before you know a thing is happening. Like earlier, even with just listening through some of what Sister Nandi was, the frustration, and I get it, like I said, because some of this stuff we don't really know everything, and the timelines get a little muddied. As you find out stuff, your perspective changes about people. Now, one of the things that they do when they connect me to Polight, you know what I'm saying? The reality is I believed in Polight. I invested in some of his early lectures. You know what I'm saying? Like, period. But donated. I never got profits. I just, this is me putting up money. But to isolate me doing that for Polight would change the perspective of just me in terms of who I am. I not only did that for Polight, I did that for KT. I did that for Ali Muhammad when we went on the road. If I believe that you got something to offer the people, I'm going to pour energy and money and whatever other resources I got into you doing whatever the hell it is that you do for the community until it blows back and becomes something that's not good or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So early on, he's somebody that I thought had potential that I invested in. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But I was the first person to say that the paperwork stuff that everybody was doing was fraudulent. Like, I was the first person. This is when, Polight got that stuff from Ali, and Ali had got that stuff from Taj Tariq Bey, and they had got that stuff from like the sovereign citizen movements and all those Matrix books and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can't really, you know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta be around folks and you learn stuff as stuff goes on, and then you make your judgments from there.
I appreciate y'all answering the question, because even listen to it to my second question was gonna be, it's like nobody, there's no way. My second question really was did you see him having those type of tendencies in the way that he talked and spoke and
listen, let me answer this.
But you already answered it. You already answered it.
No, but I want to answer it again because there's more information, because people ask this a lot and it's not going to stop. You know what I'm saying? This is just happening. The reverberation going to continue. People will still ask these questions. There will be people that'll challenge me harder than Nandi. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that's the energy is there already. So it's just a matter of being patient or caring enough to answer. See, a lot of niggas, you asking like people like Inky. I'm like, you niggas ain't asked King Simon a motherfucking word. And King Simon is day one. King Simon is with him before Sanetta. In fact, there is no Sanetta if there's no King Simon. King Simon introduced him to Dr. Sabi.
Can I say this though? I'm hella neutral. I'm so neutral. I don't listen to the names that you dropping. I don't know none of those guys.
Got you.
I know of Sanetta. I know of Sanetta and everything. So I'm not here, to bash nobody else and whatever. Yeah. I'm just knowing about this thing about Brother Polight, and
No, but listen, let me say this. Early on, they would spend days, literally like 3 or 4 days, Sanetta, Polight, and his wives on the videos deleting comments, And if you watch some of the old videos, you will hear Polight all the time. It's damn near like every video for a stretch of time where he'd be like, yeah, and everybody want to attack my wives, and everybody always want to attack my family when I'm doing debates, and everybody. What he's talking about when he's saying people attacking his wives or people attacking his family is people asking over and over, why is it that when you bring your wives to the lecture, are they dressed so scantily? Like, where are their clothes at? These are conscious events with kids here. You got where we could see they hold everything. And then after a while, that got to a point where the daughters were also dressing like that, you know. So
the signs were there,
but this is not
ignored it.
But well, there's nothing more than just dressing a certain type of way. And so when nobody ignored it. Trust, this is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
Nobody ignored it. It was an uproar. Uproar. But you had Sanetta's in-house team again. You had like Natural Tahuti promoting this black woman is God theory, right? So the black woman is God theory actually propped up the guys that were going to violate the black women, because the sisters are the ones that they would actually weaponize to argue protectors away from the situation. Meaning we like, yo, nah, that's inappropriate. Women are supposed to, oh, how you going to tell us woo, woo, woo? And yeah, no, this is they celebrating the black body and the black woman is God. And so we supposed to show her beauty, which because her beauty is her strength and da 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 da. All right, well, fuck it. All right, just don't say later on, you know what I'm saying? But then you fast forward and shit like this happens, and then everybody goes, but why didn't niggas do this before? Actually, those things was done, but they just was not as effective because we didn't have the numbers. It wasn't as many people doing their little part to the point where it added up to combat. Because see, if Queen got 2,000 subscribers and I got 2,000 subscribers and Tar got 2,000 subscribers, and you trying to go up against a channel with 400,000 subscribers, it's going to seem like your voice is not being heard.
Oh yeah, I understand that. I definitely understand.
Until the little voices start to echo so much that it's a loud voice and you can't even tell where the voice is coming from or where it started, but now you know it's here. And then something happens where you go, oh shit, it's real. There's a conviction. This nigga's in jail. This nigga's in prison. Like, this is like, because there's a large part of this community, listen to this, there's a large part of this community that thought this was a game right up until my man got remanded the other day. Like, there's a large part of this community that thought somehow it was just
the charges were dropped.
Yeah, they just thought this was gonna like turn into some sort of conscious, like, nah, he's really going to prison, and that's that.
That's why we have to form. That's why we have to form. Because I appreciate y'all. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, landlord.
Thank you, landlord. Thank you.
I appreciate y'all asking the conversation, asking the questions, because I'm blind to it. I just want to, find out or whatever. Queen's Throne, thank you for letting me up. Gentlemen, keep doing what y'all do and everything. Respect everybody. I just wanted to ask those questions. And I'm gonna be in the background. I'm not gonna be on the phone, but I'm be in the back and listen to what y'all gotta go. But appreciate it.
Before you go, being that you tapped in, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You said you know Sanetta. So how long have you been watching the House of Consciousness?
I'm not gonna tell you. Guess what? I know of. I don't pay too much attention to it as much. I catch little bits and pieces here and there. If it's not something, it's YouTube. We listen and gravitate to what we want to gravitate towards or whatever it is. So I know of Sanetta. Am I a fan of the man? I can't say that. It's not a constant thing of me listening to him. You know, the same way with Polight or whoever else is in the conscious community. I don't listen to it often, but I do listen to some stuff. So no, it's not.
I respect that. Let me ask you one last thing before you go, because I appreciate your time. What do you see the future for Black people being in America?
Man, I'm about to be straight up with you. The future of Black folks in America, I mean, man, it's the future of people is fucked up right now. Not just Black folks. The future of people, the future of human beings on this world, not just America, in this world, is fucked up right now.
Now hold on, landlord. I gotta ask you another. So see, we got to get ready to keep you here, landlord. You about to pay us rent. Landlord, you about to pay us rent.
Let's go. Let's go.
Here go the question. Here go my question for you. And I'm not being facetious. You don't believe in your heart of hearts that if we get a world, Queen, could you do me a favor and put that picture of Blue up one more time?
Oh, yes.
Can we bring Blue up once again here? Here we go. Landlord, you don't feel like if we had all the brothers dressed like this with this same frequency in mind that we could bring forth a peaceful community where nobody would be violated and all the food could be pure and the air could be pure and the water would be amazing? And do you feel like this would be the utopia of Black folks if we all had this outfit on?
I mean, you know, like I said, I'm gonna be straight up with it and everything. That would be nice. It's a good vision. It's a good vision to have. I look at us all up here, you know, we up there in age, older. My thing is now with life, we all for our people. That's a good vision. Guess what? When we gone, we don't know what that vision ever is going to happen anyway. Man, I had to look. I had to look at a homeboy on his deathbed today.
Sorry to
a
hear
homeboy of mine on his deathbed. All for us, all for Black folks, all for everything that we want to stand on. And to know he's on his deathbed and he can't do that fight no more. And when he's gone, guess what? He's gone. So I can't go into this whole thing of, you know, hey, this is what our Black people are gonna be, because guess what? When we gone, we don't have no feelings when we gone. You can believe what you want to believe when you gone and hope that you could be up there in the sky or wherever it is and still have an influence on people. My thinking is, man, it's when you gone, and you know.
You ever heard of each one teach one?
I mean, yeah, we can each one teach one. We can do that. But guess what's going on right now? Guess what's going on right now? Man, we getting older, and the each one teach one is going through one ear and out the other now for these youngsters, and I'm just trying to live the way I want to live and make sure my folks that's close to me, my kids, grandkids that's close to me, have a good life and be able to, you know, extend themselves to be better people, but, you know, also teaching that, hey, man, life is some fucked up shit and we're in some fucked up times. I don't know how much longer I got left on this earth. Right now, it's just trying to live my life, bro.
I respect that. I respect that.
That's the only answer I could get to that.
But I'm telling you, our efforts, I'm speaking from the heart,
that's all right.
Is the future is digital and the information is vital. You know, when we was kids, we couldn't get on the internet and pull up a picture or a video of the Duke Ellington playing piano. You know, we had didn't have access to this information like that.
We had encyclopedias. I don't know if anybody else did. I had encyclopedias growing up.
Oh yeah. the different color ones, the different volumes, all types of research that we had to put some serious work in to get. And now it's at the kids' fingertips, and look how it's being squandered.
Exactly. And that's true. That's what I'm saying.
So we have an each one teach one
is fucked up.
Yeah, but we have an each one teach one mission, because what's happening is us older cats are on some shit like, yo, them little niggas is crazy. Yo, they wildin'. Yo, I ain't saying nothing to them. I still step into the fray when I see gangs about to go at it and put my life on the line. This is real talk.
And you know what? Even what you said, what you just said, this right then. I had a conversation with one of my homies today to where it's like, these we older, these youngsters ain't crazy and off the nigga. We was doing that shit back then too.
Yeah, we can relate.
So you know, even as us being kids, I mean, I got parents who from the South.
Listen,
I got
my
parents
little
who
brother
grew up
just
on
got
blues
stabbed in the
music
head,
and then
listen,
like
my
hip
little
hop.
brother just got stabbed in the head 5 times and 3 times in the neck.
I'm the same age as hip hop.
Don't.
Hip hop turned 50 years old. I turned 50 years old next month.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the same age as hip hop. I grew up with folks when hip hop was coming out. Oh man, that's the worst music. This and that. They had their complaints. Man, the older we get, we end up becoming the hey, get off my lawn guy. I don't say that about these youngsters. I know I'm out here. I try to reach out. You know, I'm a coach.
But see, look, hold on. Wait a minute.
I try to reach out to the youngsters out here. But
there's something that hold on, landlord, because there's a process that makes you turn into the get off my lawn guy. See, when you the young guy, right, in the neighborhood, you don't mind, you know, graffitiing on the wall because you don't own the wall. You don't mind peeing on the elevator or peeing behind the building or throwing your trash on the floor. Like the moment that you own, that's how you become the get off my lawn guy, because it's your lawn.
I hear your logic on that. I do.
Once that becomes your lawn, it's a whole nother thing.
I hear that. And I get that. I understand that, but I still, I don't. Of course, you know.
But now, hold on, let me say something, landlord.
Go ahead, sir.
Hip hop was the conscious community at that time. The message.
True.
The message.
True.
You know, I ain't gonna receive. You know the lyrics.
Yeah, true.
You know, from the message to self-destruction.
True.
The consciousness was in the music.
It was always in the music.
It was always in the music. You had the genre was that, like, that's what that was. But then even that dissipated. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been a collective effort where the light pops up to put the light out. And so I just think, to me, it seems juvenile that we have a community like this and people really don't believe that there are people working in this community to make people go in the wrong direction. Like
total sabotage.
Yeah, like everybody keep charging this behavior to the accidental game. And I'm like, yo, statistical anomalies points to things that's man-made. That's science. When there's a statistical anomaly and there's not a certain type of distribution of probabilities, you know that this is something that's man-made.
What are the odds of Sanetta being involved with all of these damn pedophiles?
Bro, it's just a statistical anomaly that cannot be answered. Listen,
I don't know how many pedophiles are part of it. Yeah, that's my question would be this.
Not rationally answer that. Like, yo, how is it that Sanetta just happened to be surrounded by all these folks? Like, bruh.
Facts, and we pointed them out. So anybody that, you know, obviously
it's damn near getting to the point where he must be part of like the agency where they got to sign up and check in with him upon leaving the penitentiary. Like, oh yeah, go down there and see Sanetta. He gonna hook you up with one of them YouTube channels, and then we'll get you going. Like that nigga's part of processing when they leave the prison system.
Shit crazy.
He'll get your channel going. Otherwise, I can't figure out how you just so happen to launch all these guys off your platform. And now here's another thing we got to keep in mind too. None of these guys have this type of behavior before they get to Sanetta's platform. See, that's another thing that has not been discussed yet, meaning there's no record of Nature Boy doing nothing wild with kids or none of that before he get with Sanetta page. There's no record of Polight doing it before he get with Sanetta page.
Not to cut you off, you know, because y'all go into where, like I said, I don't pay no attention to this stuff, but I appreciate the questions that was asked to me. I appreciate y'all answering the questions. Queen's Throne, again, thank you for letting me come up and be a part of this, you know, with these gentlemen up here and everything.
Peace, landlord.
I'll catch y'all somewhere else again, you know.
You already know, God willing.
But it's all good. Man, I appreciate y'all.
Peace to the brother.
It's all good, man. Y'all have a good night, man. Have a safe weekend and enjoy football tomorrow.
You already.
For sure.
So yeah, I think we doing the right thing, y'all. I think that
it ain't no thing. We doing the right thing, man. This is a battle for the minds, talk.
Once they see, once Queen set this thing in motion.
Hold on. Yes, Sinful to P definitely used to be with Sanetta and them. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, once Queen set this up, just the basic preliminaries, and we stand for something, and people see us actually doing the work and sticking to the goal. That's what people was missing out of anything, is that the lack of accountability, and also being able to show our intelligence by working together and creating a structure. And that's what they need to see. So hopefully in the next couple of days, you know, we could definitely start the proceedings and let the people see that all they need is to see us doing it, and then participate and allow the people, because that's the real, you got the jury, but the people who've been watching for years are the witnesses, and they've seen a lot of stuff, and they should be allowed to talk and have a safe spot and create real change. That's what they need to see. So I know how the people feel on the outside looking in, frustrated, because at the very least, imagine if they didn't allow the victim's mother to have her impact statement. Imagine if nobody had an impact statement in court. Because you know how many people change when they hear those people talk?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, listen, man, that I was in here shedding tears, real talk.
Yeah, that
made me shed a few tears, man, because you know, my mother taught me God protects babies and fools, and the only way that you can get to them is by being the devil, man. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, Queen. What you was gonna say?
I said that was very deep. You know, very deep impact statement. And to just watch that, you know, and see Sanetta and Napa, you know, try to shook and jive and act like they cared.
Despicable.
Tar, you been here. Y'all been here. This man disrespected the fuck out of that woman and her daughter.
Yeah.
And that is sick. So for them to be, you know, right there trying to line up an interview. I mean, if she wanted to see that video, she was going to see it, whether her name was in it or not. They didn't have to do that. And I think that it's sad. I mean, we got all the proof. So I'm with it. I'm definitely with it.
Well, we definitely waiting for you to set it up. We're going to follow your lead.
I mean, I'm going to have to, you know, do some planning and shit. It's not like, you know, it's just going to pop out, because we first got to announce the charges, figure out what the charges are, and then
Queen, you got it. You got it. Listen.
Yeah, we ain't gonna just let you do it. We just saying that we're gonna follow your lead, because a woman needs to lead the charge and show how it works, and then they need to see other men work together around that so they can see that. Go ahead, Barry.
I'm sorry, but Frankie likes to play chess, right? And we got the most powerful piece on the board.
The queen. you can't make it up.
Right, man.
Right.
Okay, Frankie. So you want to play?
Oh, Tar, you know he's over there now calling himself the royal family.
Oh, see, they copycats. They ain't royal. They the disloyal. They not even family. All them people is just a bunch of foreigners.
Relatives.
Yeah, they really foreigners that come together for foolishness. But yeah, like he said, he's just trying to copy and cope because that's the next thing now is to cloak yourself in the name of the people that's your ops. So now when they try to make that a thing, so people who's new can't tell the difference. But nah, it's over now because now we finna do this and we're gonna keep going like we didn't do last time, and we're gonna keep it out. It's gonna be so nice and neat, and the video is gonna be nice and neat, and we're gonna
not to cut your wisdom.
Exhibits. We need exhibits.
All of that.
Yeah, not to cut your wisdom. Right, that is right, Queen. Exhibit A all the way to wherever we gotta go. But it's not that we didn't keep it going. It's that we said we're gonna wait for this MF to get convicted, and then we're gonna commence with
And we were forced to do that though because Sanetta was waiting on him to be convicted. So
yeah, I'm talking about when it first. I'm saying when it first popped off 2 years ago, because me, Queens,
2 years ago, exactly.
All of us was together.
Mm-hmm.
I was over there on Sweet Mom for Life. It was mad.
I remember.
All of us was there.
I remember.
But I'm saying that we just didn't keep it going as a group, and that's what I mean. So now we're not gonna stop even after this because the snake head, the king snake, it gotta go.
Right.
Once you get rid of that, the rest of the body gonna fall. He knows that.
It's crazy you say that because we was talking and we just said that it's like the vampires and he's the king vampire.
Right.
Yeah, I like vampire better because I like snakes. I have snakes.
He's a vampire.
Let's not do the reptiles like that.
You know what I mean?
He
Right.
a rat and he a vampire. He a rat vampire.
Yeah, he's the vampire of Harlem. Yeah, he's the Harlem vampire. So we gotta take so he can walk in the daylight. So we have to really drag him and hit him with the holy water.
When you get rid of that one, when you get rid of the master vampire, all the other vampires just bust in the face.
Right. All the people he bit can wake up. And that's what people are gonna see. They're gonna see the strength. It's not about the quality, it's not the quantity, but the quality. And that's what we need to remember that. It ain't about how many you got. Remember, even in the Bible, I don't subscribe to it, but the story with David and Goliath, all you need, he had 2-3 stones and took them out. So we got what? We got a couple of stones here. You mean you can't take that? Yes, you can. The truth fights on its own. Just throw it,
set you free.
let it do its thing.
Yo, listen, once it's laid out there, because listen, Dr. Inky will tell you, when he and I reacquainted me, this had to have been like 08, right? 08, yeah. I mean, I've seen him prior to that, but as far as seeing him on a consistent basis, I was like 08. And he came across the street where we were set up at, and we kicked it for a minute. I'm like, yo, where you off to? I'm going to the block to fuck with them. I'm like, yo, Doc, don't waste your time. You know what I mean? Don't waste your time. And I seen that from years ago. So what I'm getting at is once the information is put out there to the people, if you want to keep doing it and wasting your time, knock yourself out. You know what I mean? But for those that jacket, they'll be free.
Yeah, it's justice time. That's all. We all have to now have to stand on it based on your nature, your intelligence, and what we're trying to do. And that's how you move forward. Let them continue to keep playing games of diversion. Why are they over there? Again, we can't keep. We know why they're doing it. It's diversion. They confuse and they just mentally dead. So anybody who want to talk about debating after what just happened, that shows you that they are not in their right mind.
Right.
But guess what? We're gonna show them, since he want to copy Royal Family, make sure he copied the title of judge and jury and prosecutor and defender. Make sure you get all those names too, because this time it's for keeps. Because he thinks that they go ahead.
I wanted to know, did you see this? Because it's at like the very end or whatever. But okay, so YK, the truth comes on, he gets to talking shit right? Like fuck us and all that. But it's at the end. Listen to this.
Netta didn't do nothing. Tell us what did you when you found out about the information. See how that worked, y'all? That's just real talk, man, right there. See how that worked? Because if Polight was supposed to get street justice, where was y'all at? Y'all was all so busy running down there for court, but y'all wasn't going to where he's at. He's showing everybody. Whenever we did a damn lecture, George Macon said to me last night, he said, yes, Sanetta, but we didn't know where he was at. See how I got him? I caught him out there. I said, George Macon, that's a damn lie. Because when we would put flyers out
Hold on, Queen.
and let people know what we
Yo, don't let these niggas try to trick nobody else into jail. That's the thing that needs to be pointed out, the history, so you can see how a lot of people around South wind up in jail. This nigga just introduced and slipped that into the group conversation. So now that's in everybody's subconscious and psyche, as if that's something that we've been promoting all this time. Yeah,
Right, listen, but hold on.
We got coming up. Everybody knew exactly where Polight was going to be, the building he was going to be in, because we will put up the debates. We put up when he debated Harry Rosenberg. Everybody knew where Polight was at. See?
Oh damn! I don't know. Should I play it?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I want to hear.
It's short. It's not long or nothing. But yeah, listen.
Yeah. Peace and black power, family.
The Royal Edition.
I got to do this real quick.
No, I did that.
I want to do this real quick and appreciate.
It says it's like somewhere up in here, but it's only an 11-minute clip. I'll play it again.
The family that stuck by me. First, I would like to thank my wives. Thanks, Cynthia. I want to thank Nepal for always standing out there taking bullets, battling these YouTube Negroes. Thank my wife, Cynthia, as well, for holding me down. In the real life outside on these real streets, standing by me. Nepal standing in the line of fire and going in, taking shots, taking hits for me. I thank them two beautiful women that's in my life. I want to say that. I also would like to thank Smash Rockwell for standing firm and believing in me and always being a real true representative of the HOK.
All co-defendants. These are all the co-defendant lists.
Yeah.
I want to thank the unscrambled minds and my sisters that's out there that's always holding me down and have never turned their back on me. Unscrambled minds. Sister Freedom, Dulcinea, Sakina Ra. The sisters of the HOK. Queens of the HOK. I want to thank all of them. And if I forgot any, I forgot my other sister.
He just admitted that other people are HOK besides him.
His name, the other two. Oh man, please forgive me. And that's why I said unscrambled minds queens. So that's talking about all of them. I'm putting all of them there. I want to thank Sister Bonita Sutton, Bond Dog, and all my family that always stuck by me. Lady, Sister Lady, my sister, the new artist that came in, and her and her husband. I want to thank them. All of the mods. I'm saying all of the mods who have the sincere mods. Professor X, of course, for always being loyal and standing strong and standing by me in these tough times while the niggas attack. Yeah, I know y'all don't like that word, but goddamn it, I got to keep it 100. Niggas are attacking. Niggas do niggas things. Niggas do nigga things. That's just the truth. So you got some good supporters that love? No. Nah, my supporters are for real. All right. I want to thank the Gorilla Hebrew and the Mighty Hebrew and even Vocab Malone.
Right. Now, didn't he expose the Mighty Hebrew for being a predator?
Yeah, twice he said.
Exactly.
Now you thinking a pedophile. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. Chill. God damn it. You gotta get your sound effect shit together, Queen. You need this should have had an explosion right there.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Selah Shalom. Captain Tazariak.
Bring that back.
Morpheus.
Hold on,
and many
can
others.
we get to the part? Damn.
I'm just here to thank all of y'all who stood by me and stood strong with me and know what these people are trying to do based off of just hatred. Because if they were really against child molestation or child pedophilia, it looks to me like they just against Polight. To me, that's what it looks like to me, because you don't see them bringing forth no cases. You got to show us more cases. And that's what I meant when I said what I said before. When I said Garfield, Rob Bourne, y'all gonna have to stand up because y'all gonna have to prove it now, where the cases are going on in Brooklyn and the Bronx. I said, now I want to see y'all stand up and expose more cases, being that y'all are against pedophilia. And I know y'all are against it. I'm against it. We all are. Everybody that's on my channel right now, we all are against it.
Yo, Queen,
We're
pause
not
that
playing
real
the
quick.
blame game.
Pause it, please. Hold on a second.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on a second. What does he mean by he wants to see them stand up and expose? I mean, are they, what are they? They the pedophile investigators now? I mean, what does that mean? Or
Because what he's
does it mean
basically
that
saying
they
is,
know something?
let me explain it for you. What he's saying is this: since y'all are condemning me because my friend is a convicted such and such, now y'all should condemn everybody who hangs out with and enjoys the company of the same community. The problem is, again, he is making angry high or angry and high mistakes once again. This is confusion. Or this could be withdrawal symptoms. He might be too sober right here. Like he might need something to take to get the monkey off his back, because he's not thinking clearly. Nobody would allow him to think. He thanked the mighty Hebrew. Like, that's crazy right there. That's
He's
epic.
incriminating all of them. That's what he's doing. He's
Wow,
naming
bro.
all of his peoples.
That's crazy, bro.
He
That's
dry
crazy.
snitching. He dry snitching. That's what this is,
bro. And now listen, when you look back, like there's a video I got the original video when Sanetta introduced Polight to Meta World Peace, right? There's a part in the video where Sanetta's son sits on the couch between Polight and Meta World Peace, and then
I remember
Polight
that video.
like, yeah, and then Polight like kind of like, you know, like lift his leg up and put his arm like kind of on the couch or whatever. His, you know, Sanetta's son was there. Like at that time, Polight wasn't a convicted child sex, you know, but now when I saw that video today, the video looked kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie, the video looked really creepy. So it's just crazy.
I want to see y'all bring cases to the forefront, and let's deal with that, and let's expose that if we really for real with it. I'm for real with it. I'm for real with it. Let's get it. I did the right thing when I said that I want to wait for the case to come out. I want to see what happened. So when I go ahead and make my call, I ain't got to say, oh, I made a mistake. Check. I got a message from YK the Truth. Let me
That's
play
not
his
a
message.
check. You still got his videos up.
Right, exactly.
No
That's
check.
the
You
check.
still got his videos up.
That's the check that
Check.
he's got the videos up. He wants that YouTube check.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Get on live, do 30-hour lives talking about a black person, and y'all supposed to be about uplifting the black community. Kiss my ass. Y'all want to go and tear down every black person that you can find. Y'all some hateful motherfuckers. Nothing positive. Nothing positive. You niggas go to you use Sanetta. Let me show you how desperate and low you niggas are. You go to Sanetta. You use Sanetta, right? They try to put Sanetta tapes against Brother Polight because you know Sanetta was mad at Brother Polight. So you said, oh, well, now I'm going to use this because I hate Brother Polight. Oh, Sanetta said this. This must be true. Then Sanetta comes out and say it wasn't true. I was mad. He recanted.
Stop it. Queen, pause it right there. I mean, see, this is the problem with the so-called man in the community, right? That he would get up here and even try to make this type of defense. So in other words, you're saying it's okay for him to lie. If you lie to me, you'll steal from me. And if you steal from me, you'll kill me. So you with this guy, because I've never heard of this guy, what he's saying is it's okay for him to lie because he was mad.
Yeah,
and then recanted,
this dude right
to say
here,
I was mad.
This dude right here took up for Polight and Sanetta in the beginning. He's one of the guys
all the
that
way through.
said,
All the way
Yeah.
through. He was promoting Polight, saying he was going to be not guilty with his undercover dirty cop face. He looked like an undercover dirty cop.
I agree. Let's go back.
Statement, that means it's inadmissible. That means it's no longer valid. You can't use it, but you thirsty niggas keep using it. Now, brother, now Sanetta back is against the wall because y'all keep attacking him and he just don't know what to do. So now he's like, well, I told y'all. He still probably don't feel that way. But he don't want to lose the channel he got because of this. Because everybody's saying he brought Brother Polight to the community. So now everybody, y'all blaming everybody. Let's go. So there's no need for no more videos. But I just want to let you niggas know. And I'm going to rub it in. Y'all some self-hating niggas. Y'all hate black people. Y'all a black KKK. Y'all the niggas who come on channels and say put your foot on his neck every day, but won't do nothing to a white man. All you do is come and rejoice when I attack somebody that looks just like me. You could let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. You like chaos, you like disorder, you like gossip, you like all that messy, juicy shit, and I don't want nothing to do with you.
Stop it right there, Queen.
If you come in,
Stop it right there, Queen. See, this is a guy who needs to go take a look at gunmemorial.org and look at all of the black victims of gun violence that's taking place in the community. And it's not at the hands of no white man. It's at the hands of a person who looks just like him. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy's obviously oblivious to what's going on in real life.
Let me add on to that, Ben. Listen, he's actually practicing the self-hate that he's broadcasting and throwing on other people.
Right.
When you identify with child sexual deviant, when you say that being a predator or predator-like behavior or exhibiting that type of behavior is going against the culture, you're identifying the culture as pedophiles and child molesters. So once you identify black culture with pedophiles and child molesters, that means that you are self-hating. We are not self-hating because child molesters and predators are not of self. Those are not of self. We are trying to demonstrate. In fact, we are actually in the process of ridding self of said elements in the body. Like that's literally what we are. We represent the herbs going into the community. The community is the body, we the herbs. We're getting ready to start pushing out the viruses and bacterial elements.
Facts.
All right, let's get back into it.
telling me to let's go take my email, let's go tear another black man down. I don't want to have nothing to do with you because you are the problem. It's your brother YK, the truth, man. And I'm out. Peace.
That's real talk. These niggas have become the problem. Look at what's going on right now, right? Let me show you. Show you how these niggas have become the problem. Look at the nigga Bluetooth. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. These niggas are sick. Polight got 7 years. What else proof you need, Sanetta? I don't need no proof. Who told me about any proof? I'm not up here defending no Polight. I said if the nigga's found guilty, he need to be put in front of a firing squad. Do I need to say that to you again, Bluetooth? What the hell is wrong with you, nigga? What is you talking about? And then he says, you chemetics are into pedophilia. Show me what chemists are into pedophilia. See how the slander begins? Because they listen to slander. So who is he talking about? Where the pedophilia? Where you see that going on at? These niggas are sick, family.
Dr. York and Brother Polight. That's
and Shaka, the Shaka Atmos.
And Shaka Atmos. Bang, bang, bang.
What are you talking about? The Mighty Hebrew. You got a couple of people on there. What is he like? That's what I'm saying. Like he really believes that these people don't exist. Like we making it up.
Yeah,
like it's amazing. I wanted to ask you too, Queenstone. Who the hell is the Chicken Coalition?
No, that's just some funny shit. It's a long story. So one time, I'm a true crime channel, so we were watching it. We had been covering child molestation really heavy, and So we decided to watch some body cam videos and stuff like that. There was this guy named Elvis Bartholomew who was drunk and he ran into the neighbor's house. It was an older lady. He slapped the chicken off. He asked her for some chicken. She said no. He slapped the chicken on the floor. He attacked her. He picked up some chicken off the floor and ate it. So that, live stream bred the chicken coalition. And so it's just
because he was abusing the chicken.
Yeah, he was abusing the chicken. So yeah, we had a whole commercial and everything. We gave Elvis Bartholomew a business after that, like, get his life together, whatever, after he served his prison time and stuff like that. But no, it's a joke. It's old as hell. Emmanuel, you remember, I know you do. But yeah, it's still on there. So yeah, that's what it is.
But they tend to try to throw it off on everybody else. Brother Reese, I want to add my brother Reese in there. All right. All my serious moderators, I'm thanking all of you who have stuck by me. All of you. Anybody else, if I'm forgetting anybody else, I am so sorry. But I'm thanking all of the people who stuck by me in these tough times. Goes for Unc.
Now, mind you, only 48 hours ago, he was calling these people all out.
Mash Rockwell, Unscrambled Minds, all of my loyal mods, Morpheus, Captain Tazariak, Mighty Hebrew, Vocad Malone,
Morpheus, right?
Selah Shalom, and many others that's out there that I would get to. Oh, Mental Son, that's right. Come on, man.
What, bro?
Wow.
Listen, it's coming. Oh shit!
Y'all gotta throw your.
God damn it! What the fuck? Oh my God, we was over here with it.
The pedophilia. Unscrambled Minds.
Here we go.
All of my loyal mods.
It's coming up. Hold
Morpheus, Captain Tazariak, Mighty Hebrew, Vocad Malone, Selah Shalom, and many others that's out there that I would get to. Oh, Mental Son. That's right. Come on, man. Y'all gotta throw yourselves out there. Let me see you in my comment. I want to thank Mental Son, who have been the man behind the scene that will always make all of the flyers. Mental Son has been with me for years, man. He have been to live events with us for years, family. All those who are the real House of Consciousness royal family.
You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you heard that? Listen again. Listen, look.
The real House of Consciousness royal family. That's who I'm thanking.
That's a damn shame. He tried to just steal my shit, bro.
Yep.
I'm not thinking Polight.
All right, we done because I keep pressing on shit and shit.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that right there.
It's already in the beginning. Yeah.
When he started, he just really sounded like he was going away. I want to thank such and such. I want to thank all my loyal people. Hey, nigga, what's wrong with you? He knows he's going down. He's almost ready to wave the white flag. That's what that is. And like somebody said in the chat, it's a snitch list. That's what that is. It's a snitch list, and they all finna get up out of here. Yeah, they finna go. And like you said, he tried to give people jobs when he talking about they need to pull up all kinds of cases. First, they need to start with you. Pull up your cases, because that's what's finna happen. We're gonna start with you first, and then everybody else can go along with it, because you the problem.
This was never supposed to happen.
That's it.
Never.
You trying to tell other people they know what Polight at. Well, if Polight should get shot, you should get shot too, because everybody only know him because of you. You kept bringing him back.
He allowed him to keep coming back. That's right.
Yeah.
But now they the royal family. Boy, I about fell out, had a heart attack.
But that right there is good. That shows you that you're having an impact. That's what that means. When your enemy tries to take your name and brand it as theirs, that lets you know that you're living in his mind rent-free and near upset. And guess what? All of us are going to make him have a heart attack. Because
listen, the trial of Sanetta in the house of the house, we came up with this name, man, being that everybody wanted to sit on that couch. And that's all that was really going on over there was the couch. It was really the house of couchisness.
Mm-hmm.
You need to locate that couch. Bring
Yeah,
it in.
they need to bring that. They need to bring that couch in for DNA testing.
Right. For real.
Yo,
I can't wait.
And remember,
I love
he
it.
let Mighty Hebrew sleep on his couch. He let
That's
several
why it
other
need to be.
dudes.
Wow.
Need to confiscate it. That couch need to be confiscated for questioning.
Yeah. And maybe I'm just saying, I'm on a hunt for the couch now. So I want the original and all the others, possibly.
There you
Whichever
go.
one we can get. So
Yeah,
dig all up in them fibers.
Yeah, he about to go. He done messed with the wrong ones for the last time. This is it. Your golden boy, golden child, Dr. York worshiper is out of here.
Your young
as if we
phenom.
knew. Right, the old phenom, because he was never young.
Right.
And notice he ain't got no smoke for Polight. All this shit he talking is the blame game. It's your fault, this, that, and the other. But even after Polight shit broke, he still didn't go in on Polight.
Yeah, right. He never once said, yo, Polight, how could you? He didn't even say, how could you?
He said he was going to ride on Polight if the verdict what it was. He ain't going to ride on Polight. He think that he's saying what he's saying. You know, he should be under the jail. Polight videos is still up
for this
right
more
now. Queen, just go over there just to put this as evidence and entered into this. Going to be entered into evidence. This pre-trial stuff. That Polight videos are still up over there, so the people can still see that.
Oh, that's definitely.
Because everybody just, that's just going to be entered into evidence because if he had a real conscience, he would have got rid of it at the time he went off on Polight 2018. Because that's what I would have did. I would have been
never
angry.
let him back on there.
And that's why I would have went live and I would have showed everybody me deleting his videos for how long it took me to delete them so they could see it. Not don't go put it on private because that's all.
Right, and then bring it back out later. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Listen, that was the movement from the beginning. Take them videos down. If you want us to believe what you're saying, take them videos down.
He should be scrubbed. He should be scrubbed from the internet.
That's it.
But what is he going to do if he take down all the videos? See, that's where the problem comes. If you take down all of the people that's just,
But my son spoke on them yesterday. So, they know what it is, The real gonna recognize it.
That's a fact.
Benny.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, I'm speaking for myself as I always do, right? But I'm sorry. After I seen that video with Zion Lex, Sanetta, Nepal, and Polight in the room, before, just maybe a month or two before this young girl got assaulted, when I seen that video of them having a debate about whether rape in the Bible is legal, permitted, or not, what rape is in the Bible, and if the victim could be complicit, after I saw that, there's no way in hell you could ever convince me that those men did not know Polight was going to do that. I'm sorry. Of course, the court can't prove it, but I'm a thinking man. I'm just sorry. That's way too close.
And this is a video.
Exactly. Come on, man.
No, you didn't see it, Ben. You didn't see
I never seen that.
No, Ben. Ben this shit. Yeah, Inky, go ahead, man. I'm gonna chime out again, but that's all I had to say. Because really,
wait, hold on.
Hold on, one at a time. Damn, Inky.
Yeah.
Wait, because because Zion is having this debate, but he's saying it to the victim's mother.
Okay, but here's the thing: fuck speaking code. A little girl's life in danger.
Right.
Fuck speaking code, yo. You can't be speaking code around me and shit.
We don't know that yet. You know what I'm saying?
No. Listen. I'm not saying that he does, that he did. I'm saying there's no way in hell you can't convince me. You could convince me that he did not know Polight was going to go after that child. That's what I said.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way in hell.
Earlier that he could have warned. He could have warned when Sanetta and them was with the victim's mom. They could have at least let the victim's mom know about Renintech, kind of like a proceed at your own risk thing at the bare minimum.
Yo,
yeah, they gave no warning.
Listen. if somebody is around me, you don't have to be my friend. You don't have to be somebody I know closely. If you're standing around me and I'm doing anything with you, a conversation, a communication, anything, you are not to bring any type of crazy shit to anybody around me. Period. See, that's how I think. And so that also means you ain't gonna be coming around trying to rape no little girl around my ass either. No, buddy. You got to be out. If you come around me, you have to only come with good intentions. Period. And there's no way you could just sit around in a room talking about rape if rape is permitted in the Bible and can the victim be, and then you find out later that I'm in the room with a woman whose child got raped and the dude I'm standing with is a dude who did it. Nah, it ain't like that, player. It is not like that. And that goes for other behavior too. Like
anybody got that video downloaded?
Oh man. Oh hell yeah, we got that shit downloaded. We looked through the whole damn thing, slowed it down, look at that eyeball language when they talking to each other, and they just over and over keep dragging some point home. Then
that's evidence.
Then this dude, Zion Lex, lied on the Bible. I'm not even a Bible pusher. I don't push the Bible, but anybody know he lied on the Bible and changed the whole story of Dina. He changed that story. He made that shit up. You know, I'm sorry, but yo, I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it. And
if you lie to me, you're still
I don't have
me.
to like Zion Lex. I don't have to fucking like none of them. I got nothing to do with them. And I won't ever. I won't ever. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you have to warn people. Somebody might buy you sitting around talking about rape, and then a person in the room with you, their daughter gets raped by one of your associates. That lady may buy it. I don't fucking buy it. Beware. Don't ever come around me, anybody in my life, talking about whether rape is permitted in the Bible, yo. Like, you got to back the hell up. Get away.
I wanted to show something real quick, Queens. I wanted show something.
Sorry,
real quick.
y'all. I just had to say.
No, that's real. That's real.
Don't go nowhere, Bennett. Don't go nowhere. I'm finna show this right here so you can tell everybody what this is. Y'all see it?
Yeah, that's whatchamacallit. I forgot what it's called, but yeah, I know. Social Blade.
You see it, Bennett?
Yeah, I see it. Exactly.
All right, so explain this.
Exactly. How you got 500,000 views, but you can't get nothing from YouTube? Is not honoring those views. They know it's bots. They know it's bots. All that shit is bots, dude. So that means the people watching Sanetta right now, it looked like it got 6,000 views or 700 people in the chat. That's bullshit. Them ain't all real people, man. Straight up. Why you think
the numbers don't lie? The numbers don't lie.
And there's not even super chat money up there, though. That's the weird thing.
The numbers don't lie.
If you go to anybody's channel, just regular average channels, right? And you do the same comparison, you won't see numbers that look like this at all. That's because he's using bots. And look at the last few days, how you get minus 4,000. You see?
Right.
Yo, this dude is faking people out. And I'm telling you, you can buy this shit over the internet. You can buy comments in your chat. You can have it set up so people can make comments like Funky Throne. Why you think there's so many stupid ass like Funky Throne comments that don't make no real sense? They're not really having no. It's just like Funky Throne, a funny name. Yeah, Funky Throne. Yeah, Shaka Doodoo. It's like over and over. It's no substance to the comments, yo. It's just
some bot shit. Facts.
I'm telling you, yo.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
So all this to the right is what he was supposed to be making, like $86, $5. What is that? $5.86
estimated earnings.
Right.
So he made somewhere between $5 and $86.
That's estimated.
Those are probably super chats.
And then when you get down to these reds, this is like bot territory. You see? And then when you go up You see, they talking about those views. He got 500,000 views. He ain't got 500,000 views. He ain't got 500,000 views this month. Come on. Who you think you playing with? Everybody can do math. How the hell you get 500,000? Dude, if you got 500,000 views, you the top YouTuber.
Right.
You one of these damn, what the hell is this? This dude ain't even got a plaque from YouTube.
Yeah, he does. He has 2.
He does?
Yeah, he does. I think he has 2. He at least has 1.
Okay, where the hell they at? Okay, well, damn.
They behind him, but his green screen, you can't hang him up on the green screen. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He got him.
Well,
he got at least 1.
Okay, well, my bad. I'm wrong about that. And no problem. I can admit that. Hey.
Yeah, that might just be for being up there for a long time, though, because he's been up there for a decade.
Yeah,
right, but his channel, his people aren't engaged in his channel. For him to have 186,000
Cumulative views.
Yeah.
They give you awards for shit like that over the years. You accumulate views and you've reached a plateau.
But he was up at one
subscribers.
time.
Once you reach like a certain amount of subscribers, like
It's nothing
100,000.
substantial.
Yeah, but he was up at one time on YouTube. No, I ain't taking that away from him, But all that red down there, all that shit, that is he's using something. And there's no way he's just getting 7,000 views at one time. He ain't getting that no more. 700 people watching him. Nah. Look, you could look. He's back on them bots. And if you go back into the history, he's back on them bots. It sounds like a damn addiction.
Like he on drugs, right?
Opioids. He's back on opioids and shit.
But I'm serious. Think about this though. Think about this. Who in their right mind would see that video of Zion Lex, Polight, Napashada, and Sanetta in a room talking about the Bible, if it's permitted in the Bible, graping, and if the victim is, you finna let any of them people around anybody in your family?
But yo, I didn't, sometimes we see things moving fast. And I didn't even peep in that video with the Dwight York victim, with the Malachi York victim. Michael NOAK said, yo, even if he got caught and his DNA was there, scientifically, the things that we go by, he's still gonna follow as his God.
Yes, and he keeping true to it.
I was about to say, and if that wasn't the realest thing he ever said, that right there might have been the only thing that he ever said.
Yo, and that
has turned out to be a certified big fact.
No, but look, it qualified him to be the what did they call
means,
him?
listen, wait a minute, listen. Not only have I predicted all this behavior so far, right and accurate, my next prediction is that Polight is going to rapidly have a spiritual experience where he's now going to be converted into some, he's getting ready to come back with some sort of spiritual. It's coming.
You talking about a chakra interaction?
I mean, listen, he's in line for a wide variety of chakra activation activity outside of what I'm talking about. I'm saying how he's going to try to remarket himself to the people.
Oh, he
with
crazy.
Sanetta's help.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Because as long as he got access to YouTube or social media, he's going to try to rebrand. All them cats are try to do it. But you know what? The law has a way of changing.
He's gonna have a spiritual experience, or he's gonna say the alien. It's gonna be either aliens or some spiritual fake. It's gonna be some shit though. It's coming.
But you know what? Look at already how some of these persons, they're spinning it. They either purposely spinning it or being misinformed by somebody and then spreading the lie. Dude, if you look at what's the sister's name? The lawyer. What is her name again? Akeisha Shabazz. She broke down the plea. She broke it down. And what's inside of that plea? And what's inside of that plea is not what these folks are actually saying. They already trying to spin it away from he's not a sexual. It's like, yo, dude, they can keep homeboy in jail indefinitely until he finishes that program. And that program is for mentally disturbed sexual offenders. That's not just like some so he didn't really get off the hook.
And you know he's Oswald Bates.
They got him set up for a program like that for disturbed offenders. So it's like, and they don't have to let him out of jail until he finishes that. If he goes up and he takes that whatever that class is, and they don't feel satisfied, in other words, if he does not admit,
no, he goes to a separate facility, Bennett.
Exactly.
He goes to a separate facility. Once he finishes the jail, he got to go to another type of jail to do that program.
Yep. That's so they out here trying to spin it like dude got off or something. And then the other thing she broke down was this video, this extra video that came out after he got locked up. And she said that could even be grounds right there. If that's considered harassment by the court, that's going against his plea deal. He can get them 61 years just on that if the court deems that as harassment. If he's found to harass.
We talked about that last time.
Yeah.
I think it's just as simple as if the mom and their side is, see, a lot of times niggas will count on you not wanting to fight, get away with shit. So the mom and them is probably tired. They've been waiting to get this behind them probably. So they might not be that anxious to, because I think they would have to submit a complaint and be like, look, he done violated, blah, blah, blah. And then the courts
they wouldn't have to do it. Prosecution would just have to do it.
Right. But what I'm saying is somebody would have to bring it to the prosecution attention. So
no, prosecution's watching. The prosecution's watching his case. That's another thing attorney Shabazz said. He's like, they watching that page, And if he keeps going, like he put a post up yesterday that said, what it was words, but this shit ain't for me. I just came out the yard cutting these niggas' ass in basketball, some dumb shit. And I'm like, wow, somebody actually posted this shit on his page, He's a moron, and she stated that third party, doesn't make a difference. That's your page. You signed off on all those agreements. That page represents you for behind bars as well. He's really that stupid.
So he made a post he made a post that's supposed to be coming from him in jail?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's epic.
I just left the yard cutting these niggas' ass in basketball too easy.
Oh, man. Sanetta definitely is not going to be able to make it out of 2023 without doing exclusive Polight videos. Polight calls in from prison. That's coming. Sanetta is going to sell some Polight phone calls.
How do you even take that phone call? Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
It's coming.
Yeah, you're a dirtbag. You're a dirtbag.
It's coming because Polight ain't
trying to justify that shit. To hell with you, man. Y'all the reason why the community is in shambles. Y'all the reason why we got Sukianas running around, all the rest of this dumb stuff, because y'all made this,
Polight ain't put his head down
20 years.
He hasn't shown any remorse, any discipline, any ability to just find a few moments of silence. Like, bro, can you turn your mic off for a few minutes? Like, chill. This really is harassing. This is not just traumatic to the victim, though. This also traumatic to the community. I mean, that might not seem as sensitive as I mean it, my sentiment, not to take anything away at all from the victim, the mom, or the family, but this nigga's trolling everybody with these fucking videos, bro. I think it's super disrespectful, not just to the victim and her family, but to everybody.
But then again, Sanetta hasn't gone in on Polight now once. Okay. Here we are, what, the 9th, the 10th, 9th, 10th? He ain't going on once. No tirade. None of these famous Sanetta tirades. You pointing the finger at everybody else. Nobody defending. The heat is on.
Yo, there's a new video of Polight, you guys.
What?
Yes.
So Queen, you gonna post those numbers? You gonna
Hold on, you
post
about to play that video?
Yeah,
You about to play that video, Queen?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, let's see this Polight video. What is going on right now?
I haven't watched it because it wouldn't let me on Instagram, but I just
This is another one?
It's 3 minutes and 32 seconds. I don't know. Yeah, it's new.
That we were set up for failure. I feel like complaining about your hardships or doubting your ability to transcend the depths of poverty, transcend any form of adversity that you've been confronted with, I feel like that is disrespectful to your creator, it's disrespectful to your ancestors, it's disrespectful to whoever you make subscriptions to on a spiritual or metaphysical level. How dare you even contemplate for a second that you cannot persevere that which you are confronted with? Less than 1 million sperm, little less, or little more, has raced to the ovum. And you won the race amongst near 1 million sperm. You went in a race amongst 1 million entities just like you, with the flagella flapping and all, with your light shining. Keep in mind that a woman's body is designed to destroy you as a foreign invader. We don't want to believe that at one point in time that women were able to asexually reproduce. Fine. We don't want to believe in parthenogenesis. Fine. That's an argument for another conversation. But what we can confirm is that when the sperm goes into the woman's body, it's considered a foreign invader. And that's why when that sperm hits that ovum and the zygote is created, there's a protective mucous membrane that is created outside of it to protect the newly formed entity from being destroyed by the mother, because it's considering the sperm as a host. And that's why sometimes women still have postpartum syndrome after, because subconsciously they still want to destroy the goddamn child in the most extreme cases, because they've been attempting to destroy the foreign entity that is the man's sperm from the time it went into the womb. But that's another conversation for another time. The point that I'm making is you've been under duress since the time of your existence. You've accomplished the impossible because you raced almost amongst 1 million of your own kind, and still you were born. So this means that you are a miracle. And being that you are a miracle, what else can be hard? You won a goddamn race amongst 1 million of your own kind in an environment that was attempted to destroy you, and still you were born, despite the 50-cent sodas, despite all the food being pumped with hormones, despite the drugs that they gave your mother before you were born, despite all the stress and conflict and mire that she was subject to that could have terminated you just in the form of stress, because stress kills children, you still were born. So how can you sit here and honestly feel like you can't succeed? The hardest thing you've ever done was be born. And you made a concerted and conscious effort to do so. So a word to the wise, man. Whatever life gives you, you can beat that shit. Whatever life gives you, you own one. You can win. Share this video. Blessings and abundance.
So this nigga went to a hotel and matched, probably changed the betting on the shit. I don't know. But it wouldn't let me play it on Instagram, so I just downloaded it. So it was really nothing, but that was a new post because I remember that was not there before. Right away when I seen the turquoise, I was like, wait a minute. So it ain't got nothing to do with shit, but obviously somebody's running this or dropping because the place that it was, I don't know Instagram like that, but so we already know about this video. We been already broke this down. This was already here. This is new. This was not here. I swear. So I don't know. That's interesting. But I'm gonna get up out of here, y'all. I think we're gonna end for tonight. So I'm gonna work with Ben and Inky and shit like that behind the scenes and get this whole trial situation started. The thought process has to go through first, so then we have to put everything together. And that is where I'm on.
Yo, Royal Family, I gotta jump off.
Mhm.
Y'all know I'm all hands on. You know what I mean? Just hit me up. Let's put this together. Set the trial date. Send all
You
notices
going
out.
right to trial?
All
Are we
subpoenas,
doing arraignment and all that?
everything. This is serious.
Okay.
Man, that's what this channel part of this channel was set up for. You was trained for this. All the studying you've been doing with these cases and stuff, this is part of your destiny. So yeah, it fits.
Okay.
Peace.
True peace, man.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you. We'll connect behind the scenes as well. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Thank you, Tar. Thank you, Inky.
Well, I guess I'm gonna bow out too. I got to get up in a couple hours and make some moves, but I wanted to rock out as long as I could. I'm gonna feel it later on.
Man, I know my kneecaps hurt like a motherfucker right now. A leg that fell asleep a couple of times. I had to get up and walk around and shit.
Yeah, you gotta get up and do the little calf raises, little calf raises.
Mm-hmm.
Side bends, get that blood moving.
But it was a pleasure. I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed the chat, all of the guests that came up. Minister Inky is always a pleasure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm up out of here.
Yeah, man. I had my
No,
last.
I ain't gonna lie. Hold on. Special thanks to you though, Tar, for that picture of Blue Pill. Come on, man. That shit was crazy. You a wild one for that picture right there.
That was hilarious. It was. I'm glad we had a couple of laughs.
And
I can't wait to get everything set up because I want to make the mother and the daughter proud because we definitely finna do something real. We're gonna do something real. We can't let this go out like this. We're gonna start with them and we're gonna spread out and once everybody else get involved and see how real this is gonna be. It's gonna be good. Yes, appreciate that, everybody. I'm out. I love everybody. See y'all on the next one. True peace.
All right, peace to the family.
All right, much love.
Sister Nandi.
Ay. Thank you, Inky. I appreciate you.
Nah, I appreciate you more. Definitely. Peace, Queen. I'm out.
Right, we'll connect. All right, y'all. So, yeah, that's it. We gonna put this nigga on trial. We gonna do it right. Like Tar said, it's gonna be professional. We gonna do it. But let me get a couple of days to get everything together and shit like that. And we will let you guys know what's going on. I'll probably be back Monday because that's my normal schedule day. And yeah, so I will see you guys soon. A couple of weeks ago, I played a song by J.H.E. Ruga called She Ain't Proud. It's really deep. It's about a woman that works at a strip club and, her baby daddy ain't shit. So she's trying to get some money up and stuff like that. So she's working at a strip club and a man there puts drugs in her drink. So we're gonna listen to that video, the song that he had made because it's deep. It's rap, but he ain't talking about, the hood shit, right? I like that hood shit, period. I don't care what nobody says, but this has a message, and I do appreciate the message behind it. You might enjoy the video as well. Always visual is great to have with something that you're watching. So salute to him. I'm going to end it on that note. Y'all stay royal, stay uncompromisable. please stay woke, because I will see you in the next live stream or edit. Thank you for everybody sharing, donating, and all that. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we're not standing for Sanetta's bullshit. Shout out to Mechee X. Shout out to everybody that came up here and weighed in. I appreciate you guys. Until next time, y'all. Bye-bye.